Joel Nicholson in the white, currently in fourth, looking for a 1.51. That wave not complying, however, for Joel. It does, however, propel him into third, last of white, a 1.17. So the situation on the north podium in heat number 10. Surfer in green, Russell Winter, you are in first. Surfer in red, Kepa Huset Esponda, you are second. Surfer in white, Joel Nicholson, you are in third, looking for a 1.51 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Elliot Barton, you are fourth, looking for a 0.38 to move into second. 11.5 minutes remain.
I think a 0.38 might fall within Elliot Barton's range of capability, don't you, Rob?
In his wheelhouse. Well, he's currently sitting on a 2.8, so yes. It's been proven.
So we've got a three-man heat in the North Bank, and one of those three men, Eduardo Papa, is up and riding, slightly flatter face, so no room for a bottom turn, but gets the fins moving. Knowing that that wave wasn't going to yield up a big score, he tried to pushed it slightly too hard. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Papa will head back to the lineup. And then we've also got Lenny Morel. So as the tide fills, some of those big lip lines that were available in the previous heats on the South Bank are not as widely available. So a bit of rail work so far. The going rate in this heat, only the 1 5-point ride of Papa to score so far.
On the north podium, we see in white, Joel Nicholson up and riding on his front side, making his way across that smaller right-hander, finding some room for maneuver, however, before coming unstuck.
The situation on the south podium. In first, red, Eduardo Papa, low score of a 2.83, and in second, blue, Lenny Morel, low score of a 0.5. White, Ishka needs a 1.34 to go into an advancing position. So, on the south, Eduardo Papa en rouge, vous êtes en tête. Vous essayez de remplacer un vague à 2.83. The late takeoff there from Eduardo Papa. Et en deuxième, en bleu, c'est Lenny Morel. Vous essayez de remplacer un vague à 0.57.
And on the north podium in heat number 10, the situation remains. Surfer in green, Russell Winter, you are first. Green, you are first. White, Joel Nicholson, you are now second. White, you are second. Red, Kepa Huset Esponda, you are now in second. Last of red, a 3.83. So, situation on the north podium. Heat number 10, Russell Winter in green is first. Surfer in red, Kepa Huset Esponda, you are second. Surfer in white, Joel Nicholson, you are third. You require a 4.93 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Elliot Barton, you are fourth. You require a 4.2. 8 minutes remaining and a score still to drop for last of red, Kepa Huset Esponda. It improves the situation. Last of red, 3.63. Situation update on the north podium, heat number 10. Kepa Huset Esponda, red, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, Russell Winter, you are second. You require a 2.29 to move into first. Surfer in white, Joel Nicholson, you are third. You require a 5.01 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Elliot Barton, you are fourth. You require a 4.28 to move into second. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remain. Coming up in the next two heats, heat 11 and 12, we've got Pierre Lamoth, Diego Tasca, Manolo Pocciero, Alex Ashen in heat number 11, and in heat number 12, we've got Maël Laborde, Carlito Casa Debate, Garage McDade, and Jack Thomas. If you haven't yet, please check in with Beach Marshal Tim. Gather your rash vests. You'll be paddling out in about 4 minutes' time.
So we've got a ride for Ishka Trez now in the white, which will affect the situation. So waves are in. Last of white. Ishka Trez at 2.1. Ishka Trez, you are now in second. So the situation has changed on the south bank. First red, Papa. Second white, Trez. Low score 1.07. Lenny Morel en bleu, vous êtes en troisième. Vous cherchez un vague. Vous cherchez un vague à 1.35. Mais faites attention parce que le surfeur en blanc a noté un vague à 1.07. Donc s'il le remplaçait, la situation va changer encore. Eduardo Papa, en rouge, vous êtes en tête. Vous essayez de remplacer un vague à 4 points. Votre deux vagues a noté 5 et 4. Surfeur en rouge, Eduardo Papa. First, red, Papa. Second, white, Trez. Third, blue, Morel.
And on the north podium in heat number 10, a slight situation change. In red, Kepa Huseta Sponda, you are first. Surfer in red, you are first. Surfer in green, Russell Winter, you are second. Surfer in green, you are second. You require a 2.29 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Elliot Barton, you are now third. Surfer in blue, you are third. You require a 3.68 to move into second. Surfer in white, John Nicholson, you are fourth. You require a 5.33.
So Lenny Morel looking for a 1.35 is going to get that in a moment. So the situation will be about to change again. Ishka Trez, you will be looking for a score. Last of blue, Morel, a 2.57. So Ishka Trez in white, you're now third. You now need a 2.31. Red, vous êtes toujours en tête.
4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in these heats. Coming up next, we have heats number 11 and 12. So we saw a quick in and out there from Surfer on the north podium in green, Russell Winter, looking to replace a 2.23, ultimately searching for a 2.29 to move into first.
So this is Ishka Trez in the white, and he's looking to replace a 2.3. So there'll be another situation change if that happens.
On the north podium in heat number 10, Surfer in red, Kepa Huset Esponda, you are first. Red, you are first, looking to replace a lower score of a 3.63. Surfer in green, Russell Winter, you are second. Green, you are second, looking to replace a lower score of 2.23. You require a 2.29 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Elliot Barton, you are third. Blue, you are third. You need a 3.68 to move into second. Surfer in white, John Nicholson, you are fourth. You require 5.33 to move into second.
South podium update. Last of white, Ishka Trez. A 2.83 situation change. First red, Eduardo Papa. Second white, Ishka Trez. Third blue, Lenny Morel. Morel, you are looking for a 2.37.
Heat number 10, north podium, green, you are second. Russell Winter, you are second. You need a 2.29 to move into first. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Red first, Kepa Huset Esponda. Green second, Russell Winter. Blue third, Elliot Barton. You need a 3.68. White fourth, Joel Nicholson. You need a 5.33. Just under 2 minutes remaining in these heats. Scores still to come for last of green, and all scores are in on the North Podium. The situation remains the same. Red first, Kepa Huset Esponda. Green second, Russell Winter. Blue third, Elliot Barton. You require a 3.68 to move into second. And white fourth, Joel Nicholson. You require 5.33. 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining.
So we've got scores to come in a moment for both white and blue on the South Podium. Blue looking for a 2.37. White looking to improve on a 2.1. 50 seconds remaining. Last of blue, a 2.4. Blue, you are third. You need a 3.26. Last of white, a 2.83. And one more of white, a 3-point ride. Last of Ishkatrez, a 3-point ride. Situation first red, second white, third blue. Blue, you need a 3.26. So this is probably going to be the last tilt at it for blue.
And we'll count down to end this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On the North Podium in heat number 10, the results are: in first place in red, Kepa Huset Esponda. In second position in green, Russell Winter. In third position in blue, Elliot Barton. And in fourth position in white, Joel Nicholson.
And the results on the South Podium: first red, Eduardo Papa; second white, Ishkatrez; and third blue, Lenny Morel. Standing by surfers in heat 11 and 12. Surfers in the water, stand by. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So on the South Bank at the moment, in the red, Pierre Lamott, Jago Tasca, Manolo Pochero, and Alex Ashen. And surfing on the north podium, Gerridge McDade, Mile Laborde, Carlito Castabate, and Jack Thomas. First of green on the south podium, Alex Asher, a 0.5. First of red on the south podium, Pierre Lamotte, a 5.17. First of blue, Jay Gotaska, a 2.63.
On the north podium in heat number 12, first of blue, Carlito Casabate, 5.83. First of blue, 5.83. First of green, Jack Thomas, 1.0. First of white, Garage McDade, 3.5 and a 0.5 for last of white. Situation on the north podium, heat number 12. Blue, Carlito, you are first. White, Garage, you are second. Green, Jack, you are third. Red, Mel, you are fourth. You require a 4.0. If you are just joining us, welcome to this day one of the Boardmasters 2026. It's a sunny day here at North Fistral. Plenty of contestable conditions on offer. We're currently in heats number 11 and 12 of this, the men's round of 96 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. We have a full schedule of surf ahead today. Hoping to get down to the rounds of 32 for both the men's and women's side of the draw, making the most of the conditions on offer. Today, we think holding the most size, or offering the most size of the waiting period. So we'll do our best to break the back of it today. On the north podium, heat number 12, we can see surfer in green up and riding. That's Jack Thomas, currently sitting in third with a 1.0. Finding a bit of open face to drop wallet there. Throwing plenty of spray. The judges will look to input their scores now. Was that last maneuver completed? We'll leave it to the judges to decide. 15.5 minutes remaining.
Last of red on the south podium, Pierre Lamotte, a 4.17. So, Lamotte, you are in the lead. The other three surfers have not yet ridden a second wave.
14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the North Podium. Heat number 12. The situation is surfer in blue, Carlito, you are first. Blue, you are first. Surfer in white, Garage, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 2.74 to move into first. Surfer in green, Jack, you are third. Green, you are third. You require 3.67 to move into second. Surfer in red, Mile, you are in fourth. You require 5.6 to move into second. So 6.5 minutes gone in this heat so far. No scores on the board yet for the surfer in red, Maya Labor. But plenty of time remaining to do so. It's around about high tide here at North Fistral. And plenty of swell on offer today.
On the South Podium, the last of the surfer in blue, Jago Tasker, a 3.63. Lamotte, you are in the lead in red, and in second, it's Jago Tasker, a 3.63. Manolo Pochiero, you require a 4.8, and Alex Ashen, you require a 5.8.
Now, I mentioned a moment ago that we were still waiting for a score for first of red, Mayan Labor. Well, he has opened his account, and dare I say, it was worth the wait. First of red, 6.17. First of red, 6.17. So a situation change on the North Podium, heat number 12. First position is blue. Carlito, blue, you are first. Blue, you are first. Red, Maya Labor, you are second. Red, you are now second. You require 0.06 to move into first. Surfer in white, Garage McDade, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 2.68 to move into second. Surfer in green, Jack Thomas. Green, you are fourth. You require 4.25. Red, Maya Labor, you are second. Red, you are second. First of red, 6.17. 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Last of green on the South Podium, Alex Ashen, a 4.23. First, red, Lamotte. Second, blue, Tasker. Third, green, Ashen. You require a 2.07 to go into third. And fourth, Manolo Pochiero. With priority, you need a 4.8 to go into second. Last scores of red and blue in the South Podium do not change the situation.
However, on the North Podium, heat number 12, last of white, 2.83 means we have a situation change. On the North Podium, heat 12, white, Garage McDade, you are first. White, you are first. Blue, Carlito, you are second. Blue, you are second. You need a 0.5 to move into first. Up and riding, we have surfer in red, Maya Labor. currently in third position, looking for a 0.06 to move into second. In green, Jack Thomas, you are fourth. You need a 4.31 scores to come in for last of red. Likely to see a situation change. Last of red, 6.83. Last of red, 6.83. You are now first. Red first. Scores to come for last of blue and green. As it stands, the situation in Heat 12, North Peak, red, you are first. Maya Labor, red, you are first. White, Garage McDade, you are second. White, you need a 9.5 to move into first. We have scores still to come for blue and green.
And on the south podium, the last of green, Alex Ashen, a 1.33. Doesn't change the situation, so green, you need a 2.07. And right in here, Manolo Pochero requires a 4.8. Looks to the junction section.
North podium, heat number 12, situation change. Red, Maya Labor, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, Carlito, you are second. Blue, you are second. You need a 7.17. White, Garage, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 6.16. Green, Jack, you are fourth. Green, you are fourth. You need a 7.73. Seven minutes remaining in these heats number 11 and 12. Coming up next, we have heats 13 and 14 featuring Jean Coquin, Matteo Calatri, Max Bullen in heat number 13, and Joaquim Chavez, Vasco Ribeiro, and Jan Bain in heat 14.
Situation on the south podium remains the same. The first is red, Pierre Lamotte. Second, blue, Jago Tasca. Third, green, Alex Ashen. You require a 2.07. And fourth, white, Manolo Pochero. You require a 3.8.
Surfers on the north podium, heat number 12, please move further north. North podium, surfers in heat 12, please move further north into your contest area. Five minutes remaining in these heats. 5 minutes. Surfers in heat 12, north podium, please move further north into your contest area. Scores to drop for all surfers in heat number 12. Await a situation update.
update.
Situation update on the North Podium, heat number 12. Surfer in red, you are first. Surfer in red, you are first. Last of red, 8.67. Red, you are first. White Garage, you are second. White, you are second. You need an 8.9 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Carlito, you are third. Blue, you are third. You need a 4.28 to move into second. Surfer in green, Jack, you are fourth. Green, you are fourth. You need an 8.17. 3 minutes remaining in these heats means the surfers in the next heat, heats 13 and 14, can begin to paddle into the lineup. A reminder, if you're on the south podium in heat number 13, please paddle out further south. If you are in heat number 14 on the north podium, paddle out as far to the north as you can to avoid any confusion and to avoid getting in the way of any of the competitors. Situation update on the north podium. Red, you are first. Maël Labor, red, you are first. White, Garage McDade, you are second. White, second. You require 8.90. Surfer in blue, Carlito Casadebate, you are third. Blue, third. You need a 4.28. Green, Jack Thomas, you are fourth. You need a 7.1.
Situation change on the south podium. Last of green, Alex Ashen, a 3.17. Situation has changed. First, red, Lamotte. Second, green, Ashen. Third, blue, Jago Tasca. You now require a 3.78. Jago Tasca, you require a 3.78. Fourth, Manolo Pochiero in the white. You require a 4.9. We're coming into the final minute, and Alex Ashen here is looking to play defense. He's just popped up into second, looking to replace a 3.17. He'll be bringing this one through to the beach, Ashen, and then hoping for the best out back. So situation, surfer in blue, Jago Tasca, you require at least a 3.78. Alex Ashen in green may have improved his total. We don't know for sure, but it's possible. So green, blue and white, you require at least a 3.78 blue and at least a 4.9 white. 15 seconds remaining. So we're going to be counting this heat down. Counting out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so scores to come for white, blue, and green in the south podium.
Meanwhile, on the north podium in heat 12, official results. Taking the heat win, surfer in red, Maël Labor in first position. In second, in white, Garage McDade taking second. In third, in blue, Carlito Casadebate. And in fourth, in green, Jack Thomas.
Standing by and counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In heat number 13, we now have Jean Cocagne, Matteo Calatri and Max Bullen. And in heat 14, in the north, Joaquin Chavez, Vasco Ribeiro and Jean Bain from Spain.
Here's Jambain from Spain, up and riding on the north podium. The regular footer getting to work. If you're just joining us on the beach, welcome to this day one of the Boardmasters 2026. Currently in the water, we have heats 13 and 14 of the men's round of 96 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. Loads of action coming your way today, making the best of the conditions on offer. Plenty of swell. We've seen some very well surfed waves this morning. On the north podium, heat number 14, we see up in red, this is Joaquim Chavez of Portugal, the goofy foot, making his way across this left-hander, finding another section somehow. Plenty of speed as that whitewater prohibits any further progress on the left. So he opts to go right instead on his backhand now. Up and riding out the back in the green. Jambain of Spain getting busy early. Joaquim is whacking the lip indeed. I believe, Tom, we might also be joined by some listeners at home. If people are tuning in via the WSL website to observe the scores, they might be, rightly or wrongly, able to hear our voices. So welcome to you guys at home as well. On the north podium here, up and riding in white, this is Vasco Ribeiro, also of Portugal. Regular foot, powerfully carving into that oncoming section, finding a corner to work with here at North Fistral. So all surfers in heat number 14 on the north podium having scores early on in this heat. Await a situation update as they are locked in by our judges.
On the south podium, the first of Jean Cocagne, a 0.5. So no blood yet to be drawn on the south podium.
Surfers on the North Bank, heat number 14. We are over to the manual priority system, so keep your eyes on the colored boards rather than the LED screen. We are waiting for scores to be locked in by the judges. They're just deliberating, comparing, and contrasting to make sure they come to the right decision. So await scores for heat number 14 on the North podium. Surfers on the North Podium, heat number 14. We are now back to the LED screens for your priority system. So we're back to the LEDs. Surfers in heat 14 on the North Podium, situation update. Surfer in green, Jan Bain, you are in first. Green, you are first. Surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, you are second. White, you are second. You require 1.93 to move into first. Surfer in red, Joaquim Chavez, you are third. Red, you are third. You need a 0.51 to move into second.
Situation update with the South Podium. Last of blue, Matteo Calatri, a 3.17. Last of red, a 1.77. One score still to come. Also for Jan Cocain in the red. Matteo Calatri in the lead. And first of white, Max Bullen at 2.33. So the situation is blue first, white second. White has only ridden one wave. Red third. Red only needs a 0.57 to go into second, but bear in mind that white, Max Bullen, has only ridden one wave. So the situation will change once white rides a second wave. The last of red is going to be a more significant score. That will come shortly. Last of red, Jean Cocagne. Last of red, a 4.83. La dernière de la rouge, Jean Cocagne, 4.83. 4.83, Jean Cocagne. Jean Cocagne is now in the lead. Matteo Calatri in second. Max Bullen in third, only ridden one wave, needs a 1.25. And here goes the surfer in white, Max Bullen, looking for that.
Jan Bain in the green there, working his way right the way through to the inside and making the most of that inside reform. Some beautiful surfing from Jan Bain from Spain. 10 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Last of green, 4.53. Last of green, 4.53. Situation update for surfers in heat 14 on the North Podium. Joaquim Chavez, you are in first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, Jan Bain, you are second. Green, you are second. You need a 6.87 to move into first. Surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 3.53 to move into second. 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. North Podium, seeing some powerful surfing from surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, searching for that 3.53. Two strong maneuvers on a wave that didn't offer a lot to the Portugueseman. Will the judges deem it enough?
Last of red on the south podium, Jean Coquin, a 2.03. A score for the surfer in blue to come. Last of white, Max Bullen, a 1 and then a 0.5. We will have a more accurate situation once we get the last of blue, Matteo Calatri. That is likely to be a significant wave. The last of blue may well go into the lead, and he does. Last of blue, Matteo Calatri, 3.77. Situation change. First, blue, Calatri, low score of a 3.17. Second, red, Coquin, looking for 2.11 to go into the lead, looking to replace a 2.03 to improve the situation. Third, Max Bullen in white, you need a 4.54. That was before red took off. This wave of Jean Coquin may change the situation again.
Situation update for surfers in Heat 14 on the North Podium. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Joaquim Chavez, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 6.23 to move into first. Surfer in green, Jan Bain, you are third. Green, you are third. You require a 4.75.
Situation on the south podium. First, red, Coquin. Second, blue, Calatri. Matteo, your low score is a 3.17. Third, white, Bullen. You require 4.61. Jean Coquin, vous êtes en tête. Et si vous voulez améliorer votre situation, il faut remplacer un vague à 2.57. So last of red, Jean Coquin, a 2.57. Last of blue, Matteo Calatri, a 3.77. Bullen looking now for a 4.61, which would be the second best wave of the heat, the first being the third ride of Calatri in the red, a 4.83. And Calatri now is paddling and is taking off. If you are listening at home, you can see the scores and hear our commentary on YouTube. And Calatri, that was an in and out. So if you are listening in to support him, I can tell you that was Coquin in the red. A situation will not change with that wave. Calatri up and riding again, getting busy. Off the top. And a second turn. And he's going to ride through to an inside looking for a completion. Calatri was looking to improve on a 3.17. That's a possibility.
And if you are tuning in from home on the WSL website, it's a beautiful sunny day here at North Fistral. The beach is filling up nicely with the avid and intrepid British beachgoers. I can see some tents. I can see some windbreaks being erected on the sands here at North Fistral. And the swell continues to pulse in here as the tide just backs off, begins to ebb after reaching high tide. That sound signals 5 minutes remaining in these heats. It's heats 13 and 14 here in the men's round of 96 at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. It's day one of the Boardmasters. Up and riding on the north podium, it's Vasco Ribeiro, the man in white, currently sitting in second position, looking for a 6.23. Won't get it with that. A quick in and out for the Portugueser. And he'll make his way back into the lineup. So the plan, if you haven't heard me say it already, is to break the back of the heats today, get through as many as we possibly can. The forecast suggesting that this is the biggest day of surf we're going to be treated to in the 5-day waiting period. Aiming to get through to the round of 32, both the men's and women's side of the draw today. Action on the south podium in sequence, in combination, Goofy and Regular Foots on their respective front sides, slashing back into the pocket. And a gentle breeze from the southwest, deemed or termed earlier as the Pentire Puff. It's a classic British summer beach day.
So on the south podium, we've got scores now to come for Cockaigne, Calatri and Bullen. Max Bullen, the natural foot, rode a relatively long right-hander on one side of the bank. On the other side, Jean Cockaigne, a long ride. Calatri with a shorter in and out.
We're approaching the 3-minute mark, which means surfers in heats 15 and 16 will soon be making their way into the lineup. And those will be Patrick Langton-Dark of Wales, Tim Elter of Germany, Finlay Donovan of Great Britain in heat 15, and in heat 16, Kalani de Silva of Italy, Heath Gillespie of Britain, Tom Good also of Britain, and Eduardo Alcio of the Philippines. Up and riding, there's action on the North Peak as we see surfer in red, Joaquim Chavez, current heat leader from Portugal, looking to replace a lower score of a 5.57. We also are awaiting scores for Jan Bain of Spain in the green.
Last of blue on the south podium, Matteo Calatri, a 5.27. Last of white, Max Bullen, a 2.77. And last of red, Jean Cockaigne, a 5.23. Situation, first red, Cockaigne, second blue, Calatri, third white, Bullen. Max Bullen, you need a 6.27.
All scores are in on the North Peak. Heat number 14, the situation remains the same. Surfer in red, Joaquim Chavez, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, you are second. Surfer in white, Vasco, you need a 6.23 to move into first. Surfer in green, Jan Bain, you are in third. Green, you are third. You need a 4.75 to move into second. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in the heat. Consistent surf on offer today, so I dare say we will see more waves ridden in these heats.
Yes, the Great British seaside going public are moving in force towards the beaches.
Now, Tom, in years past, we've made mention of windbreaks, of tents, of beach setups.
Well, that was just where I was going, Robbo.
A good one to the north of our
couple of superstructures in place.
I've seen a family bring some sun loungers, deck chairs, drag them toward the shore, and they've erected a windbreak on either side of themselves.
I think we had 14 panels last year, didn't we?
That was the record. These guys have flanked themselves in windbreaks.
There is one family, they're from up north somewhere, and well, it's 2 or 3 families together, and they set up every year.
Situation update on the north podium. Red, Joaquim Chavez, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Vasco Ribeiro, you are second. Surfer in green, Jan Bain, you are third. 30 seconds remaining.
And on the south podium, it's Max Bullen looking for the score. Needs a 6.27. He's going to be up against it here because red and blue hold the priority and second priority. So very, very surprised if there's a situation change unless 3 waves come. I've seen stranger things. And we're going to be counting this out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Cockine closes things out, keeps Bullen off the wave. And so that will end up with Cockine from Calatri with Bullen in third. And the other heat 14, Rob?
Well, Tom, we saw a wave being ridden by Jan Bain from Spain in the green right at the death of that. He's looking for a 4.75, I believe, and the score has come in. It's enough, so we do have a buzzer beater, a situation change in heat 14. Taking the heat win, surfer in red, Joaquim Chavez. In second, in the last throws of that heat, surfer in green, Jan Bain takes second, and in third, in white, Vasco Ribeiro. Okay, so a little bit of information coming your way. At the end of these heats, we're going to have a 5-minute break before we move into the women's side of the draw with the round of 56. We'll be looking to count down into the beginning of heats 15 and 16 very shortly. Coming up in heat 15, Patrick Langdon Dark, Tim Elter, Finley Donovan. And in heat 16, Kalani De Silva, Heath Gillespie, Tom Good, and Eduardo Alcio. Stand by for countdown, the final two heats of this round of 96 here at the Yeti Pro, the QS 4000 men's event brought to you by the WSL on day one of the Boardmasters. More excitement, another buzzer beater, Tom, on the North Bank.
Yeah, you've had the beating of that buzzer on that bank.
That was courtesy of Jan Bain in the green in the previous heat. Some great surfing, clutch surfing.
So Jan Bain from Spain, and then you had Joaquin, a whack in at the lip.
Joaquin. Now, right, we're going to count down into this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That sound signals the start of heats 15 and 16. The biggest sets of the day making their way in, marching in from the North Atlantic here to the bay at North Fistral. If you're joining us on the beach or indeed at home on the WSL website, good morning, welcome. I believe it's still morning. I've lost track of time. Yeah, it's 10 past 11. Good morning and welcome to day one of the Boardmasters. We are marching through the heats just as the swell marches in because we've got a lot of action to get through today. Currently finishing up round of 96 in the men's side of the draw. We'll soon be moving into the women's side of the draw with a round of 56. We're hoping to make it down to the round of 32 in both sides of the draw. And on the North Bank, we have action already. Surfer in blue, Heath Gillespie, representing the UK on his backhand, the young goofy foot, smashing into the oncoming whitewater section there and opening his account. Nice.
We've got an Olympian on the South Bank, Tim Elter, the German. Surfed for Germany at the Paris Olympics, which was held in Teahupo'o in Tahiti. And Elter opening his account with a 0.4.
Also joining him on the South Bank is former finalist here, Patrick Langdon Dark of Wales, the young goofy foot. And Finley Donovan.
The 2024 runner-up, Langdon Dark. Career best result for him there.
On the North Bank, we see Eduardo Alcio of the Philippines, the regular foot wrapping round fluidly, making light work of these tricky conditions, generating plenty of speed with a single pump. Charges down the line into the lip. He goes. Strong finish there for surfer in green. 18 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in this heat. And we have scores to drop in from last of green. And that will mean that all 4 surfers in heat 16 on the North Bank have now posted scores. So the situation on the North podium, surfer in green, Eduardo Alcio, you are first. Green, you are first. First of green, 3.67. Surfer in blue, Heath Gillespie, you are second. Blue, you are second. First of blue, a 2.67. Surfer in red, Kalani Da Silva, you are third. Red, you are third. First of red, a 2.33. And surfer in white, Tom Good, you are currently in fourth. You need a 2.18 to move into second.
And we've got a foamy takeoff for Patrick Langdon Dark in the red in the south podium, and then cracks one off the top. This wave's going to go into deep water, so it's just a little opener for Langdon Dark. Elter, German, with a 0.4 for his first ride, so Langdon Dark will get a little bit more than that. And we'll call the score out as soon as it lands.
Here goes white. Tom Good on the north podium, heat number 16. The goofy foot making his way on that right-hander. That wave fizzling out in a bit of deep water there, so no good. Tom will look to reset. He's making his way back into the lineup. For those of you on the beach, if you cast your eyes towards the RNLI building, you'll be able to see LED screens. Now, these inform the surfers of a few different things, and they are used for priority. So it determines who gets to take the wave of their choosing, I suppose. So traditionally in surfing, there's an etiquette. The person closest to the whitewater gets the pick of that wave. However, it is determined in this contest by a priority judge for both heats, who will say who's had the wave last, and they will move to the bottom of the priority rankings. If they paddle for a wave and stop another competitor from going on that wave, they will lose priority, and so on. It continues. It can be used, of course, in a strategic way, particularly towards the end of a heat, as we see out the back, up and riding, heat leader in green, Eduardo Alcio of the Philippines, looking very light as he punches through that tricky middle section there in the deep water, and he finds that inside, once again wraps back into the whitewater, generating speed for a bit of a flourish on the end. Now, a slightly longer wave.
And meanwhile, on the south peak, Finley Donovan went for a foamy takeoff and didn't make it. Then Langdon Dark got onto one behind and has ridden it right the way through to the inside. And Tim Elter is currently riding a wave as well and is going through to the inside with a couple of fairly decent turns. Langdon Dark's second wave is going to be the highest of that heat so far. First of red on the south bank, Patrick Langdon Dark, a 1.83. Second of red, a 5.17. Second of red on the south bank, Patrick Langdon Dark, 5.17. First of white, 0.37. Stand by for the second of blue, which will be an important score. Tim Elter from Deutschland.
Loads of action taking place on the north podium as well in heat 16. We've scores to drop for last of blue and last of white. And we'll wait for those scores to drop in before we announce the situation. With 14.5 minutes remaining, we are going to see a slight change from the last announcement. Last of blue is being posted at 1.27. Last of white still to come.
Big score on the south bank for the second of the surfer in blue, Tim Elter, a 7.17. Elter is an Olympic surfer and looks like he is bringing some of that form to Fistral Beach. So, situation first blue, Tim Elter, second red, Patrick Langdon Dark. Finley Donovan in the white. You now need a 6.63. Now, can Donovan hear me? I'm just trying to... Yes, he can, because he's not got his head below water at the moment. The others have. They're duck diving. Elter and Langdon Dark paddling out.
On the north podium in heat 16, situation update. Surfer in red, Kalani da Silva, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, Eduardo Alcio, you are second. Green, you are second. You need a 3.5 to move into first. Surfer in white, Tom Good, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 3.21. Surfer in blue, Heath Gillespie, you are fourth. You need a 4.10.
At the end of this heat, there's going to be a 5-minute break. So surfers in the women's round of 56, if you could stay on the shoreline, and you will be given instructions as to when to paddle out. So you don't need to use the paddle out time. There's going to be a break.
On the north podium, here's heat leader Kalani da Silva representing Italy, looking to better a 2.33. That wave not offering much in the way of scoring potential for the young Italian. And sure enough, it comes in at a 1.6. So no situation change there. 12.5 minutes remaining. Welcome, one and all, to this day one of the Boardmasters 2026. Whether you're joining us in person on the beach or online via the WSL website, a warm welcome to you all. We are in the throes of concluding this, the men's round of 96 here at the Yeti Pro. We'll move swiftly into the women's round of 56 next. It's a sunny morning here at North Fistral, up and riding on the North Podium. It's surfer in white, Tom Good, local boy, local goofy foot, in and out on that one, deciding that wave didn't have an awful lot to offer him, using a bit of local knowledge there perhaps.
And another score will come through very shortly for Patrick Langdon Dark, and Tim Elter is up and riding and looking like he's going to put together something similar, maybe slightly under the first wave, but plenty of spray. And so the last of red, Langdon Dark, is in. Last of red, Patrick Langdon Dark, 4.5. Last of red, Patrick Langdon Dark, 4.5. And then Tim Elter will also post a score somewhere between his top score and the last of red, would be my guess. As soon as we get that, we'll let you know. Finley Donovan, stand by. Finley Donovan, you will need a bigger score. It's going to be at least a 7.2 that you require, Finley Donovan. Probably going to be more. And the last of blue is the wave of the heat, a 7.6. Last of blue, Tim Elter, a 7.6 on the south podium. Finley Donovan in white, you require a 9.3. And here goes Tim Elter again on the backhand this time. In and out, won't change the situation. Rob, we got some news from the North Podium.
So on the North Podium in Heat 16, we had a priority interference green on blue. That means the second scoring wave of green, Eduardo Alcio, is eliminated from his score, which does change the situation. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Here is surfer in green from the Philippines, taken to the air. Air reverse there, ridden out of that smoothly. Critical surfing.
So he's now needing a 6.9 to do it in one single wave, isn't he?
Now we've seen scores of that ilk. We've seen two in the heat that you're currently calling, Tom, on the South Bank. We've seen a few in the North Bank as well throughout the morning. It's going to take some doing, but he is up to the challenge. We know we've seen some great surfing from Eduardo already. Score's still to come, so we'll wait for that score to come in before we announce the situation update. Okay, last of green, 4.8. Last of green, 4.8. 9 minutes remaining. The situation on the North Podium. Heat 16. Surfer in red. Kalani da Silva, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white. Tom Good, you are now second. White, you are second. You need a 5.59 to move into first. Surfer in green. Eduardo Alcio, you are third. You need a 6.9. Surfer in blue, Heath Gillespie, you are fourth. Blue, you need a 4.23. So surfer in green, looking for a 6.9 on account of that priority interference, which has eliminated his second scoring wave. Up and riding, we see surfer in blue currently in fourth. Heath Gillespie looking for that 4.23. The goofy foot now making his way across a right-hander, reform through the inside, getting very busy. Looking to go left now. That wave not offering quite what he hoped come the end. Much excitement, plenty of action, and loads more still to come your way. Up and riding now is the Italian heat leader, Kalani da Silva. The regular foot wrapping back into the whitewater. Will this wave offer him anything on the inside? He's hoping so. He's pumping through, and he's going to find a little reform on his backhand now. Quick slash, and he'll kick out of that wave. He looks to replace a 4.33. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this heat.
And we'll give you an update from the South Podium. As you were, first place blue, Tim Elter. with 2 rides over 7 points. Second place, Red with priority Patrick Langdon Dark with a low score of 4.5. And in third, Finley Donovan, who requires an 8.67. So the surfer in white, Finley Donovan, you need an 8.67 if you are going to take the lead, if you're going to go into second with 1 wave. But your scores are currently low, so Finley, you could get to second with a 2-wave combination that would need to be both of them in the upper 4s. 2 waves of about 4.9 would do it, or 1 wave of 8.67, Finley Donovan.
Six and a half minutes remaining in these heats. The final 2 of the men's round of 96 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. We have seen a priority interference on the North Podium, heat number 16. It was green, Eduardo Alcio on blue, Heath Gillespie, meaning that the second of green's scoring waves has been eliminated from his scoreline. He'll need a 6.9 to move into that qualifying second position. Tough work. However, we have seen scores of that ilk posted throughout the morning, so it's well doable, especially for a surfer of Eduardo's class. Seen some exciting surfing from him already.
Finley Donovan carries on looking and in and out there. Wide range of marine colours and layers for the spectators. And for those of you listening from home who might like a little description of what we can see, a pencil sharp dark blue horizon against a moody greying sky, but with the sun pushing through, lighting the white water. It's a windy day, but there's plenty of juice in the surf. Plenty of holiday makers heading to the Great British Seaside as well to enjoy the action. Fistral Beach, a beautiful golden sand bay with a green headland to the north and a greenish headland to the south. Both of those headlands with patches of dried out, scorched yellow grass. It's been a very dry summer here. And surf in the head-high range with a fairly moderate onshore breeze. 2 heats in the water. We're running double peaks all day as the forecast is a little dicey for later in the week. Olympic surfer Tim Elter in heat 15. And then in heat 16 at the other end, we've had an interference, unfortunately. 4 minutes and 15 remaining. There's going to be a 5-minute break after this before we go into the Yeti Pro round of 56 for the women's. Patrick Langdon Dark is now riding a right-hander to the south end, but it's not going to go into his top 2. He's kicked out. So surfers in the Yeti Women's Pro round of 56, you can begin your 5-minute paddle out at the end of this heat. So your 5-minute paddle out begins in 3 minutes and 25 seconds time. So you've got about, we hope it's around about 8 minutes till your heat starts, but you begin your 5-minute paddle out when this heat ends. And then of course, if you do get out there with anything to spare.
Now on the North Podium, heat 16, we've got surfer in green, Eduardo Alcio, currently in 4th, on the wrong end of a priority interference, looking to get a 6.9 to move into that qualifying position and doing his utmost. A really steep wave ripping off the lip there. Plenty of spray. Doesn't manage to ride out of that one, but got busy beforehand.
And Tim Elter, the German, is up and riding in the South Peak. Also not going to go into his top 2.
Last of green, 5.17, not quite enough. Last of green, 5.17 on the north podium, looking for that 6.9.
He could have been on if he'd made that connection, Robbo. It's unusual to see a full priority interference surfer still get through. They need to do it on one wave. So, on the south podium, I'm sure it's no surprise the last of blue and the last of red have not gone into the top two. Situation remains the same. Red carrying a 5.17 and a 4.5. And blue, Tim Elter, carrying 2 waves over 7 points.
On the north podium, here goes blue, currently sitting in third. Heath Gillespie into the lip. He goes, plenty of spray. The young goofy foot moving his way across this right-hander. Needs a 4.07 to move into that qualifying second position with just 55 seconds on the clock. There won't be much more to do in this heat. Perhaps one more set of rideable waves marching its way into the bay here at North Fistral as this tide begins to ebb back from high. Situation on the North Peak, heat 16. It's still Kalani De Silva, surfer in red in first position. Surfer in white, Tom Good in second position. Surfer in blue, Heath Gillespie in third. And surfer in green, Eduardo Alcio in fourth, looking for that elusive 6.90 on account of that priority interference that we saw earlier on in the heat. Just 15 seconds remaining. We'll begin to count down shortly. Will we see another buzzer beater? Heat leader, Kalani De Silva, up and riding, just 10 seconds on the clock. And we'll count this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, waves ridden for a fair few of the surfers on the north podium there, heat 16. However, not much doing as far as I could see. We'll wait for the scores to get locked in. We're going to go on hold for about 5 minutes now to reset before we start the women's round of 56. And confirmation of results on the north podium, heat number 16. Taking the heat win was the Italian in red, Kalani De Silva. Also moving through in white in second position, Tom Good. In blue, in third position, Heath Gillespie. And in fourth, in the green, Eduardo Alcio, on the wrong end, unfortunately, of that priority interference.
And in heat 15, it was Tim Elter and Patrick Langdon Dark in the advancing positions. We will now have a 5-minute break, and we'll be coming at you with the Yeti Pro round of 56, heats 1 and 2. In heat 1, Erika Maximo, Ellie Hickey and Josie Hawke, and in heat 2, Annie Nichols, Callie Cruikshank, Astrid Egan and Araya Campbell.
We are currently on hold just for a few moments before we move into the women's round of 56. Coming up in heat number 1, Erica Maximo in the red, Ellie Hickey in the blue, Josie Hawk in the white. And in heat number 2 on the north podium to the right-hand side of the bay, as you look out to the ocean, will be Annie Nichols in the red, Callie Cruikshank in the blue, Astrid Egan in the white, and Rhea Campbell in the green. Lots of action to come your way. We'll be back with it very shortly. Just having a quick reset here in Judging Towers. A short break for our judges. And stand by for countdown. In classic British fashion, we're just seeing a few specks of rain. It'll soon pass. Fret not as you glance out to see some blue sky ahead, and with that brisk southwesterly breeze, it'll soon blow any clouds and indeed cobwebs away. It's day 1 of the Boardmasters 2026. We're moving now into the women's round of 56 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. Some big names coming up in the next few heats. Stay tuned as we look to count down very shortly. Okay, counting down to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that horn blast signals the start of heats number 1 and 2 here On day one of the Yeti Pro, it's the women's round of 56. On the south podium in heat number 1, Erica Maximo in the red, Ellie Hickey in the blue, Josie Hawk in the white. And on the north podium in heat number 2, Annie Nichols in the red, Callie Cruikshank in the blue, Astrid Egan in the white, and Rhea Campbell in green. Loads of action still to come your way here today, whether you're joining us in person on the beach. Welcome, good afternoon, just about, I think. Or indeed online on the WSL website. Thank you for joining us. It has been a sunny morning thus far here at North Fishall. A few specks of rain in the last few minutes, but that strong southwesterly breeze termed the Pentire Puff earlier in the day is making short shrift of it and blowing all of those clouds away. The sun beginning to make another appearance. Up and riding on the South Peak, surfer in red, Erica Maximo opening her account nice and early as she bashed into the lip, releasing the tail, not managing to cling on to that one. And I'm delighted to say that I'm rejoined in the booth by Tom Anderson.
Robert, you just used an interesting idiom, short shrift. Do you know the etymological origin of the phrase?
I dare say it's Shakespearean.
No,
Huh?
it's not. So shrift is a very, very, very old English word, a ye olde English word for a final blessing clearing your soul from a priest before you die. And so when people were being taken to the gibbet in the cruel days of capital punishment, they may be given short shrift, meaning that they were not allowed to confess properly and therefore possibly might not make it through the pearly gates. So an execution with short shrift meant that you were probably going to the place below instead. And we now use that phrase to imply a rapid and merciless approach to something. And now you know.
And now I know, and it's very fitting, I suppose, for the rapid and merciless passing of the clouds, thanks to that Pentire Puff.
Now, short shrift is a noun. The verb is to shrieve somebody. So you could ask a holy man, like Phil Williams, to shrieve you, or to shrieve your soul. And then Phil Williams would give you shrift. Now, I reckon he does long shrift if you need him to. Especially on a Sunday when there's no waves and a good congregation in front of him.
Do you shrieve only before death?
No, you can be shrived under all sorts of circumstances. The Ancient Mariner in Coleridge's Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, which sets sail from Porlock Weir, asks the Hermit of the Wood to shrieve him and to make good his blood. And it would have rhymed back then, 200 years ago. Blood and hood would have rhymed. You tell some of these young boys who look to use modern slang, and they call each other hood and blood and things like that, that once upon a time it rhymed. Maybe we'll bring it back.
Here we go on the north podium, heat number 2, surfer in blue. It's Callie Cruikshank up and riding the regular footer into the whitewater. She goes riding out of that one, hoping to bounce around this section and find some open face ahead of her. She doesn't manage it. Beyond her, surfer in red, Annie Nichols up and riding that wave, making short shrift of her progress there. 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Scores to drop for last of blue. We'll give you a situation update as and when it does drop.
And we've got a solid score come through for one wave in the south podium. So first of white in the south podium, Josie Hawk, a 5.33. First of red, Erica Maximo, a 2.5. Second of red, a 1.0.
Up and riding on the north bank in heat number 2, all the way from America, Astrid Egan, heat leader, looking to replace a 0.67. Probably done it with that one. We'll leave it to the judges to decide. However, 15 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. And indeed she does. Last of white, a 2.93 on the North podium. So situation update on that North podium, heat number 2. Surfer in white, Astrid Egan. You are in first. Surfer in white, Astrid, you are first. Surfer in blue, Callie Cruikshank, you are in second. Blue, you are second. You need a 2.44 to move into first. Surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, you are in third. You need a 1.61 to move into second. And surfer in red, Annie Nichols, you are fourth. You need a 1.85 to move into second.
And so the last of white on the South Bank, Josie Hawke, a 0.67. So Josie Hawke is in the lead. Now Josie, I think she's a Welsh speaker, is she not? So we'd say my Josie yn ddechrau I eistedd ymlaen. That means Josie continues to sit out front.
Up and riding on the North Bank in heat number 2, it's Rhea Campbell in green, currently sitting in third. The young Goofy Foot needs a 1.61 to move into that progressing second position. That way offering very little in the way of scoring potential for her. So it's 3 Brits and an American in heat number 2. Last of green, a 4.0. Last of green, Rhea Campbell, a 4.0. So that's the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. Heat number 2 on the North podium. Means that the situation is surfer in white, Astrid Egan, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, you are in second position. You need a 1.10 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Callie Cruikshank, you're currently third. Blue, you're third. You need a 2.41. Surfer in red, Annie Nichols, you are fourth. Red, Annie, you are fourth. You need a 4.24 to move into second.
And on the South podium, the last of red, Erica Maximo, a 2.1. Last of red, South Bank, a 2.1. So the situation first, white, Hawke. Second, red, Maximo. And Ellie Hickey, you need a combined total of 4.6 to advance into second, or to progress into second.
Up and riding on the North podium, a surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, currently sitting in second. Jams a great turn into the lip there, loads of spray, plenty of power and speed as she moves her way down the line. The Goofy Foot working her way across that one. Up and riding also in the red, Annie Nichols needs a 3.91, tackles that oncoming section with aplomb, and out the back, surfer in white, Astrid Egan of America, current heat leader, looking to replace a lower score of a 2.17. So plenty of action there on the North podium, heat number 2. Scores the drop for all 3.
So we'll do an update for the South Podium. Surfer in white in the lead. Josie Hawk in second. Erica Maximo looking to replace a 2.1. And in third place in blue, Ellie Hickey needs a 3.0 to move into second. Surfer in white, Josie Hawk, carries a low score of 1.1. And so we've got a surfer up and riding on the South Bank now in the red and tweaking the tail. That is Erica Maximo from Portugal. So we may get a situation change here. Maximo looking for a 3.94 if she was to go up into the lead.
Meanwhile, on the North Podium in heat number 2, some great surfing underway. We saw a great exchange there from surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, and surfer in red, Annie Nichols. And then finishing it off, the surfer in blue, Callie Cruikshank, getting in on the action. With scores to drop from all three, we are likely to see a situation change. 7.5 minutes remain in this heat. Coming up next in heat number 3 and 4, we've got Anna Marina Engelbert, Lola Mitchell, Melania Diaz, Bella Llewellyn, and in heat number 4, Paula Kuta, Esme Gregorius, Harlin Sykes, and Mila Barber. So one score still to drop on the North Podium, heat number 2. And it does. Situation update, 7 minutes remaining. Surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, you are first. Green, you are first. Surfer in white, Astrid Egan, you are second. White, you are second. You need an 8.40. Surfer in blue, Callie Cruikshank, you are third. You need a 3.5 to move into second. Surfer in red, Annie Nichols, you're fourth. You need a 4.89 to move into second. Green first, white second, blue third, red fourth.
The last of red in the South Podium, Erica Maximo, a 4.77. The last of white, Josie Hawk, a 1.17, improves the situation by 0.07. But Erica Maximo in the red is now in the lead in the South Podium. Josie Hawk looking for a 1.94. That wave that Josie Hawk just rode could take her there, and it does. Last of white, a 2.7. So white is back into the lead. South Podium, first white, Hawk, low score of 2.7. Second, red, Maximo, low score of 2.5, 3.27 to take the lead. Third, blue, Ellie Hickey. You require a 5.67 to move into an advancing position, Ellie. There is 5.5 minutes remaining.
Four minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Score to come for last of white. There it is. It will not affect the situation on the North Podium. As we see surfer in red, Annie Nichols up and riding, regular foot on her backhand here, moving away across this left. Bottom turning, she'll look to make another maneuver. Comes unstuck on that turn, unfortunately. She's chasing down a 4.89 to move into that second position, which would see her advance into the next round. Situation update on the North Podium, heat number 2. Surfer in green, Rhea Campbell, you are first. Green, you are first. Surfer in white, Astrid Egan, you are second. You need an 8.4 to move into first. And the surfer we see up and riding now in blue, Callie Cruikshank in third, looking for a 3.5. In fourth, Annie Nichols needs a 4.89 to move into that second position.
And a big lip crack by Erica Maximo in the red in the south podium. And the judges will be deciding whether they want to give her the make on that one. So we'll learn very shortly whether they do give her the make. The last of Maximo back into the lead, a 5.83 last of red on the south podium. One more score to come for the surfer in red, Erica Maximo. Maximo, you are in the lead. Josie Hawk. Josie Hawk looking for a 5.28 to take the lead back, but that may change with the last of Maximo, depending on whether the judges consider the maneuver landed. Ellie Hickey, you will require at least a 6.43. So the last of white is not going to change the situation, but the last of red may do. Judges will have to decide whether the surfer had ridden out with forward momentum and control. Those are the two key criteria to constitute a turn that has been made. Forward momentum and control. Definitely forward momentum. There was control, but did it last long enough? Well, Maximo's not going to wait to find out. Ellie Hickey with an in and out. And they are going to give it the make. The judges are going to decide that this was made. Yes, they do. So last but one of red, a 5.2. Red, you now have, Erica Maximo, you have a 5.83 and a 5.2. Josie Hawk, white, you are second. Looking to replace a 2.7. Ellie Hickey in blue, you require a 6.43 to move into an advancing position. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. So the judges deciding that Erica Maximo had made that closeout re-entry.
Meanwhile, on the north podium with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, all scores are in. The situation remains surfer in green, Raya Campbell, you are first. Green, you are first. Surfer in white, Astrid Egan, you are second. You need an 8.4 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Callie Cruikshank, you are third. You need a 3.5 to move to second. And surfer in red, Annie Nichols, you're fourth. You need a 4.89 to move into second.
And Josie Hawk has just ridden a left-hander, head-high left-hander. Put in 2 turns, looking for a 5.71, which would be the second highest wave of the heat. Now, will that go in above Josie Hawk's first wave? Interesting decision for the judges to make. We'll know in a moment. Ellie Hickey is going to need a score, though, I would say north of at least 7.5, if not 8. So, surfer in blue, Ellie Hickey, you will require a bigger score in a moment, because red has ridden another wave. And Ellie Hickey is, unfortunately, if you're listening from home, stuck on the inside here. So it is going to be Maximo and Hawk going through on this one, barring a miracle. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Maximo gets up after the horn to ride one in. And last of white, Josie Hawk, a 6.23. So, results of Heat 1. First, white, Hawk. Second, red, Maximo. And third, blue, Hickey.
And on the north podium in heat number 2, results. Surfer in green, Raya Campbell in first position. In white, Astrid Egan in second. In third, in blue, Callie Cruikshank. And in fourth, in red, Annie Nichols.
So coming up in Heat 3, Anna Marina Engelbart from Germany, Lola Mitchell from the UK, and Melania Diaz from the Canary Islands, Bella Llewellyn from Great Britain. And in Heat number 4, Paula Kuta from the Czech Republic, Esme Gregorius, Great Britain, Harlin Sykes, Great Britain, and Mila Barber, whose nation is just outside of the range of my screen. Mila Barber is from Great Britain as well. So a couple of newcomers to this event in Heat 3, Engelbart and Melania Diaz. Now, I've seen Melania Diaz surf before in Indonesia, and she's a very good surfer indeed. I've not seen her at Boardmasters before, but she does do QS contests. Stylish, goofy footer. Strong style, powerful surfer, Melania Diaz. Anna Marina Engelbart from Germany, also new to our spectating experience. And Lola Mitchell and Bella Llewellyn we've known for a while. Bella Llewellyn last year very close to getting through a heat in the juniors. Went down to the last couple of seconds. Now she's stepping up and competing in the QS itself. In the other heat, Paula Kuta from the Czech Republic. Nice to see a surfer from the Czech Republic in an event. Esme Gregorius, Harlin Sykes, and Mila Barber. So Paula is in with 3 Brits. So surfers stand by. We'll be starting the heat in a moment. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so we're underway, and Anna Marina Engelbart is going to start things off straight away on rail, but doesn't return to the power source with speed intact. So that will be back to the drawing board for her. First of red, a 1-point ride in the South Podium. First of Anna Marina Engelbart, a 1-point ride. And up and riding, well, nearly up and riding. I thought Anna Marina Engelbart was going to go for a second then. She doesn't. And there's Esme Gregorius in the blue in the North Podium right-hand wave. So a little softening of the pulse of the swell as the tide pushes back, and then we'll find some of the lower banks and you'll probably see it pick up again. Surf forecast has been changing about every 5 hours for the last 5 days. I'm not actually sure whether it's changed in the last 5 hours. Coming up on our 5th hour of competition. Well, we're coming up to completing our 5th hour of competition here. There's Bella Llewellyn, goes for the Larry layback. And doesn't quite ride out of that one. And Mila Barber in and out on the north bank. So we've got priority on the north bank now for Paula Kuta from the Czech Republic. So we'll get our first look at a Czech surfer. At least since we've been doing Boardmasters, I think it's going to be the first time I've seen a Czech Republic surfer. I've seen plenty of Czech Republic surfers at the ISA events. And there's our first look at Melania Suarez Diaz. And there is that stylish goofy foot that I recognize of old. A good first turn, then catches the rail a little bit. And in the red, also our first look at the Czech Republic surfer, 2 turns. So, first score of note in Heat 3 will go to Melania Diaz. A first of white on the south podium. First of white, Melania Diaz, a 3.0. First of green, Bella Llewellyn, a 0.93. First of red, Anna Marina Engelbart, a 1.0.
And scores are in also on the north podium in heat number 4. The situation is in first in blue, Esme Gregorius with a 2.5 and a 1.83. Surfer in red, Paula Kuta in second position, requiring a 2.27 to move into first. Surfer in green, Mila Baba, is in third position. You need a 1.51 to move into second. And in fourth, in white, Harlan Sykes, you need a 1.21 to move into second. 14 minutes and 40 seconds remain in this heat. The waves continue to pulse in here at North Fistral, and the sun is shining.
If any of you beachgoers, especially those of you perhaps holidaying here from inland locations, might like a little bit of ocean savvy, you might want to acquire a bit of ocean savvy, you may notice that in the sky, if you look out to the west right now, is the moon. And the moon is at exactly half stage there. That is I would say we're probably just leaving the waxing crescent and going into the waxing gibbous. Now, when you see a half moon in the sky, what does it tell you about the tide, Rob? It tells you that the tide is small.
Surfer in red on the north podium in heat number 2 of this, the round of 64 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. Urban riding here, we see surfer in green. This is Logan Nicol of Wales. Huge jam in the pocket there. Riding out of that with speed, loads of spray thrown. He'll be really, really pleased. Body language suggests so as he punches the water on his paddle back into the lineup.
So the 2023 event champ Kai Odriozola starts off with a frontside reverse.
So we, on the North Bank here in heat number 2, are waiting for first of white, Brando Giovannoni, to drop in. However, we have seen A great score posted by Surfer in Green. First of green, Logan Nicol, 6.0. First of green, Logan Nicol, 6.0. First of red in Noel Day, 5.17. First of red, 4.67. And his second is 0.5. First of white, Brando Giovannoni, 3.83. 18 minutes on the clock on the North Podium, heat number 2. The situation is Surfer in green, Logan Nicol, you are first. Green, you are first. Surfer in red, Noel Day, you are second. Red, you are second. You need a 1.34 to move into first. Surfer in white, Brando Giovannoni, you are third. You need 1.35. White, you need a 1.35. And Ile Bochan in the blue, yet to post a score, but looking for a 5.17.
So Sean Gunning in the red has blown a wave up on the South Podium as well. Odriozola with a couple of in and outs. So the important score will be the first of red, Sean Gunning. So on the South Podium, we're just waiting for the first of blue and the first of red. The other scores are all small, but we have a ride for blue and a ride for red that will matter, so we're just waiting for those scores. First of blue, Kai Odriozola, South Podium, 6.33. First of red, Sean Gunning, 6.67. And then Rien Bowden Inouye is trying to get involved in the heat himself and actually doing a pretty good job of it. Rien bashing this one to bits and rides out of that last turn. So that will be a significant score. And Jaime Vaselko also with a ride just there. So the other two surfers in heat 1 also now making their contributions to the scoreboard. What will the judges give?
In heat number 2 on the North Podium, all scores are in, and the situation is Surfer in red, Noel Day, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Brando Giovannoni, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 4.74 to move into first. Surfer in green, Logan Nicol, you are third. You need a 1.16 to move into second. And Surfer in blue, Ile Bochan, you are fourth. You need a 6.33. Scores to come for last of blue. Comes in at a 2.2, so situation remains the same.
Scores for white and green in the South Podium will change the situation in a moment. And here goes the surfer in white, Jaime Vaselko. And I think that is also, no, that's Kai Odriozola in the blue. And does a big blowtail but doesn't stick it. So a score in for Jaime Vaselko in the white, a 5.77. Jaime Vaselko, your first scoring wave, a 5.77. And the first of green, Rien Bowden Inoue, coming in a moment. We're just waiting for the last of green before we can give the situation. So South Podium, Heat 1, we are waiting for the last score of green before we can give the situation. The surfer in the lead is Kai Odriozola. Sean Gunning with one wave ridden is in second. Jaime Vaselko is in third. Last of green, Rien Bowden Inoue, 4.17. First blue, Odriozola. Second red, Gunning, only one wave ridden. Third white, Vaselko, low score of 0.5. Jaime, you need a 0.91 to go into second, but Sean Gunning has ridden one wave. Green, Rien Bowden Inoue, you need a 2.5, but again, the surfer in red has only ridden one wave.
And in heat number 2 on the North Podium, situation update. Surfer in red, Noel Adey, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, Logan Nicol, you are second. Nicol, you are second. You need a 3.77 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Ile Bochan, you are third. Blue, you're third. You need a 2.73. Surfer in white, Brando Giovannoni, you are fourth. You need a 5.18. Scores to come for last of white, last of green, and last of red.
Last of blue in the South Podium, Kai Odriozola, 2.5. Kai Odriozola, you are now in the lead. Last of white, Jaime Vaselko, 1.07. South Podium situation, first blue, Odriozola. Second white, Vaselko, low score, 1.07. Third, Sean Gunning in red. You require a 0.17 to go into second. Fourth, Rien Bowden Inoue, you require a 2.68 to go into second. Surfers, bear in mind that Jaime Vaselko in the white has a low score of a 1.07 though. And so Jaime Vaselko is going to go to his feet and change the situation again. Hits the lip and makes it, so now Jaime Vaselko will improve. Red and blue in the South Podium, the requirement will be higher. Jaime Vaselko has ridden another wave, so the requirement will be higher. Stand by for the situation. And Jaime Vaselko is going to go on the inside here, a very little one. So some of these inside waves are now starting to run quite quickly. Jaime Vaselko, your last scoring rider, 6.0. You are now in the lead. South Podium, Heat 1. First, Jaime Vaselko, white. Second, Kai Odriozola in blue with a low score of 2.5. Third, Sean Gunning in red. You require a 2.16. Fourth, Rien Bowden Inoue. You require a 4.67. And Odriozola's up and riding, goes to the air, and rides out. We promised this heat would be stacked, and it is.
8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in these heats, and scores to drop on the North Podium for Heat 2. We're waiting on last of green. Nickel currently sitting on a 6 and a 3.0, looking to better it. He doesn't manage it with that, so the situation remains the same. 8 minutes to go. Surfer in red, Noah Lede, you are first. Surfer in red, you are first. Surfer in green, Logan Nickel, you are in second. You need a 3.77 to move into first, as we see Surfer in blue, Ile Bokan, take to the air. Not managing to stick that one, though, so the situation will not change. He's currently in third, needs a 2.73 to move into second. And in fourth, in white, Brando Giovannoni, looking for a 5.18 to move into second.
And so here is the surfer in red, Sean Gunning using priority, second ride. And so that will change the situation. Sean looking for a 5.1. Will he get it? We'll find out in a moment. 7 minutes remaining.
So on the North Podium there, we saw on his backhand the goofy foot in blue, Ile Bokan, looking for a 2.73 to really critical turns in the lip, displacing plenty of spray. The judges are about to lock in a score. Surfer in white up and riding in fourth currently.
Stand by for the last of red in Heat 1. Before we can give the situation, we're waiting for a score for the surfer in red, Sean Gunning. Once we get that score, we'll have the situation. We're waiting for the last of red. It needs to be a 5.1 to go into second. Last of red, 5.5. Last of red, 5.5. Situation has changed. First blue, Odriozola. Second red, Sean Gunning. Third white, Jaime Vaselko. Fourth green, Reen Budananawe. Jaime Vaselko, you need a 6.18. And here is Jaime Vaselko, and he's making an application for that score.
And on the North Podium in heat number 2, a situation change. A last of blue, 6.3. Last of blue, 6.3 means surfer in blue, Ile Bokan, you are now in first. So plenty of action here on the North Podium. Situation is Ile Bokan, surfer in blue, is in first. Blue first, red, Noah Lede second. Red, you are in second. You need a 7.47 for first. Surfer in green, Logan Nickel, you are third. Green, you are third. You need a 3.77 to move into second. Surfer in white, Brando Giovannoni, you are in fourth. You require a 5.94. White, you need a 5.94. Just under 5 minutes remaining in these heats. Coming up in heats 3 and 4, in this, the round of 64, will be Thomas Debier, Ruben Vitoria, Martin Nunez, Olivia Heinz, and Connor Donegan Santos, Nestor Garcia, Orion Schema, and Noah Caps. 4.5 minutes remaining. On the North Podium in heat number 2, it's Ile Bokan in blue in first, Noah Lede in red in second, Logan Nickel in green in third, and Brando Giovannoni in white in fourth. Here we see Noah Lede on the inside, wrapping off the white water, loads of spray. And in white beyond him, Brando Giovannoni.
Situation on the South Podium, the last of white, a 4.1. Last of white, a 4.1. So blue is in the lead and red second. 4 minutes remaining. First blue, Odriozola. Second red, Gunning. First blue, Odriozola, your low score of 5.87. Second red, Gunning, low score of 5.5. Third white, Jaime Vaselko, you require a 6.18 to go into second. And fourth green, Reen Bowden Inouye, you require an 8.0 to go into second.
3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue, Ile Bokan, you are first. Blue, you are first. Surfer in red, Noah Lede, you are second. Red, you need a 6.67 for first. Surfer in green, Logan Nicol, you are third. As we see Surfer in red there, Noah Lede take to the air, not managing to ride out of that backhand air reverse. Surfer in white, Brando Giovannoni, you are fourth. You need a 7.17. Here's heat leader Ile Bokan in blue, the goofy foot wrapping back into the white water, pumping down the line, trying to generate speed, likely to take to the air here. He does. Tail high, not riding out though. 2.5 minutes remain in these heats, number 1 and 2, in the round of 64 here at the Yeti Pro on day 1 of the Boardmasters 2026. The sun is now firmly in control. It's pretty warm out there. I've shed my shirt, my shacket, as we see up and riding in fourth in white, Brando Giovannoni looking for a 7.17. That wave will not provide the scoring potential required for the Italian.
So 2 minutes remaining, and situation remains the same in the south podium. First blue, Odriozola, second red. Gunning third white for Selko, needs a 6.18. And fourth green, Bowden Inouye, needs an 8.0. Priority is with blue, the heat leader. And then second priority is with white, Jaime Vaselko. Vaselko looking for a 6.18.
Up and riding on the north podium, Brando Giovannoni in white, currently in fourth, wrapping into the white water, looking for a 7.17. This wave just dying on him there, but he's making the most of it. Tail into the roof of that one to finish and rides out. It may not be a 7.17, but he might improve his situation and lower the requirement. 1 minute remaining in this one. On the north podium in heat number 2, the situation is Surfer in blue. Ile Bokan, you are first. Blue, you are first. Here's green, Logan Nicol, currently in third. Into the lip he goes, looking for a 5.0. Out the back, Ile Bokan, heat leader. The goofy foot pumping down the line, kicks out of that one.
And we have a paddle there for Rien Bowden Inouye with 35 seconds left, and he hasn't managed to catch the wave, but he's going to get a chip in on the one behind. Rien needs an 8 here. First turn is big, would need a huge connector to the inside and doesn't get it. So Rien is going to be banking that particular result.
15 seconds left in this. A little set bobs its head up on the horizon. Will there be enough time as we look to count down this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So blue heat leader Ile Bokan on the north podium up and riding. And it looks to me like all scores are in. So official results for heat number 2, taking the heat win in blue, Ile Bokan. In second, in red, Noah Lede. In green, in third, Logan Nicol. And in fourth, in white, Brando Giovannoni.
And final results of heat 1. First blue, Kai Odriozola. Second red, Sean Gunning. Third white, Jaime Vaselko. And fourth green, Rien Bowden Inouye. Coming up in heat 3, Thomas Debier, Ruben Vittoria, Martin Nunes, and Oliver Heinz. And in heat 4, Conor Donegan dos Santos, Nestor Garcia, Orion Schema, and Noah Capps. And counting this one down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So another 2 heats and another 2 stacked ones. In heat 3 on the south podium, we've Thomas Debier, Ruben Vittoria, Martin Nunes, and Olivier Heinz. And on the north podium in heat number 4, Connor Donegan Santos, Nestor Garcia, Orion Shema, and Noah Caps. It's day 1 of the Boardmasters 2026. We're into the men's round of 64 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. Loads more surfing coming your way as we look to wind down to the round of 32 of both the men's and women's side of the draw. Up and riding on the north podium, surfer in blue, Nestor Garcia, opening his account nice and early, and beyond him in the red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, both ripping their opening waves. Donegan dos Santos displacing loads of spray at the back, and we'll get the little reform through to the inside, slashing and finishing strongly. For those of you tuning in online via the WSL website or app, it's a sunny day here at North Fisherell. We've had 4 seasons actually today, a bit of rain earlier on, plenty of wind, that Pentire puff we've described coming off that headland to the southwest, and plenty of swell this morning, and that's what we're looking to maximize today, making the most of those conditions before it starts to fade over the coming days. We've a full roster of surfing action for you, whether you're tuning in online or whether you're watching live in person here on the beach. Welcome one and all. It's a classic British beach day, and we're here for it. On the north podium in heat number 4, first of Red, a 5.67 puts him in pole position. Red, you are first. First of Blue, Nestor Garcia, a 3.0 puts you into second position. We've scores to come for last of White, Orion Shema.
On the south podium, the first of Blue, Ruben Vittoria, 5.17. First of White, Martin Nunes, 2.33. Second of White, 0.5. First of Green, Oliver Heinz, 4.0.
First of Red, 5.67 on the north podium, Connor Donegan dos Santos, 5.67. You are in first position. First of White, 4.50. Orion Shema, you are second on the north podium. Orion, you are second. First of Blue, Nestor Garcia, 3.0. You are third. Blue, Nestor, you are third. And Noah Caps, surfer in green, yet to open his account. On the north podium, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first, 5.67. You are first. Surfer in white, Orion Shema, you are second. Orion, you are second. You need a 1.18 to move to first. Surfer in blue, Nestor Garcia, you are third. Nestor, you need a 1.51 to move to second. Surfer in green, Noah Caps, who we see up and riding now. Opening his account here, into the lip he goes, bounces down and around and slashes through that final section. Up and riding beyond him, surf for looking to go was Red, but he doesn't catch it.
On the south podium, the second for the surfer in blue, Ruben Vittoria, a 1.93.
On the North podium, we are awaiting scores for Last of Red. And they are in. 14.5 minutes remaining. Red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first. Red, you are first. Green, Noah Caps, you are second. Green, you require 6.37 to move into first. White, Orion Shema, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 0.36 to move to second. Blue, Nestor Garcia, you are fourth. You need a 1.87 to move to second. Yeah.
On the south podium, the second of the surfer in red, Thomas Debier, 5.43. One more score to come for all four surfers on the south podium. All four surfers are waiting for one more score.
"13 minutes remaining on the North podium. Scores to come for Last of Blue and Last of Red. We'll wait for those to drop and then update you on the situation. North podium, heat number 4. Red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, Nestor Garcia, you are second. Blue, Nestor, you are second. You need a 5.44. Noah Caps in green, you are third. You need a 3.95. Eleven and a half minutes remaining. Surfers on the North podium, heat number 4. Red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first. Red, you are first. White, Orion Shima, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 4.91 to move to first. Green, Noah Caps, you are third. Green, you are third. You require 3.10. Blue, Nestor Garcia, you are fourth. Blue, you need a 4.11.
Situation is in for the south podium. Last of red, Thomas Debier, 5.37. Last two waves of blue, Ruben Vittoria, 3.5 and 2.8. They don't go into the top two. Martin Nunes now has a 3.83. Last two waves of Oliver Heinz, 3.27 and 0.3, don't go into the top two. So the situation is the heat leader is red, Thomas Debier. Second, blue, Ruben Vittoria. Oliver Heinz, green, you are in third. You are looking for a 5.47. And white, Martin Nunes, you are in fourth. You need a 5.71. So Thomas Debier looking to replace a 5.37, throwing down a bit of a claim on that one. He can see the telephoto lens of Laurent Mazurel pointing in his direction. Laurent waving to us there. As ever, the showman is Laurent. Biarritz's finest. Oh, he's from Bocau and Tarnos, and oh yeah, very localized.
Yeah, Laurent will be down there. Watch your tyres.
La digue, la gauche à la digue.
Watch your tyres if Laurent is about. Pneu, what's it? Pneu en français? Pneu. Nine minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Situation on the North Podium. Heat number 4. Red, Connor Donegan dos Santos is in first. Red, you are first. Orion Shema in white is second. Orion, you are second. You need a 4.91 to move to first. Noah Caps in green, you are third. Green third, you need a 3.10. And in fourth, blue, Nestor Garcia, you require 4.11 to move to second.
Just under 9 minutes remaining. Last of red, Thomas Debier, 6.67. You are further into the lead. Oliver Heinz and Martin Nunes, you're in third and fourth. Heinz, you need a 5.47. Nunes, you need a 5.71. And the other telephoto lens that you see down there is Jason Feast, Vanuatu's finest.
You see on the North Podium, Orion Shema in the white, currently in second, looking to consolidate that position as he throws tail on that closing maneuver up and riding at the back. Connor Donegan dos Santos in red, the young goofy foot, getting to work at the back. Into the lip he goes again. Plenty of spray. He's going to have another section which he slashes against and kicks out of that one. So red and white, 1 and 2 in this heat respectively, using their priority and looking to improve their situation. Up and right, blue, Nestor Garcia takes to the air, tail high, lands, and rides out. So Nestor, currently in fourth, needs a 4.11. It's going to come close, I would imagine. The judges will be locking in their scores shortly, and we may well see a situation change.
Now, it makes me feel old because I've surfed against Nestor Garcia's father back in the day. Danny Garcia, I believe. So 6.5 minutes left. The situation remains the same in the South Podium. Devier with a relatively commanding lead for now.
6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Situation update for heat number 4 on the North Podium. Surfer in red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Orion Shema, you are second. White, you are second. You need 5.37 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Nestor Garcia, you are third. Blue, you are third. You need a 5.21. Surfer in green, Noah Caps, you are fourth. You need a 5.37. Green fourth. You require 5.37.
So there's an inquiry being made here from Martin Nunes, looking for a 5.71, and he's given that one a bit of a bashing. So the judges will have something to think about.
Five minutes remaining. Surfer in blue, Nestor Garcia, you are in third position. Surfer in blue, you are third. You need a 5.21.
Surfers in the next heat, there's going to be a break, so don't paddle out yet. There's going to be a 5-minute break, so you can paddle out 2 minutes after this heat ends. We'll tell you when you can paddle out. So surfers in the next heat, you can paddle out when this heat ends. So not yet surfers in the next heat, but when this heat ends, you can then paddle out. There's going to be a 5-minute break.
Surfers on the North Peak in heat number 4, 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. All scores are now in. Situation, surfer in red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Orion Shema, you are second. White, you need a 5.37. Surfer in green, Noah Caps, you are currently third. You need a 5.37. Green, you are third. Blue, you are fourth. You require a 5.21. A score is still to come for blue.
And the last of white in the South Podium, Martin Nunes, a 4.37. And the last of green, Oliver Heinz, a 5.37. So the situation remains: first red, Debier; second blue, Vittoria. Oliver Heinz, you're now third, you require a 4.17. And Martin Nunes, you are fourth, you require a 5.17. So Thomas Debier in the red, you are in the lead. Ruben Vittoria, you are in second. Your low score is a 4.37. In third, Oliver Heinz in the green, you require a 4.17. And fourth, Martin Nunes, you require a 5.17.
On the North Podium, last of blue, a 4.43. Nestor Garcia, last of blue, a 4.43. You are in fourth. You need a 5.21. Blue, you are fourth. You need a 5.21. 2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are in first. Surfer in white, Arian Shema, you're in second. You need a 5.37. Surfer in green, Noah Caps, you are in third. You need a 5.37. And surfer in blue, you're in fourth. You need a 5.21. One minute and 40 seconds remaining. Scores to come for last of blue on the North Bank. Nestor Garcia looking for a 5.21, putting together two nice turns there. What will the judges make of it?
So last of white on the South Podium, Martin Nunes, a 1.5. Last of blue, Ruben Vittoria is about to drop. One minute remaining.
On the North Podium in heat number 4, we saw Nestor Garcia taking to the air, riding out and putting his hands in the air in celebration. Looking for that 5.21. Scores still to come in.
South Podium scores still to come for green and blue.
Just 30 seconds left in these heats and scores to come for many of the surfers across both peaks.
And we've got a rapid paddle battle here, and Thomas Devier is going to close this one out on his backhand. A big tail tweak. 10 seconds remaining. So we are going to count both heats down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're waiting for scores. Last of blue in the South Podium, Ruben Vittoria, 4.33. Last of green, South podium, 2 scores, a 5.37 and then a 4.57. Oliver Heinz is into second. Stand by for scores for white and red.
On the North podium, heat number 4, official results are in. Surfer in red, Connor Donegonda Santos takes first. Surfer in blue, Nestor Garcia takes second. Surfer in white, Orion Shema in third. And surfer in green, Noah Capps in fourth.
And on the South podium, we know that Thomas Devier will be the heat winner. But we're waiting for the last score for Martin Nunes, the surfer in white, needs a 6.1. So currently Devier, and then currently Heinz in second, Vittoria third, and Nunes fourth. But Nunes needs a 6.1 to jump into second. And we have one more score to come, and it's a 5.1. So final results there too. First red, Thomas Devier. Second green, Oliver Heinz. Third blue, Ruben Vittoria. And fourth white, Martin Nunes. Close finish to heat 3. So standing by, there's going to be a 5-minute break. Surfers in the next heat, please make sure that you are clearly to the south and clearly to the north. Very difficult for the judges in those last minutes as surfers are riding into each other. So surfers in the next heat, make sure that if you are on the south podium that you stay south. If you're on the north podium, make sure that you stay north. Look to the black Yeti flags. You must remain south and north of those flags respectively. Okay, counting heats 15 in 3, 2, 1. Okay, heats 5 and 6 are underway in heat 5. In the south podium, Markel Vizcarragonega, Leo Paul Etienne, Lenny Jensen, and Malone Viege. Heat 6 is in the north podium, and that is Justin Becret, Jacobo Trigo, Thomas Ledet, and John Rabinovic. Okay, the surfer on the south podium, Leopold Etienne, you rode a wave before the heat began, so you are in 4th priority. You are in 4th priority. Leopold Etienne, you are in 4th priority. Surfer en bleu, podium du sud, Leopold Etienne, vous êtes en 4e priorité. All surfers in the south podium, you must go further south. You are not in the podium area. Surfers in the south podium, you are not in the podium area. You must go south. Surfers in the south podium, you must go further south. South podium surfers, you must go further south. Surfers in the south podium, you are in the buffer zone. You are not in the podium area. You must go further south.
Surfers on the north podium, 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. As we see surfer in white, Thomas Ledet. Into the lip he goes, releasing that tail, managing to hold on and ride out beyond him. We saw a look from blue, but nothing ridden. So waiting for score of last of white on the north podium. It's in, and the situation, as we see, Justin Becret slamming the lip, releasing his tail, spray going extremely high. All scores in on the north podium, heat 6, situation. Surfer in red, Justin Becret, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are second. You require 6.6 to move into first. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledet, you are third. You require 3.01 to move into second, and surfer in green, John Rabinovich, you are fourth. You need a 3.28 for second.
South podium. First score for the surfer in green, Malone Vierge, 3.83. First score for the surfer in blue, Leopold Etienne, 2.93. First of red, Markel Vizcarraganega, 0.5. Second of red, 2.5.
Fourteen and a half minutes remaining. Surfers on the north podium, heat number 6, situation update. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, John Rabinovich, you are second. You require 8.33 for first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. You need a 0.16 for second. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you are fourth. You need a 3.17. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, your last wave, a 7.33. 7.33. Surfers on the north podium, heat 6. Blue, you are third. Blue, you are in third. You require 0.16 per second.
Last scoring wave for the surfer in blue, Leopold Etienne at 2.1.
North podium, green, John Rabinovich, you are second. You require an 8.33.
Stand by for the last score on the south podium of the surfer in red before we can give the situation. So, Leopold Etienne in the blue, you have a 2.93, a 2.1, and a 2.0. You are in the lead, but Markel Vizcarraganega has one more score to come.
North podium, heat number 6. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, John Rabinovich, you are second. You require an 8.33. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. You require 1.66. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you are fourth. You require 4.66. Blue, Jacobo Trigo on the North Peak. Blue, you are third. You require 1.66. Your first wave was 5.17.
South podium, last of red, Markel Vizcarraganega, 4.13. You are in the lead. First, red, Vizcarraganega. Second, green, Malone Vierge. Your last wave, a 1.8. Third, blue, Leopold Etienne. You need a 2.71. And fourth, Lenny Jensen. You need a combined total of 5.63 because you have not ridden any waves. That was your first wave. First of white on the south podium, Lenny Jensen, a 3.47. You now require a 2.17. You are in fourth, but you require a 2.17 to go into third.
Surfers on the north podium, heat number 6, 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are second. Last of blue, 5.77. You now require 6.0 to move into first. Surfer in green, John Rabinovic, you are third. Green, you are third. You need a 6.74 to move into second. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you are fourth. You need an 8.77.
South podium situation in first, red, Markel Vizcarraganaga, low score of a 2.5. Second, green, Vierge. Third, blue, Etienne, needs a 2.71. And fourth, white, Lenny Jensen, needs a 2.17. White has just ridden a wave, so we'll see. Last of blue, last of white do not change the situation. First red, Vizcarraganaga. Second green, Vierge. Third white, Jensen, you need a 2.17. Fourth blue, Etienne, you need a 2.71. So Leopold Etienne going left, looking for a 2.71. Score will come in a moment. Last of blue, Leopold Etienne, a 2.6. You still require a 2.71. You are into third, but you still require a 2.71. Lenny Jensen, you are fourth. You require a 2.17. Red, you are in the lead. Your low score is a 2.5.
Surfers on the North Bank, heat number 6, first priority red, Justin Becquet. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you have second priority. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you had third priority.
So here we see rides for Vierge and Jensen. And Jensen looking for a 2.17, may well get that. Vierge didn't make an air. And blue, Etienne, not making that turn.
Six minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Surfers on the North podium. Heat number 6, Justin Becquet in red is in first, as you see up and riding now on that right-hander, wrapping into the white water. Plenty of spray on that second maneuver. This wave goes a little bit flat through the deeper section. He'll stick with it for an end and finds it. Bounces off the foam. Score to come for last of red. Looking to improve his situation. Red, Justin Becquet is first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are second. Blue, you need a 6.0 to move into first. Surfer in green, John Rabinovic, you are third. You need a 6.74 to move into second. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you are fourth. You need an 8.77.
Another score in for Lenny Jensen in the white on the south podium. Lenny Jensen has now got a 2.6 and is into second. So the situation on the south podium. First, red, Vizcarraganaga, low score of 2.5. Second, white, Jensen, low score of 2.6. Third, green, Vierge, needs a 2.24. Fourth, blue, Etienne, needs a 3.15. Red, blue, and green have all just ridden scoring waves on that bank, so the situation will probably change again.
Just 5 minutes to go in these heats. On the North Podium, we see Surfer in blue currently in second. Jacobo Trigo up and riding, looking to replace a lower score of a 5.17. Needs a 7 to move into that pole position. We'll wait for these scores to come in before we announce the situation change, if there indeed is one.
On the South Podium, the last of green, Malone Vierge, a 3-point ride. Last of blue, Leopold Etienne, 2.87. And the last of red, Markel Vizcarraganaga, is going to change the score again. It is going to be Vizcarraganaga in the lead and Vierge in second. But I will have to wait for the last score of Vizcarraganaga before we know the requirement. Okay, Vizcarraganaga's last score in red, a 4.0. Situation on the South Podium, 3 minutes remaining. First, red, Vizcarraganaga, low score of a 4. Second, green, Malone Vierge, low score of a 3. Third, white, Jensen, you require a 3.37. Fourth, blue, Etienne, you require a 3.9.
On the North Podium, 2.5 minutes remaining. Heat number 6. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, you are first. Red, you are in first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require 7.0. Surfer in green, John Rabinovic, you are third. Green, you are third. You need 6.74 to move to second. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you are fourth. You need 8.77. White fourth. You need an 8.77.
Last of red, South Podium does not change the situation. Last of green, Malone Vierge does change the situation. Last of green, 4.67. Green, you are into first. Green, Vierge, you are first. Red, Vizcarraganaga, you are second. Third, white, Lenny Jensen, you need a 4.66. Fourth, blue, Leopold Etienne, with priority, you need a 5.2. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
Fifty seconds remaining. 50 seconds remaining. All scores are in on the North Bank. Heat number 6. Surfer in red, Justin Becquet, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are second. Blue, you're second. You need 7.0. Surfer in green, John Rabinovic, you are third. Green third. You need a 6.74 to move to second. Surfer in white, Thomas Ledey, you're fourth. White, you need an 8.77.
20 seconds remaining. Priority is with red on the south podium. 10 seconds remaining. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So on the south podium, the two surfers who needed scores to get into advancing positions, Jensen and Etienne, have just ridden waves. Jensen looking for a 4.66, Etienne for a 5.2. So we will wait and see what those scores are. As at the start of the last minute, we had a situation of blue from red, but white and...
Heat number 6 on the north podium. Official results. Surfer in red, Justin Becqueray takes the win. Red in first, Jacobo Trigo in blue in second. Surfer in green, John Rabinovich in third. And in fourth, in white, Thomas Lede.
And scores for Etienne and Jensen are now in. So Heat 5 is finished. First green, Viege. Second red, Vizcarra-Gonaga. Third white, Lenny Jensen. And fourth blue, Leopold Etienne. So we're going to count in heats 7 and 8. 7, Nicholas Paulette, Francisco Ordonas, Luke Dillon and Christian Portelli. And heat 8, Guillermo Ribeiro, Finn Gillespie, Dan Ivry and Dylan Groen. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last year's finalist Francisco Ordonas in the water here against Nicolas Paulette from Biarritz, who always goes on a bit of a tear here as well. He's usually in the latter rounds. Luke Dillon, who went through with aplomb from the round of 96, and Christian Portelli, who's also capable of a big score from time to time here.
On the North Peak, Heat 8, first of red, 1.5. First of red, 1.5, Guillaume Ribeiro. North Peak, heat number 8. First of white, Dan Ivry, 6.17. First of white, 6.17. On the North podium, second of red, Guilherme Ribeiro, 6.07. Second of red, 6.07.
And scores coming in from the South podium. First of white, Luke Dillon, a 3.83. And the other first scores so far have been low. But we have a score for Christian Portelli and Nicolas Paulette to follow.
On the North podium, heat number 8, first of green, 7.0. First of green, 7.0. First of blue, 4.5. First of blue, 4.5. Third of red, 5.10. On the North podium, second of white, 3.77. Second of white, 3.77. All scores are in. Situation update for heat number 8 on the North podium. Surfer in red, Guilherme, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Dan Ivry, you are second. White, you are second. You require 5.0. Surfer in green, Dylan Groen, you are in third. You need a 2.94. Surfer in blue, Finn Gillespie, you are fourth. You need a 5.45.
South podium update. Second of white, Luke Dillon, a 3.27. You're into the lead. Second of green, Christian Portelli, a 5.5. First scoring wave of Ordonas, a 2.73. You've also got a 0.3. And scores to come for both Portelli and Paulette. First of red, Nicolas Paulette, a 1.43. And second of red, Nicolas Paulette, is going to be a little bit more than that. Second scoring wave of green, Christian Portelli, a 4.33. Second of red, Nicolas Paulette, a 2.67. Situation, first, green, Christian Portelli, with a low score of 4.33. Second, white, Luke Dillon, low score of 3.27. Nicola Paulette in red, you are in third. You require a 4.43. Francisco Ordonez in green, in blue. Francisco Ordonez in blue, you require a 4.37. You're in fourth.
North podium, heat number 8, second of green, 2.53. The situation with 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Guilherme, you are first. Red, you are first. White, Dan Ivory, you are second. White, you need a 5.0. Green, Dylan, you are third. Green, third, you need 2.94. Blue, Finn, you are fourth. Blue, Finn Gillespie, you're fourth. You need a 5.45. Surfer in red, Guilherme, you are first. Red, you are first with a 6.07 and 5.10. 11.5 minutes remaining. Red first, white second, green third, blue fourth.
On the south podium, last of blue, Francisco Ordonez, a 1.0. Ten minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. Situation on the south peak. First, green Porteri. Second, white Dylan. Third, red Paulette. Needs a 3.71. Fourth, blue Ordonez. Needs 4.37.
Nine minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Surfers on the north podium, heat number 8. Surfer in green, Dylan Groan, you are first. Green, you are now first. Last of green. Last of green of 4.6. Green, you're first. Red, Guilherme, you are second. Red, second. You need a 5.54. Surfer in white, Dan Ivory, you are third. White, you need a 5.0. Surfer in blue, Finn Gillespie, you are fourth. You need 6.67.
So scores to come on the south podium for Portelli and Ordonez.
Meanwhile, on the north podium, heat number 8, no situation change after that last exchange. Green, Dylan, you are first. Red, Guilherme, you are second. You need a 5.54. Third, white, Dan, you are in third. You need a 5.0. Blue, fourth. Finn, you require 6.67.
Last but one of blue, Francisco Ordonez, a 4.07. and one more score to come. Francisco Ordonez needed a 3.03 on that last wave, and he may be close to getting that. Last of white, Luke Dillon, a 3.27. Last of green, Christian Portelli, does not change the situation. Last of green, a 3.1. Last of red, Nicolas Paulette, a 3.4. Stand by for the last wave of blue. Francisco Ordonez needs to be a 3.03 to change the situation. Last of blue, Francisco Ordonez needs to be 3.03 to change the situation. Last of white, Luke Dillon, 2.57, does not change the situation. It's all about the last of blue, Francisco Ordonez. Last of blue, Francisco Ordonez in the south podium, a 7-point ride. Last of blue, 7 points. Situation has changed. First, blue. Second, green, Portelli. Third, Luke Dillon. You now require a 6.0. Fourth, Nicolas Paulette with priority. You require a 6.43.
On the north podium, heat number 8, last of green, 5.17. Last of green, Dillon, 5.17. Surfer in green, Dillon, you are first. Green first, red, Guilherme, you are second. Red second, you need 6.11 to move to first. Surfer in white, Dan, you are third. White, you are third, you need a 5.0. Surfer in blue, Finn, you are fourth. Blue, you require 6.67.
Last of red, Nicolas Paulette, a 3.1. Situation on the south podium, 5 minutes remaining. First, blue, Ordonez, low score 4.07. Second, green, Portelli, low score 4.33. Third, white, Luke Dillon, you require a 6.0. Fourth, red, Nicolas Paulette, you require a 6.43. So Christian Portelli was looking to replace a 4.33 there. If he does that, the situation may change again. Ordonez and Luke Dillon have just ridden waves as well. All 4 surfers on the south podium are now waiting for scores. Situation will change.
On the north podium, heat number 8, last of blue, 4.77. Last of blue, 4.77. You now require a 6.4. Blue, you require 6.4. You are in fourth. Three minutes remaining. Surfers on the North Peak, heat number 8. Dillon in green, you are first. Green, you are first. Red, Guilherme, you are second. Red, you require 6.11. White, Dan, you are in third. Surfer in white, you are third. You require 5.0. And blue, Finn, you are fourth. Blue, you require 6.40. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remain.
Last scores on the South Peak for the surfers in green and white do not change the situation. Scores to come for blue and red. Last of blue does not change the situation, a 3.5. Last of red. Third, green, Christian Portelli, you require a 4.74. Fourth, white, Luke Dillon, you require a 6.41.
On the North Podium, heat number 8, surfer in green, Dillon, you are first. Green, you're in first. Surfer in red, Gilhelm, you are second. Red, you are second. You need a 6.11. Surfer in white, Dan, you are third. White, you need a 5.0. Surfer in blue, Finn, you are fourth. You need 6.4. Last of blue, 3.60. Does not change your situation.
So we're going to be counting these heats out. We have coming into the final 10 seconds, 10 seconds remaining. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robbo, we could be looking at buzzer beaters here.
So 3 scores to drop for surfers on the North Podium.
Last of green, Christian Portelli, 1.77. Last of white, Luke Dillon, 0.43. Last of red, Nicola Paulette, a 2.73. One more score for Ordonas. It doesn't change the situation. Final results of Heat 7. First, blue, Francisco Ordonas. Second, red, Nicola Paulette. Third, green, Christian Portelli. Fourth, white, Luke Dillon.
And on the North Podium, heat number 8, official results, taking the heat win in green, Dylan Groen. In red, in second, Guilherme Ribeiro. In third, in white, Dan Ivry. And in fourth, in blue, Finn Gillespie.
Okay, counting in heats 9 and 10 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in heat 9, we've got Challenger Series surfer Ido Hajjaj, Malachi Hagley from Great Britain in the blue, Eduardo Papa of Italy in the white, and Russell Winter in the green. Papa and Winter already having surfed today. And in heat 10, in the red, Uri Ozil for Argentina, Luis Diaz of the Canaries in blue, Kepa Huset Esponda for France in the white, and Ishka Trez in the green for Great Britain.
In heat number 10 on the North Podium, first of red, Uri Uziel, 2.17. First of red, 2.17.
On the South Podium, first of red, Ido Hajjaj, 2.83. First of green, Russell Winter, 1.5.
North Podium, heat number 10, first of blue, Luis Diaz, 1.33. First of blue, 1.33.
South Podium, second of red, Ido Hajjaj, 1.57. First of blue, Malachi Hagley, 1.93. First of white, Eduardo Papa, 2.57.
On the North Podium, heat number 10, the first wave of white, 5.67. 5.67, first of white. First of green, 0.37.
So second wave of the surfer in green, Russell Winter, a 3.33.
Surfers on the North Podium, heat number 10, situation update. Last of white, 1.77. Surfer in white, Kepa Huset Esponda, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Uri Uziel, you are second. Red, you are second. You require 3.85 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Luis Diaz, you are third. Blue, you are third. You need a 4.44 for second. And surfer in green, Ishka Tres, you are fourth. You need a 5.40.
Last of Ido Hajjaj, 0.93 on the South Podium, but before that, a 2.6. So the situation on the South Podium, first red, Hajjaj. Second, green, Winter. Third, white, Eduardo Papa, you require a 2.27. And fourth, blue, Malachi Hagley, with priority, you need a 2.93. So we have in this heat 9 here, a current Challenger Series surfer and a former WCT surfer in Russell Winter and a former event winner. And then this is Malachi Hagley. So Malachi Hagley, who earlier this season got one of the waves of the winter at Mullock Moor, a huge toe-in wave. He's up and riding. So the situation for the South Podium: first red, Hajjaj; second green, Winter; third white, Papa, requires a 2.27, and fourth, Hagley in blue, needs a 2.9. Last of blue, a 2.57. Blue is into third. Right. Priority is with white, second priority red, third priority green, and fourth priority with blue. So one more small score to go there for Malachi Hagley. And a ride to go into the books for Ido Hajjaj as well. So we're just coming down to the 10-minute mark, and there are scores now to drop on the South Podium for red, Hajjaj; green, Winter; and blue, Hagley. Last of blue, Malachi Hagley, at 2.03. But we have a score still to come for the surfer in green, Russell Winter, and the surfer in red, Ido Hajjaj, who actually has 2 scores to drop. This is Eduardo Papa in the white. And Malachi Hagley as well, throwing a bit of spray.
On the North Podium in Heat 10, saw a great effort then from surfer in greenish Catrez, pulling in, but not managing to find the exit, so that goes down, unfortunately.
South Podium, the last of the surfer in green, Russell Winter, at 2.67. So green is temporarily into the lead. The last of red, 2.5 and a 0.43, so it doesn't go into the top 2. We're now waiting for scores in the South Podium for the last of blue, Hagley, and the last of white, Papa.
On the North Podium in Heat 10, the situation with 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Kepa, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Uri, you are second. Red, second. You require 5.15 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Louis, you are in third. Blue, you're third. You need a 5.80 to move to second. And surfer in green, Ishka, you are fourth. You need a 7.46.
Situation change on the south podium. Last of blue, Malachi Hagley, a 4.43. Last of white, Eduardo Papa, a 4.67. Those two surfers are now into second and first. Situation, first white, Eduardo Papa. Second blue, Malachi Hagley. Third, green, Russell Winter. You require a 3.68. Fourth, red, Ido Hajjaj. You require a 4.18. So Russell, you need a 3.68, and Ido, you need a 4.18. Both Eduardo Papa and Malachi Hagley have a low score of a 2.57 to replace.
On the north podium, we see the surfer in second currently, Uri Uziel, up and riding on his forehand, working that wave right the way through to the shore, looking to replace a 3.6, hopefully with a 5.15. Don't know if he'll have done it with that one. We'll leave it to the judges who are looking to lock in their score. Also score to come for last of green. Last of red on the north podium comes in at a 3.9, so the situation does not change. Last of green coming in at a 1.1 at a 2.07. Again, the situation does not change.
6 minutes remaining. One score to come from Eduardo Papa, the heat leader. Situation is first white, second blue. Russell Winter on the south podium in green, you're in third, you require a 3.68. And Ido Hajjaj in red, you are in fourth, you need a 4.18. First is white, Eduardo Papa, second blue, Malachi Hagley.
North podium, heat 10, last of green, 1.90. Last of green, 1.90. North podium, last of blue, 4.07. Last of blue, 4.07. All scores are in. Situation update with 5 minutes remaining. Surfer in white, Caper, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Uri, you are second. Red, you are second. You need 5.15 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Louis Diaz, you are third. Blue, third. You need 4.87 for second. Surfer in green, Ishka, you are fourth. You need a 6.86.
Last scores in on the south podium. Last of white, Eduardo Papa, a 3.57. You have improved your lead. Last of green, Russell Winter, a 2.43. Russell, you still require a 3.68. Situation first, white, Papa. Second, blue, Hagley. Third, green, Winter, you require 3.68. Fourth, red, Hajjaj, you require 4.18.
On the north podium, we saw a wave for surfer in red, Uri Uziel of Argentina, currently sitting in second, looking for a 5.15. Worked that wave all the way through to the shore, and his body language suggested he'd liked what he had done. Let's wait for the judges to pop their scores in. And it comes in at a 4.37, so it does not change his situation. Still in second, still looking for that 5.15. 3 minutes remaining on the north podium in heat number 10. It's surfer in white, Caper, you are first. White, you are first. Red, Uri, you are second. You need a 5.15 to move into first. Surfer in third. Blue, Louis, You require 5.33 to move into second. And surfer in fourth in green Ishka, you need a 7.33 to move into second.
So we've got a score to drop on the south podium for Ido Hajjaj. He's looking for a 4.18. And this is Malachi Hagley, currently holding on to second, looking to try and improve on a 2.57. Which would then change the requirement for Ido Hajjaj. So we're coming down to 2 minutes remaining. Very important scores for both the surfers in red and blue there.
Surfers paddling out in the next heats, please make sure you stay well clear of the surfers currently competing. Keep to the side, stay wide as you paddle out. On the north podium, heat number 10, last of white, 3.07. It will not feature in your top two.
Last of red, 4.3 on the south podium. Ido Hajjaj into second. Malachi Hagley needed a 2.7 on that last wave. Did he get it? We will find out in a moment. So Malachi Hagley, you need a 2.7, although you have another score to come. Ido Hajjaj up into second. Will he stay there? Eduardo Papa remains in the lead. 1 minute remaining. This will also affect the score that Russell Winter needs. Winter, the requirement is now 3.81 minimum. But when we get the last score of Malachi Hagley, we will know the situation. So we're standing by for the last of blue. Was it a 2.7? It would require a 2.7 to go back into second. Hagley has already ridden the wave. .25 seconds remaining. Very, very close, this last wave of Malachi Hagley. Russell Winter is going to require a 3.8. And last of Hagley, 2.5. So Papa stays in the lead. Hajjaj is into second. And we're going to be counting the heat down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And official results on the North Bank, heat number 10. None of those waves counting as they were all caught after the hooter. So the results are in. Surfer in white, Kepa Huset Esponda takes the heat win. In second, in red, Uri Uziel. In third, in blue, Louis Diaz. And in fourth, in green, Ishka Trez.
And final results of heat 9. First white, Eduardo Papa. Second red, Ido Hajjaj. Third blue, Malachi Hagley. Fourth green, Russell Winter. And coming up, heat 11 on the South Bank will be Hans Odriozola, Stanley Norman, Pierre Lamotte, and Garage McDade. And on the North podium, one of last year's finalists, Andy Crier, João Mendonça, Maël Laborde, and Alex Ashen.
And stand by for countdown into the next heat. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so we are in to heats 11 and 12 of the men's round of 64 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 men's event. It's day one of the Boardmasters. In heat 11 on the south podium, Hans Odriozola, Stanley Norman, Pierre Lamotte, Garage McDade. And on the north podium in heat 12, Andy Crier, João Mendonça, Maël Laborde, and Alex Ashen. Another 2 stacked heats for your delectation.
Delectation is the word. Hans Odriozola, current European #1 after winning the Lacanau Pro. Stanley Norman, crowd favourite. I think that would be safe to say. Pierre Lamotte and Gerrit McDade, the European. Would we call it the European Eurosurf champ? In the Heat 12, Andy Crier, former event winner and last year's finalist, and João Mendonça, Maël Laborde, and Alex Ashen, who stood out in the early round. South podium, first of the surfer in green, Gerrit McDade, a 3.67. First of the surfer in white, Pierre Lamotte, a 1.5.
On the north podium, heat number 12. First of white, Maël Laborde, 7.83. First of white, 7.83. First of red, Andy Crier, 5.33. First of red, Andy, 5.33. First of blue, João.
And the second for the surfer in red, Hans Odriozola, a 2.47. Situation first red, Odriozola. Second green, McDade. Third blue, Stanley Norman looking for a 1.63. And fourth white, Lamotte looking for a 4.5. Lamotte is up and riding. The hour, if not the day, coming through. But I think everybody's out of place.
.13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Situation update for surfers on the north podium, heat number 12. In first position, surfer in white, Maël, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Andy, you are second. Andy, you require 6.01 to move into first. Surfer in green, Alex, you are third. Alex, you are third. You require 3.84. And surfer in blue, João, you are fourth. You require 5.5.
So we will have another score for Hans Odriozola. Just a short one out back, but a couple of explosive turns, so might go in above the 2.47 that he got for his second ride. Norman and Lamotte opting to wait. Last of white, Pierre Lamotte, a 4.33. You're in third. So Pierre, you now need a 1.67, but there is another score to come for the surfer in red, which will change the situation. And the last of the surfer in red on the South Peak, Hans Odriozola of 4.4. Situation on the South Peak. First, red, Odriozola. Second, green, McDade, looking to replace at 2.33. Third, white, Lamotte. You are looking now, Pierre, for a 1.67. And fourth, Stanley Norman with priority. You require a 1.63. And here is Stanley Norman. I think he's beyond the 1.63 mark already on that wave. And out. So we're going to see another situation change in a moment when that score comes in for Stanley.
On the North podium, last of red, 4.1. Last of red, 4.1. The situation remains that surfer in white, you are first. Male, you are first. Surfer in red, Andy, you're second. You require 6.01. Surfer in blue, Zhao, you are now third. Blue, you are third. You need a 5.66 to move into second. And surfer in green, Alex, you are fourth. You need 5.93.
And on the South Bank, the last of blue, Stanley Norman, a 3.5. You are into second, Stanley. First, red, Odriozola. Second, blue, Norman. Third, green, McDade. You require a 4.21. And fourth, white, Lamotte. With priority, you require a 3.55. So, there are plenty of waves being ridden in both heats at the moment. A quiet moment for heat 11. All four surfers out back with the situation known. Not so in heat 12, where waves are being ridden and scores and situations are changing. And there's a score for Andy Crier, Rob.
Last of red, 4.73. Last of red, 4.73. Situation, however, remains the same. Still in second, still looking for that 6.01. Scores still to come for last of blue. On the North podium, heat 12, last of blue, 5.5. Last of blue, Zhao, 5.5. No situation change, 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the North Peak. Surfer in white, male, you are first. White, you are first. Red, Andy, you are second. Andy, you require 6.01. Blue, Zhao, you are third. Surfer in blue, you are third. You require 4.56. Last of blue, 5.5. Surfer in green, you are fourth. Alex, you're fourth. You require a 6.56.
And on the South podium, we've got scores to come now for Odriozola and for Lamotte. Pierre Lamotte racked up a series of turns on a right-hander and carries a low score of 1.5. Needs a 3.55 to go into second. That is a possibility here. Last of blue, 2.87. Last of red, 0.57. No changes to the situation. Stand by for the last of white, which may change the situation on the South Peak. So on the South Peak, the last of Odriozola and Norman. Don't change the situation. Pierre Lamotte is going to change the situation. Pierre Lamotte is into the lead. A 6.17 for the last of white, Pierre Lamotte. And that might change again because Odriozola is riding frontside reverse. So Zola would have needed 6.11 to take the lead back. Norman would have needed a 4.37, but that may be higher.
On the North Podium, Heat 12, last of white, 3.63. Last of white, 3.63. You improve your situation slightly. That means surfer in white male, you are in first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Andy. Red requires 6.14 to move into surfer in blue, Zhao. You are third. Blue, you are third. You require 4.56. Surfer in green, Alex, you are fourth. You require 6.56. Red, you are third. You require 5.08. Last of red is 3.97. You require 5.08. Surfer in green, Alex, you are fourth. Green, you require 6.90 as we see surfer in blue, João Mendonça, wrapping back into the white water, hoping this wave offers him some more scoring potential on the inside. It doesn't. He will kick out. Looking to replace a 4.90.
South Podium, last of red, Hans Odriozola, an 8.0, an 8-point ride for the last of red, Hans Odriozola. Situation, Stanley Norman in third, you now require a 6.11. Gerrit McDade in fourth, you now require a 6.83. First red, second white, third blue, and fourth green. Surfers in the next heat, there's going to be a 5-minute break. Could you please wait until the end of this heat to paddle out? Surfers in the water, there is a 5-minute break. If you could wait to paddle out when this heat ends. Surfers in the next heat, please wait on the beach. You can paddle out when this heat ends. There is going to be a 5-minute break to reset the computers. Thank you. So on the South Peak, a wave coming through. Surfers looking for scores, Norman and McDade.
2 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Situation update on the North Peak. Heat number 12, last of red, 6.10. Last of red, 6.10. So a situation change. Surfer in white male, you are in first position. White, you are first. Red, Andy, you are now second. Red, you are second. You require 5.37 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Zhao, you are third. Blue, you are third. You require 5.91 to move into second. Surfer in green, Alex, you are fourth. Green, you are fourth. You need a 7.93 to move into second. 1.5 minutes remaining.
So we're coming into 1 minute remaining. Two, one. So we will be awaiting the last of the surfer in green, Garage McDade. Last of green, Garage McDade, 4.4. Final results of Heat 11. First red, Odriozola. Second white, Lamotte. Third blue, Norman. And fourth green, McDade.
On the North Podium, heat number 12, official results. Surfer in white, Male Laborde takes the first place position. In red, in second, Andy Creer. In third, in blue, João Mendonça. And in fourth, in green, Alex Ashen. And we are soon to be underway once more as we look to count in the next two heats. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in the water, we have the men's round of 64, heats 13 and 14, featuring Maxime Huchenot, Enzo Cavallini, Jean Coquin, Jan Bian, and in heat 14, Saint-Peter, Dylan Donegan, Dos Santos, Joaquim Chavez, and Matteo Calatri. As the tide continues its ebb out, we are seeing plenty of action on the North Peak. A huge turn, meanwhile, on the South Peak. Looks to be the surfer in red, Maxime Huchenot, from the southwest of France, putting it on rail. Saw him walking down this morning with his father. Many boards under his arm, came prepared, and my goodness, he maximized all the scoring potential on that wave, ripping it to shreds. So two really stacked heats here. Looks to me like we've got somewhere in the region of 6 scores to drop across both heats. So our judges having their work cut out. Just over 18 minutes left on the clock. And scores starting to drop in. On the south podium in heat number 13, first of blue, Enzo Cavallini, 4.50. First of blue, Cavallini, 4.50. Just 2.5 minutes into these heats, and already all 8 surfers have scores to drop. For that first of red on the south podium, those 2 huge wrapping cutbacks from Maxime Huchenot. He is rewarded with a 6.67, first of red on the south podium, 6.67. On the North Peak in heat 14, first of white, Joaquim Chavez, 4.17. First of white, 4.17. First of red, Saint-Peter, 0.5. First of red, 0.5.
So on the south podium, the first of Jean Coquin, 3.67 in the white, and the first of Jean Bain in the green, 4.83.
On the North podium, heat number 14, first of blue, 4.57. First of blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, 4.57. Second of blue, 3.77. Second of blue, 3.77. Second of red, Saint-Peter, 2.33. Second of red, 2.33. And third of red, 1.07. Scores still to drop for green. When they land, we will update the situation. Loads of waves ridden in the first 5 minutes.
South podium update for the second in blue. Second surfer for the surfer in blue, Enzo Cavallini, a 3.8. Second of the surfer in white, Jean Cocagne, 0.5.
On the North podium, heat 14. Situation update, last of green, 5.07. 5.07, that means a situation change. Surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are now first. Green, you are first. Blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require 3.84. Surfer in white, Joaquim Chavez, you are in third. You require 4.18. Surfer in red, Saint-Peter, you are fourth. You require 6.01. We have a score still to come for red, however.
Second wave, scoring wave, and the south podium for the surfer in white, Jean Cocagne, 1.9. Situation south podium, first blue, Cavallini, second red, Husciano. Third, white, Cocagne. And fourth, Jean Bain. But the surfer in red in second, Maxime Husciano, has ridden only one wave of a 6.67.
On the North Bank, heat 14, surfer in white, Joaquim Chavez. Your first score, 4.17. You are currently in fourth, 4.17. You require 4.18 to move second. North Bank, last of red, 4.47. Last of red, 4.47. All scores are in for the North Bank. Heat number 14, situation. Surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are first. Green, you are first. Blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are second. Blue, you require 3.84 to move into first. Red, Saint-Peter, you are third. Red, you are third. You require 3.88 to move into second. White, Joaquim Chavez, you are fourth. White, you are fourth. You require 4.18. North podium, heat 14, situation change, last of white, 5.07, last of white, 5.07. Surfer in white, Joaquim, you are now first. White, you are first. Surfer in green, Matteo, you are second. Green, you're second. You require a 4.17 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are third. Blue, you are third. You require 3.84. Red, Saint-Peter, you are fourth. Red, you're fourth. You require 3.94.
Last for the surfer in white, Jean Cocagne, 1.53 doesn't go into your top two. This is on the south podium. Last for the surfer in green, Jan Bain, a 2.0. Jan Bain, you are into second, but there is a score to come for Maxime Houchenot, who I would imagine will go back into second. In fact, Maxime Houchenot, your last wave, 3.43. Maxime Houchenot is now in the lead. Situation, 10 minutes remaining. South podium, heat 13. First place, red, Maxime Houchenot. Second place, blue, Enzo Cavallini. Third place, green, Jan Bain. You require a 3.47. Fourth place, white, Jean Cocagne. You need a 4.63.
On the north podium, heat 14, last of red, 3.6. Last of red, 3.6. 8.5 minutes remaining. The situation on the north podium. Surfer in white, Joaquim Chavez, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are second. Green, second. You require 4.17 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are third. You require 3.84 to move into second. Surfer in red, Saint-Peter, you are fourth. Red, you are fourth and require 3.94. Just under 8 minutes remaining. We've had a spot of rain in the last 10 minutes or so. But the surf continues to produce contestable conditions. On the north podium, surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are second. Green, you are second with a 5.07 and 3.33. You need 4.17 to move into first. 7.5 minutes remaining.
In the south podium, all four surfers are waiting for scores. Last of red, Maxime Houchenot, a 1.0, and before that a 3.47. Maxime Houchenot, low score of a 3.47. We are waiting for scores for Cavallini, Bain, and Cocagne. Last of blue, Enzo Cavallini, 4.7. Stand by for the situation once we get the last of green and the last of white. Last of white, Jean Cocagne, 4.2. And last of green, Jan Bain, 2.6. Situation, south podium. First red, Maxime Houchenot. Second blue, Enzo Cavallini. Third white, Jean Cocagne. Jean, you require a 5.0. Fourth green, Jan Bain. Jan, you require a 4.37. And here is Jan Bain. And Jan Bain has heard the requirement, is trying his best towards it there. 4.37, distinctly possible.
On the north podium, heat 14, situation change, last of red, Saint-Peter, 5.67. Last of red, 5.67. So, surfer in red, Saint-Peter, you are in first position. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Joaquim Chavez, you are second. White, you are second. You require 5.08. Surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are third. Green, you're third. You require 4.17. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are fourth. Blue, you require 4.68.
Last of green, Jan Bain, a 3.8. Jan Bain, your last score, a 3.8. You are in third. You need a 4.37. First, red, Husano. Second, blue, Cavallini. Third, green, Bain. You need a 4.37. Fourth, white, Cocagne. You need a 5.0. 4 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
North podium, heat 14, situation change. Last of blue, 5.43. Last of blue, 5.43. On the north podium, scores to come for last of red, last of white, last of green. Once those scores are in, we will update you on the situation. 3 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, you have 3 minutes remaining. Surfers in the water, north podium, heat 14. Situation update, surfer in red, Saint-Peter, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require 5.08 to move to first. Surfer in white, Joaquim Chavez, you are third. White, you are third. You need 4.94 to move into second. Surfer in green, Matteo Calatri, you are fourth. You require 4.94 to move into second. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining.
With 1 minute remaining, the heat leader in heat 13 on the south podium, Maxime Husano, has ridden a wave. He was looking to improve on a 3.47 to better the situation for himself. We'll find out if that's happened.
Surfers on the north podium. Last of red, 6.5. Last of red, Saint-Peter, 6.5. Just counting down to the last 10 seconds. And we'll close these heats out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So a wave ridden by Jean Coquin at the end. Needed to be a 5. We'll find out in a minute. Last of red, Maxime Houssaneau, a 5.2. So Maxime Houssaneau will advance. Waiting now for the last of Jean Coquin. Was it a 5.0?
Whilst we wait for that, official results from the North Podium, Heat 14. Surfer in red, Saint-Peter takes first. In blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos in second. In third, in white, Joaquim Chavez. And in fourth, in green, Matteo Calacci.
And coming in the last of white, Jean Coquin, needs to be a 5.0. It's a 3.97. So Heat 13 finishes. First red, Maxime Houssaneau. Second blue, Enzo Cavallini. Third green, Jan Bain. And fourth blue, Jean Coquin. We're going to stand by to count in heats 15 and 16, which will complete this round of 64. And we talked about stacked. We've now got two-time event champion Lucas Skinner in the water in heat 15 on the south podium against the Olympian Tim Elter, with local boy Tom Good, and then Luan Noguez from Gironde in France. Also does very well here usually, Luan. And in heat 16, we've got Iago Dominguez. We'll count that in first. We'll finish the names now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we've got Iago Dominguez, who also does very well here. Alfonso Suarez from Spain. Kalani da Silva, who impressed this morning. And in the green in heat 16, former event runner-up, Patrick Langdon Dark. And surfers are up and riding already in the south podium, heat 15. Lucas Skinner and Tim Elter, the defending event champion and the German Olympian, have both started their accounts. Elter with a pair of 7s to come through this morning. Will he continue in that vein? And what will Skinner bring to his first heat of the event? South podium, first score for the surfer in white, Tim Elter, 3.33. First score for the surfer in green, Tom Good, is going to be a throwaway. And first score for the surfer in red, Lucas Skinner. We're just waiting for one more judge. That will be the highest wave of the heat so far. So it will be Skinner from Elter from the first two waves. We've also got the first score for the surfer in blue, Luan Noguez, 2.83 on the south podium. So first of blue, Luan Noguez, 2.83. First of red, Lucas Skinner, 4.83. First of green, Tom Good, 1.03.
And on the north podium, heat 16. First of blue, Alfonso Suarez, 6.67. First of blue, 6.67. First of red, Iago Dominguez, 6.83. First of red, 6.83. First of white, Kalani da Silva, 0.5. And first of green, Patrick Langdon Dark, 1.5.
And like that, another wave for Lucas Skinner in the red, an 8.0. Second wave of blue, Luan Noguez, 2.67. Second wave of white, Tim Elter, 0.5.
On the North Podium, Heat 16, surfer in white, Kalani da Silva has first priority. White, first priority. Blue, Alfonso Suarez, second priority. Surfer in blue, Alfonso Suarez, your first wave, a 6.67. First of blue, 6.67. Second of blue, 0.57. Blue, you are in second position. You require 2.84 to move into first. 16 minutes remaining. Second of red, Iago Dominguez, 2.67. Surfers in Heat 16, North Podium. Red, Iago, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, Alfonso, you are second. Blue, second. You require 2.84 to move into first. Green, Patrick, you are third. Green, you're third. You require 4.98 to move into second. Surfer in white, Kalani, you are fourth. You require 6.74. 15 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Blue, Alfonso Suarez, you are in second position. Your high score, 6.67. Your first wave, 6.67. Second wave, 0.57. You are in second position. You require 2.84. 14 minutes and 50 seconds remain.
Third wave of red, Lucas Skinner, doesn't change the situation, 1.93. Second wave of green, Tom Good, 2.93. Situation. We have Luan Noguez riding a wave, so after that we'll give you the situation. Last of blue, Luan Noguez, 3.4. Situation. South Podium, first red, Lucas Skinner. Second, green, Luan Noguez. Second, blue, Luan Noguez. Third, green, Tom Good. Tom, you require a 3.31. Fourth, white, Tim Elter. Tim, you require a 2.91. So first, South Podium is first red, second blue, third green, and fourth white. Tom Good, you require a 3.31. Tim Elter, you require a 2.91.
Surfers on the North Podium, Heat 16, situation update, last of blue, 4.0. Last of blue, 4.0. Blue, Alfonso, you are first. Blue, you are first. Surfer in red, Iago, you are second. Red, second. You require 3.84. Patrick in green, you are third. Green, you require 6.51. White, Kalani, you are in fourth. You require 9.0. 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Scores still to come on the North Podium for last of white. As soon as that score drops in, we will give you the updated situation. And it is in. Last of white, 3.7. Last of white, 3.7. Last of red, 3.7 also. That means surfer in blue, Alfonso Suarez, you are in first. Blue, you are first. Red, Iago, you are second. Iago in red, you are second. You require 3.84. Patrick, green, you are in third. Green, you're third. You require 7.03. Kalani in white, you are in fourth. You require 6.84.
South Podium, 10 minutes remaining. Last of blue, Luan Noguez, 1.0. Last of white, Tim Elter is going to change the situation. Tim requires a 2.91. It is going to get it. Last of white, Tim Elter, 4.07. You are into second. Situation, first red, Lucas Skinner. Second white, Tim Elter. Third blue, Luan Noguez. You need a 4.01, Luan. Fourth green, Tom Good. You require a 4.47. So, pour surfer en bleu, Luan Noguez, vous êtes en troisième maintenant. Vous avez besoin d'un vague à 4.01.
Surfers in heat 16 on the North Podium. Situation update. Last of red, 4.6. Last of red, Iago, 4.6. That means red, Iago, you are now first. Surfer in red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Alfonso, you're now in second. You require 4.77 to move into first. Blue, you are second. Green, Patrick, you're third. Green, you're third. You require 7.17 to advance. Surfer in white, Kalani, you are fourth. You require 6.97 to advance. North Podium, heat 16, surfer in red. Last of red, 5.63. Last of red, 5.63.
So there's now a score to come on the South Podium. 6 minutes remaining. A score to come for Luan Noguez. Needs to be a 4.01 to change the situation. Will it be a 4.01? If so, the situation will change. Stand by for that score.
Five and a half minutes remaining. Surfers in Heat 16 on the North Podium. The situation is surfer in red, Iago, you are first. Red, you are first. Blue, Alfonso, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require 5.80. Surfer in green, Patrick, you are third. Green, you're third. You require 7.17. Surfer in white, Kalani, you're in fourth. You require 6.97.
Last of blue, Luan Noguez looking for a 4.01, gets a 4.13. Noguez into second. 5 minutes remaining. Situation in the red, in the lead, Lucas Skinner. Second, Luan Noguez. Third, Tim Elter. In white, you are looking for a 3.47. And fourth, Tom Good. You are looking for a 4.6 in the green. And the last of red, Lucas Skinner, a 9-point ride. Lucas Skinner now has a heat total of 17 points. This means, Rob, that Lucas Skinner has opened his travel agency. He is selling 3 tickets in this heat to
Comboland. And a situation update also for Heat 16 on the North Podium. Last of white, 3.73. Last of white, 3.73. That means that Kalani da Silva, the surfer in white, moves up into third position. So it's red, Iago in first position. Blue, Alfonso in second position, looking for a 5.8 to move into first. White, Kalani in third, looking for a 6.94. And Patrick in green in fourth, looking for a 7.17 to progress.
Last of Tom Good in green, 2.47. So the situation is as you were. First red, Skinner. Second, blue, Noguez. Third, white, Elter. Fourth, green, Good. Tim Elter, you are looking for a 3.47. Tom Good, you are looking for a 4.6. All 3 surfers are combination situation required if they wanted to go to first.
Surfers paddling out for the first 2 heats of the women's side of the draw. Please do not go too close to the competitors in this heat so to avoid confusion. With that tide dropping out, it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep an eye on everybody. So to avoid that, please make sure you steer well clear.
Two minutes remaining. So we are going to have rides from all surfers in Heat 15 in the closing moments. Tom Good has ridden a wave. Tim Elter has ridden a wave. Good looking for a 4.6. Elter looking for a 3.47. Lucas Skinner's also ridden another wave. We come down to the final minute. Did Good or Elter get the scores they were looking for? Tim Elter looking for a 3.47. Stand by for a possible situation change. Luan Noguez, you might be looking for a score.
So on the north podium there, we saw surfer in blue Alfonso Suarez exercise his priority to keep the surfer in third position. In white, Clyde silver from that wave.
Last of white, Tim Elter, 3.83. Luan Noguez, you now need a 3.77. So Elter pops into second. Noguez has now ridden a wave. That needs to be a 3.77. We'll await news of that. And we've got 10 seconds, so we're going to be counting these heats out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This wave will probably count for Elter. Unlikely to go into the top 2. So that is now all about whether Luan Noguez got the 3.77 to take second place back. Tim Elter. And the last of Luan Noguez, a 4.73 back up into second. Final results of Heat 15. First red, Lucas Skinner, 17-point heat total. Second, blue, Luan Noguez from France. And third, Tim Elter from Germany in the white. And fourth, Tom Good in the green.
And on the North Peak, it was Iago Dominguez taking the heat win there in the red. Alfonso Suarez in the blue in second. Patrick Langdon Dark in the green coming third. And Kalani da Silva in white in fourth. We prepare to count down for this, the beginning of the women's round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the round of 48 on the ladies' side of the draw here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. We have had so much surfing so far today. Lots of exciting heats and plenty more to come your way. On the left-hand side, the southern podium in heat number 1, we've got Clemence Schoch, Fabiana Klein, Sunny Ingram, and Josie Hawk. And on the right-hand side, the northern peak, heat number 2, we've got Maria Diaz, Anouk Chenot, Coco Arthur, and Erica Maximo. If you are in the water free surfing, and I can see quite a few at the northern end of the bay, please move much further north towards Little Fistral. If you are free surfing at the northern end of Fistral, please move much further north towards Little Fistral. As that tide's dropping out, it's becoming increasingly challenging for our judges to keep an eye on the competitors. And so we ask for your courtesy, consideration, and help in this matter. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I don't doubt they will attend to the matter. Clemence Schoch did very well here last year, didn't she?
On the northern podium in heat 2, we have scores dropping in already. First of blue, Anouk, 0.77. First of blue on the northern podium, 0.77. First of green, Erica, 0.4. First of green, 0.4.
And the first of white in the south podium, Sunny Ingram, a 2.5. First of green, Josie Hawker, 0.5.
Surfers at the northern end of the bay, free surfers at the northern end of the bay, please continue to move north towards Little Fistral, away from the contest area. Thank you very much. On the northern podium, heat number 2, first of red, Maria, 3.83. First of red, 3.83. In the northern podium, heat number 2, plenty of action. Surfer in green, Erica Maximo posting a 5.67. Posting a 5.67. That means surfer in green, Erica, you are in first position. Surfer in red, Maria, you are in second position, requiring a 2.25. Surfer in white, Coco Arthur, you are in third with a 2.67. Last of white, 2.67. You look for a 1.17 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Anouk Chenot, you're in fourth, looking for a 3.07. But with scores still to come for blue and green. With 15.5 minutes remaining. Heat number 1 out in front, surfer in white, Sunny Ingram. In second in green, Josie Hawk. In third in red, Clément Schoch. And in blue, Fabiana Klein in fourth. On the southern podium in heat number 1, first of red, Clément Schoch, 1.0. First of red, 1.0. First of white, Sunny Ingram, 2.5. First of white, 2.5. First of green, 0.5. Second of green, 1.83. And scores, a score still to be posted by surfer in blue, Fabiana Klein. Thirteen minutes and 50 seconds remain. Northern Peak, heat number 2. Surfer in white, Coco Arthur, you are in third. White, you are in third. First of white, 2.67. First of white, 2.67. You require a 2.1 to move it into second. Surfer in blue, Anouk, you are in fourth. Blue, you are in fourth. You require 3.77 to advance. Surfer in red, Maria, you are in second. Red, you are second. You require 3.42. Surfer in green, Erica, you are in first with a 5.67, looking to replace a lower score of 1.57. On the southern bank, heat number 1, out in front in red, Clément Schoch. Last of red, 2.13. Clémence, 2.13. In second, in white, Sunny Ingram, you require 0.63 to move into first. Surfer in white, Sunny, you require 0.63, and you have got it. So scores dropping for Sunny Ingram. Second of white, Sunny, 2.9. Second of white, 2.9. Scores still to come for last of red and last of green and last of blue. We'll wait for those scores to drop before we update you on the situation. Okay, southern podium, heat number 1. All scores are in. The situation is surfer in red. Clémence, red, you are first. Red, you are first. Last of red, 5.0. Green, Josie, you are second. Green, you are second. Last of green, 3.57. You require 3.57 to move into first. Surfer in white, Sunny, you are third. White, you are third. You require 2.51. Blue, Fabiana, you are fourth. Blue, you require 4.97. On the northern podium in heat number 2, it's surfer in green, Erica, who is in first. Green, you are first. You still have a score to drop. Green, you're first. White, Coco, you are now second. Last of white, a 3.2. White, you are now second. You require 4.05 to move into first. Surfer in red, Maria, you are third with a score still to come. You're looking for a 2.04. And surfer in blue, Anouk Chenot, you are fourth. Anouk, you are fourth. You require 4.87. Northern Peak, heat number 2, last of red, 2.6. Last of red, 2.6. You are now in second. Scores still to come for last of green. It's in. It will not affect the situation. So, northern podium, heat number 2, Erica in green. You are first. Green, you are first. Red, Maria, you are second. Red, you are second. You require 3.52 to move into first. White, Coco, you are third. White, you are third. You require 3.24. Blue, Anouk, you are fourth. Blue, you require 5.43. 10 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. On the southern podium in heat number 1, we still have scores to drop for surfer in red, Clément Schorsch, and surfer in blue, Fabiana Klein. We'll wait for those scores to come in before we update the situation. Meanwhile, on the northern podium, we have a paddle from green. Surfer in green, Erica Maximo, heat leader, not managing to get down the face of that wave, so that won't feature in her top 2. 10 minutes remaining. If you're joining us on the beach, welcome to this day 1 of the Boardmasters 2026. In the water right now, we have the round of 48 in the Yeti Pro QS 4000 women's event. Loads of action has already taken place today and loads more still to come. We're going to run through the whole of round of 32 for both men and women. So don't go anywhere. And if you're joining us at home, well, you can hear our voices. You can't yet see anything, but you can keep track on the scores and listen to our commentary. 9.5 minutes remaining. All scores are in on the northern podium, and we do have a situation change. Last of red, Maria Diaz, 4.0. Maria, red, you are now first. Northern podium, red, you are first. Green, Erica, you are second. Green, you require 2.16 to reclaim that first position. Surfer in white, Coco, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 4.15. And blue, Anouk, you are in fourth. Blue, you're in fourth. You require 6.34.
On the south podium, last of red, Clément Schorsch, a 7-point ride. Last of blue, Fabiana Klein, 4.17 and then a 1.47. So Schorsch in a commanding lead. And then another big turnout back there. Also Clément Schorsch. So there's a score building. It's like last year all over again.
Seven and a half minutes remaining. Situation update for the northern podium. Heat number 2. Surfer in red, Maria, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in green, Erica, you are second. Green, you require 2.16. Surfer in white, Coco, you are third. You require 4.15. Blue, Anouk, you're in fourth. You require 6.34.
And on the south podium, another score for Clémence Schorsch, a 6.17. So Clémence, you are now in the lead, and Sunny Ingram in second. You would require a 9.77. So Clémence is thinking about opening that travel agency. Third, Fabiana Klein in the blue. You are looking for a 2.13, and fourth, Josie Hawk with priority in the green. You are looking for a 2.73. Rob, I can hear a discotheque next door. I think the beach bar is open.
Looks fairly crowded, Tom. North podium, heat number 2, red, Maria, you are first. Red, you are first. Green, Erica, you are second. Green, you require 2.16. White, Coco, you are third. You require 4.15. Blue, Anouk, you are fourth. You require 6.34.
And on the south podium, a situation change. Last of green, Josie Hawk, a 3.57. You are into second. First, Clemens Schorch. Second, Josie Hawk. Third, Sunny Ingram in white. You now need a 3.74. And fourth, with priority in blue, Fabiana Klein. You need a 2.97. Clémence, vous êtes en tête avec des notes de 7 points et 6.17.
Three minutes and 10 seconds remaining. No change to the status quo on the northern podium in heat number 2. It's still red, Maria Diaz in first position. Erica Maximo in green in second. In white in third, it's Coco Arthur. And in fourth, in blue, Anouk Chenot.
And on the south podium, the last of green, Josie Hawk, a 3.2. Last of white, Sunny Ingram, a 2.17. Situation is as you were. Sunny in third needs a 3.74, and Fabiana Klein in fourth needs a 2.97. And so Fabiana Klein, in fact, all surfers on the south bank have now ridden waves. 2 minutes remaining. Now this one for Fabiana Klein could change things. A 2.97 the requirement. If Klein gets it, we'll have a situation change. Schorsch with an in and out. Sunny Ingram with a low score as well. Josie Hawk, last of Josie Hawk, a 3.2 with one more to come. Rides by Hawk and Klein, which may affect the destiny of this heat. 90 seconds remaining. Fabiana Klein looking for a 2.97, provided Josie Hawk doesn't replace a 3.57.
And on the northern podium in heat number 2, scores still to come for last of green, last of white, last of blue. Will we see a situation change with just 1 minute left on the clock? The waves continue to pulse in here at North Fistral. The tide's dropped right out, meaning that those waves are feeling the bottom a little bit more. Plenty more open face available for the surfers. We're going to burn through as much of this competition today as possible, hoping to get through both the rounds of 32 in the men and women's side of the draws.
So we've got 40 seconds remaining. And the last of Fabiana Klein, a 2.83. So still a requirement for Fabiana Klein of a 2.97. But there is one more wave to come for Hawk. If that goes above 3.57, the requirement for Klein will go up. So Fabiana Klein does still need a wave. 20 seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, on the north podium in heat number 2, the situation remains that red is first, green second, blue third, white fourth. Into the last 10 seconds now. And we will count this heat out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, there are scores to drop for all surfers on the south podium, and Fabiana Klein is now looking for a 2.97 and has ridden a wave that is going to be very, very close to that score. But Josie Hawk posts a 3.57, so no change to her situation. So it's down to Fabiana Klein looking for a 2.97. One judge says yes, one judge says no. So here we have a really close finish to this heat. Hawk currently sitting in second, but one score to come for Klein. 2.97 the requirement. We have a judge over and a judge under. One to come. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a very tense situation for Fabiana Klein and Josie Hawk and anyone related to them or supporting them. We're just waiting for that last score, and it comes in looking for a 2.97. Fabiana Klein with a 2.90. So Josie Hawk holds on by 0.06. Final results. First, Clemens Schorsch. Second, Josie Hawk. Third, Fabiana Klein. And fourth, Sunny Ingram.
And on the northern peak in heat number 2, it was surfer in red, Maria Diaz taking the heat win. In second, Erica Maximo. And Anouk Chenot in third, and Coco Arthur fourth.
And counting the next heat in 3, 2, 1. In heat 3, Carla Morera de Laval, Kadra Millward, Lila Skinner, and Raya Campbell. And then in heat 4, we have Anoa Lesiaga, Carolina Marshak, Bo Howell, and Astrid Egan. North Bank, first of the surfer in white, Bo Howell, a 0.67. First of the surfer in red, Noe Lesiaga, a 6.0. First of the surfer in green, Astrid Egan, a 0.53. One wave to come on the South Bank for Raya Campbell in the green. And so that first wave of Raya Campbell pops her into the lead. It is a 4.0. That is with only one wave ridden by two of the other surfers in the heat. We have a score to drop as well for Carla Moreira de Laval. First of blue, Carolina Masak, a 1-point ride. So one more score to come from both heats for Carla Moreira de Laval in the red on the south podium in heat 3. And that is Carla Moreira de Laval, first of red, a 5.17. So one wave ridden by we are on hold. Surfers in the water, we are on hold. 13 minutes and 33 remaining in the heat. 13 minutes and 33. We went on hold at 13 minutes and 33 remaining. There's a technical issue which we're going to fix, and then we will start the heat again. So we are on hold. We are on hold. Surfers in the water, we are on hold. We will tell you the time that the heat will resume from. We are on hold. We are on hold. When the heat resumes, it will be 13:33. Can we please have the surfers in the water raise your hands to acknowledge that you are aware the heat is on hold? Can you show us that you know the heat is on hold? So please put your hands up if you can hear me, guys. Can you hear me? Thank you. Heat is on hold. We had a technical problem, and so the system is being reset. The heat is going to start again at 13:33 remaining. When the heat starts again, it is 13:33 remaining. There will be a countdown to start the heat again, and then it will be 13:33. Okay, guys, no more surfing so that we can get the heat started again, please. No more surfing. We are ready to restart. We will be restarting with the clock on 13:33. So once again, I'm going to repeat to surfers in the water. Can you please confirm that you can hear me, please, surfers? Raise your hand to show that you can hear me. So we are going to start with 13 minutes and 33 seconds left on the timer. Now, surfers in the south podium, we've had a wave ridden again. We need you guys out back so that we can start the heat. So please stop surfing. 13 minutes and 33 will be the timer. Okay, so guys, we are about to restart. There is going to be a countdown from 5, and then the heat will start again on 13 minutes and 33. We have been on hold. So please don't ride waves, South Bank. You need to hold your position. So Carla, Raya, Laila, and Kaja, you need to stop surfing because we are going to be starting the heat again. So on the South Bank, we need to make sure that you are ready. So please, can you raise your hands to show us that you can hear on the South Bank? Can we have a wave to show us you can hear, please, guys? Because we need to make sure that you know. So on the South Bank, can you hear me? South Bank, can you hear me? Please wave your arms if you can hear me on the South Bank. Carla, Raya, Laila, and Kaja, can you hear me? So can a surfer on the South Bank please wave your arms to confirm that we can hear? Can you hear us on the South Bank? Carla, Raya, Lila, or Kaja? Thank you for your patience, surfers on the North Bank. We are just trying to get the South Bank's attention so that everybody can start the heat at the same time. It will be 13 minutes and 33 seconds when we do. South Bank, can you wave if you can hear me, please? Carla, Raya, Lila, or Kaja, can you hear me? Please raise your arms if you can hear me. Okay, so surfer on the South Bank that has come to the beach, can you hear me? Can you wave if you can hear me, please? Surfers in the North Bank, can you raise your hands if you can hear us? Surfers in the North Bank, can you hear? Okay, great. So we're going to be resuming with 13 minutes and 33 seconds. We've just had to get the message to the South Bank, and then we will restart. So there is going to be a countdown from 5, and then the clock will say 13 minutes and 33 seconds. Surfers, hold your positions. We're going to give the situation and then we'll start. South podium. The situation is, first in red, Carla Morera de Laval with a score of 5.17 for one wave. Second, Raya Campbell in green with a one wave total of 4. Third, Lila Skinner with a wave of 2.07. And then in fourth, it is Kaja Millwood in blue with a 1.5. And here comes the situation for the North Bank.
And surfers on the North Podium in Heat 4. Surfer in red, Enoa Lesiaga, you are in first position with 1 wave 6.0. Surfer in white, Bo Howell, you are in second with a combination of 4.84. Surfer in green, Astrid Egan, you are in third position with a combination of 1.8. And surfer in blue, Karolina Mazak, you are in fourth with 1.0 scored.
Stand by for a countdown. Then it will be 13 minutes and 33 seconds remaining. Stand by for countdown. We're going to give the priority as well before we start. So on the South Podium, priority 1 is with Lila Skinner, first priority in white. Second priority, Kaja Millwood in blue. Third priority, Raya Campbell in green. And fourth priority, Carla Moreira de Laval in red.
And on the North Podium, Heat 4, first priority sits with surfer in red, Enoa Lesiaga. Second priority with surfer in blue, Karolina Mazak. Third priority with surfer in white, Bo Howell. And fourth priority, surfer in green, Astrid Egan.
Stand by for the restart.
So 1 minute to restart, okay? Please inform the sequence. 1 minute to restart.
We will recommence the heat in 1 minute.
Everybody ready for the countdown, guys? In 6.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so up and right in here. I think this is the surfer in the red. So we're underway again. The clock is ticking. So we've got surfers with waves to be banked in the South Bank.
Once again, the gremlins have been exercised from the system, and we're back underway with heats 3 and 4 in this, the round of 48. And the women's side of the draw, this, the Yeti Pro QS 4000 women's event. A warm welcome, whether you're joining us here in person at North Fistral or indeed online on the WSL website or app. It's a beautiful day. The sun's shining. The surf continues to pump in here at North Fistral. We are making the most of the conditions today. We think it's going to be the biggest surf that we see for the duration of the waiting period. So we are getting through as much of this contest as we possibly can.
So we've got scores for surfer in white, Lila Skinner, at 0.43. And scores to come for Raya Campbell and Kaja Millwood in the South Podium. Last of blue in the South Podium, Kaja Millwood, a 1.07. Last of green, Raya Campbell, a 5.43. The situation, there's still one more wave to come for Carla Moreira de Laval and for Raya Campbell. The last of green is going to be another solid score. A 5.23. Raya Campbell, you are in the lead. Carla Moreira de Laval, one more wave to come, is in second. And then we can give the situation for the surfers in third and fourth.
With 11 minutes remaining in this, we've got heat 4 on the north podium. The situation is surfer in red. Enoa Lesiaga is in first position. Surfer in white, Bo Howell, is in second. Looking for a 1.84 to move into first. Surfer in green, Astrid Egan, is in third, requiring a 4.84 to move into second. And in blue, Carolina Marzak in fourth, looking for a 4.84.
Last of red in the south podium, Carla Moreira de Laval, a 4.53. Situation, first, Carla Moreira de Laval in red. Second in green, Raya Campbell. Third, Kaja Millwood, looking for an 8.86. And fourth, Lila Skinner, with priority, looking for an 8.59. So we have one more wave for the surfer in blue on the south podium, Kaja Millwood, a 1.43, and another for the surfer in green, Raya Campbell, a 0.4. Last of red on the south bank, Carla Moreira de Laval, a 7.83. Carla, you are in the lead. Raya Campbell, you are in second with priority. Kaja Millwood, you are looking for an 8.86, and Lila Skinner, you are looking for an 8.59. Last of white, Lila Skinner, a 3.97. This improves your situation. You are still in third, Lila Skinner, but you now require a 6.69.
And on the north podium in heat number 4, we've just seen waves ridden for surfer in red, Enoa Lesiaga, and surfer in white, Bo Howell. Last of red, a 0.9. Last of white, a 2.6. Situation remains the same. Surfer in red, you are in first. Enoa, you are first. Surfer in white, Bo, you are in second. Surfer in green, Astrid, you're third. You require a 5.77. And surfer in blue, Carolina, you're in fourth. You're looking for a 5.77. 7.5 minutes remain in these heats. At the end of these heats, we're going to have a 5-minute break. So surfers coming up in heats 5 and 6. If you wait until these heats are completed before you paddle out, because we're going to have a short break.
Situation on the south bank, first red, second green. Surfer in white, Lila Skinner, you are in third. Your last wave was a 3.97. You now require a 6.69. Surfer in white, Lila Skinner, you require a 6.69. Surfer in blue, Kaja Millwood, you require an 8.86. So we've got a in and out wave for Carla Moreira de Laval on the south podium, and then a score to come for Raya Campbell in green, which may adjust the situation.
On the north podium in heat number 4, last of red. Last of Ainhoa Leisiaga in red, 3.33. Last of red, 3.33, as we see surfer in green, Astrid Egan. Currently in third position, up and riding there. Looking for a 5.77, won't get it with that wave. So the situation with 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining is Ainhoa Leisiaga, surfer in red, you are in first. Surfer in white, Bo Howell, you are second. You require 5.17 to move into first. Surfer in green, Astrid Egan, you're in third. You require 5.77 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Carolina Marzak, you are in fourth position, requiring a 5.77. 5 minutes remaining.
South podium, last of white, Lila Skinner, 3.53. Last of green, Raya Campbell, 4.77. Lila Skinner in third in white, you now require a 6.69. Kaja Millwood in fourth in blue, you require an 8.86.
So surfer in heat 6, Maria Butler. Please come and see Beach Marshal Tim to collect your rash vest. Surfer in white in heat 6, Maria Butler. Please come to the Beach Marshal to collect your rash vest. Your heat will be starting in about 8 minutes' time.
Surfers, there is a 5-minute break after this heat, so your paddle out starts at the end of the heat. Don't paddle out yet. Surfers on the water's edge, please wait until the end of this heat. Surfers, wait until the end of this heat, and then your paddle out can begin on the final buzzer. Last of green, Raya Campbell does not go into the top 2. Last of red, Carla Moreira de Laval, 5.47, does not go into the top 2. Last of blue, Kaja Millwood at 2.1. Situation changes slightly. You now need an 8.56. You've improved your score. One more score to come for Lila Skinner in white.
Just 2 minutes remain in these heats 3 and 4. Situation for surfers in heat number 4 on the north podium. Surfer in red, Ainhoa Leisiaga, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Bo Howell, you are second. White, you require 5.17 to move into first. Surfer in green, Astrid Egan, you are third. You require 5.77 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Carolina Marzak, you're in fourth, and you also require 5.77 to move into second.
Last of white, Lila Skinner in the south podium, a 3.8. You still require a 6.69. Lila Skinner in white, you require a 6.69. You're in third. Kaja Millwood in blue, you require an 8.56. One minute remaining. So we've got 20 seconds remaining, and then we'll be counting this heat down. And counting heats 3 and 4 down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute break. So surfers coming up in the next heats 5 and 6, may now make their way into the lineup. We are going to have a 5-minute break, like I say. And we have got results in. So surfers in heat 4 on the north podium. Official results, surfer in red, Noah Lesiaga taking the heat win. In white, Bo Howell, second position. In third, surfer in green, Astrid Egan. And in fourth, the surfer in blue, Carolina Marzak.
And the results for heat 3. In first place in red, Carla Moreira de Laval. In second place in green, Raya Campbell. In third place in white, Lila Skinner. And in fourth in blue, Kaja Millward.
When we recommence in about 5 minutes' time, we will be moving into heats 5 and 6 of this, the round of 48 in the Yeti Pro QS 4000 women's event here on day 1 of the Boardmasters 2026. Coming up in heat 5 in red will be Belle Betteridge, in blue Bethan Davis, in white Lucy Campbell, and green Melania Diaz. And in heat 6, surfer in red will be Ellen Geerlings, in blue Myrna Bolsomer, green Bella Llewellyn, with Maria Butler yet to check in. Surfers in the water, no surf. Everybody into the lineup, no surf, please. Surfers in the water, stand by for countdown. Surfers in the water, stand by for countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That single horn blast means that we are now into heats 5 and 6 in this, the round of 48 in the Yeti Pro QS 4000 women's event. Here on day one of the Boardmasters 2026, you join us at a very sunny North Fistral. The beach is full with spectators and beachgoers alike. We've litter pickers out on the beach. Big shout out to those guys keeping the beaches clean. Thank you very much for your service. The tide is just about at its lowest point, I believe. Maybe a little more to go. And we've already scores to drop for surfers in red and green on the northern peak here in heat number 6. And the scores are in. First of green, Bella Llewellyn 1.0. First of green, Bella Llewellyn 1.0. First of red, Ellen Geerlings 0.5. First of red 0.5. Just 1 minute gone in this heat. And green, Bella Llewellyn making a very quick start in this heat. Already been riding on her second wave with less than 2 minutes gone. Second scoring wave of surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn, a 2.17. Second scoring wave of Bella Llewellyn, 2.17. Second scoring wave of red, Ellen Geerlings, 0.3. Second of red, 0.3. That means with just 2 minutes gone in this heat, it's surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn out in front. Surfer in red, Ellen Geerlings in second. No scores yet posted for surfers in blue and white.
On the south podium, the first score for the surfer in red, Belle Bettridge, 3.33. First score for the surfer in white, Lucy Campbell, 4.5. First score for the surfer in green, Melania Diaz, 2.17.
On the northern podium, first of blue, Myrna Balsama, 3.17. First of blue, Myrna Balsama, 3.17. So with 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, surfer in blue, Myrna, you are in first. Blue, you are first. Green, Bella Llewellyn, you are second. Green, you require 1.01 to move into first. Surfer in red, Ellen Geerlings, you are in third. Looking for a 2.67. No show from Maria Butler, the surfer, who was supposed to be in white. So it's a 3-horse race on the northern podium.
Second of surfer in red on the south podium, Bell Betteridge, a 5.0. Second of the surfer in white, a 0.5. First of blue, Bethan Davis in heat 5, a 1-point ride. First of blue, Bethan Davis, a 1-point ride. Last waves for the surfer in red do not change the situation. One more wave for the surfer in green, and then we have a situation for heat 5 in the south podium.
Okay, in heat number 6 on the north podium, all scores are now in. The situation is surfer in blue, Myrna Balsama, you are first. Blue, you are first. Surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn, you are in second. Green, you require 2.94 to move into first. Surfer in red, Ellen Geerlings, you are in third. You require 5.0 to move into second. 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Last of the surfer in green in the south podium, Melania Diaz, a 5.07. And the last of the surfer in white, Lucy Campbell, a 1.67. Situation in the south podium, heat 5. In first, in red, Bell Betteridge. In second, Melania Diaz with priority, low score of a 2.17. In third, Lucy Campbell. Lucy, you are looking for a 2.75 to move to second. And Bethan Davis, blue, you are fourth. You are looking for a 4.42. So last two waves for the surfer in white, South Podium, Lucy Campbell, don't go into the top two. One more score to come for Melania Diaz, the surfer in second. May affect the running totals.
So all scores are in on the North Bank in heat number 6. The situation remains surfer in blue, Minna Balsama, is in first position. Surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn, is in second position, looking for a 2.94 to move into first. And surfer in red, Ellen Geerlings, is in third position, requiring 5.0 to move into that advancing second position. 6 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock in this one.
South Peak update, the last of green, Melania Diaz, a 4.4. Melania Diaz, you are now in the lead. Second place is now Belle Bettridge in red. Third place, Lucy Campbell in white, you now require a 3.84. And fourth place in blue, Bethan Davis, you require a 5.5. Okay, we've got a ride by the surfer in white, Lucy Campbell in the South Peak, and that will be an important score. She's looking for a 3.84. 5 minutes remaining. There's 5 minutes remaining. Lucy Campbell looking for a 3.84. Will she get it? Big decision for the judges to make here. The wind is coming up a little bit. It'll increase both the power and the unpredictability of the waves. And last of white, looking for a 3.84. Lucy Campbell, a 3.13. So Lucy Campbell still requires a 3.84. Lucy Campbell in white, you are still in third. You need a 3.84.
On the North Peak in heat 6, last of red, a 2.77, so her highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. However, it does not change the situation. It's still surfer in blue, Minna Balsama out in front, surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn in second position, looking for a 2.94 to move into first, and Ellen Geerlings in red in third, looking for a 3.44.
So we've got Belle Bettridge has just ridden a wave now, and she'd be looking to improve a 3.33 to get herself further out of range of Lucy Campbell. We'll wait to see if that has happened. No, so last of red, Belle Bettridge at 2.7. And we have one more wave for Melania Diaz in the green from the Canaries. Last of green in the South Bank, Melania Diaz, a 7-point ride. Melania Diaz, your last wave, a 7-point ride. Situation on the south bank, Melania Diaz in the lead. In second, Belle Bettridge. In third, Lucy Campbell. Lucy Campbell, you require a 3.84. Fourth, Bethan Davis. Bethan, you require a 5.5.
So on the North Bank in Heat 6, we have the last of red coming in at a 3.07. Last of Ellen Geerling's red, 3.07, which reduces her requirement. She now needs just a 3.14 to move into that qualifying second position. However, with just 1 minute and 55 seconds remaining in the heat, will Ellen in the red have enough time to make it back into the lineup and find that higher scoring wave?
So we're approaching the start of the final minute. And there are some sets coming through.
We're into the last 40 seconds of these heats, 5 and 6. As we ready ourselves to count down, we have a ride from heat leader Myrna Balsamer in the blue, moving left, the regular foot, smashing into the lip. Ooh, just about to ride out of that, I think. And we count down to end these heats in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in Heat 6 on the northern podium, official results, Myrna Balsamer in the blue taking the heat win, Surfer in green, Bella Llewellyn taking second, and in red in third, Ellen Geerlings.
The final results for Heat 5. In green, in first place, Melania Diaz. In second, in red, Belle Bettridge. Third, white, Lucy Campbell. And fourth, blue, Bethan Davis. And we're going to count Heat 7 and 8 in. Here we go, counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. South podium, Heat 7, red, Charlotte Mully. Blue, Leanne Boudin. White, Oshana Perez. And in green, Paola Kuta. In the North Bank, Heat 8 in the red, Lilu Rumiel, Julia Hedgemans, Tegan Blackford, and Esme Gregorius.
Okay, so in the North Peak, the North Podium in heat number 8, first scorer of red Lilo Rumiel, 5.83. First of red, a 5.83. First of white, Tegan Blackfoot, a 1.0, backed up with a 0.6. So 2.5 minutes gone. And scores for red and white.
In the South Bank, the first score for the surfer in white, Oceana Perez, a 1.0.
And on the North Peak in heat number 8, second score of red, a 6.67. Second of red, Lilo Rumiel, 6.67. That means that surfer in red, Lilo Rumiel, is sitting on a combination of 12.5. She has, Tom, offered tickets to Combo Land.
Oh, they're doing them, are they? We have had one set of tickets earlier, haven't we? Lilou Rumiel, eh? Surfing well. Second of Oceana Perez in the South Peak, a 0.8. First of Leanne Boudin, a 2.67. And the first of Charlotte Mully in the red, a 0.87.
On the North Peak in heat number 8, we now have scores in for first of blue, Julia Heyman's 3.03. First of blue, 3.03. Tegan Blackford, the surfer in white, has also updated her account with a 0.9. First of green, Esme Gregorius, 0.47. So all four surfers in heat number 8 on the North Bank now posting scores.
Second wave for the surfer in red, Charlotte Mully on the South Bank, a 5.33. So Charlotte is now into the lead. Other surfers are yet to fill their accounts.
Last of red on the North Bank, Lila Rumiel, 4.67. It will not feature in her top 2.
First score for the surfer in green, Paola Kuta, 0.43. First for the surfer, second for the surfer in blue, Leanne Boudin, 3.67. So, Leanne Boudin is now in the lead. Charlotte Mully, you are second. Your low score is a 0.87. So if you replace that, the situation will change. Oceana Perez in white in third, you're currently looking for a 5.2, and Paola Kuta in fourth, you're looking for a 5.77. Requirement is likely to rise as the surfer in second is carrying a low score of a 0.87.
And on the North Bank in Heat 8, second of blue, Julia Heymans comes in at a 1.07. So, situation update for surfers on the North Bank, Heat 8, 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Lilou Rumiel, you are first. Red, you are in first. Surfer in blue, Julia Heymans, you are in second. Blue, you are second. You require 9.47 to move into first. Surfer in white, Tegan Blackford, you are in third. White, you are third. You require 3.10 to move into second. And surfer in green, Esme Gregorius, you are fourth. Green, you are fourth. You require 3.63 to move into second.
Last for the surfer in white in the South Peak, Oshana Perez. Takes the heat total to 1.8, so Oshana, you will be looking for a score of about 5.5 points. We've got one more score to come for Leanne Boudin before we can confirm that. Paula Kuta has a second wave coming shortly. Oceana, you're in third. Paula, you're in fourth. Scores to come for blue and green, however, and now for red and white.
Okay, all scores in for surfers in Heat 8 on the northern podium. The situation is surfer in red, Lilou Rumiel is in first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Julia Heymans, you are in second. Blue, you're in second. You require 9.47 to move into first. Surfer in green, Esme Gregorius, you are in third. You require 3.1 to move into second. and surfer in white, Tegan Blackford. You are in fourth. You require 3.13 to move into second. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remaining on the clock.
In the south podium, one more score for Leanne Boudin. In the blue, a 5.27. And another score for Oceana Perez in the white, a 1.93. There's a score still to come for Charlotte Mully in red. And a score for Paula Kuta. Last of Charlotte Mully in the red, a 4.6. Situation, first red, Charlotte Mully. Second blue, Leanne Boudin. Third, Oceana Perez. Oceana, you need a 7.01. Fourth, green, Paula Kuta. And you require a 6.77 as your last wave was a 2.17. The last of the surfer in red, Charlotte Mully, a 5.43, improves the situation. You are still in the lead, Charlotte. 5.5 minutes remaining. And another score for Paula Kuta, a 2.2. Paula Kuta is up into third. 5 minutes remaining. Situation, red, first, Charlotte Mully. Blue, second, Leanne Boudin. Third, Paula Kuta. And fourth, Oceana Perez. Paula Kuta, you're looking for a 6.74. And Oceana Perez, you're looking for a 7.01. Three minutes remaining. Last of red, Charlotte Mully on the south bank of 3.83. Does not change the situation. "90 seconds.
We are into the last minute of these heats 7 and 8 in the women's round of 48 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 women's event on day one of the Boardmasters. On the North Peak in Heat 8, we scores to come in for Last of Blue, Julia Heymans, and Last of Green, Esme Gregorius. But as it stands, it's Surfer in red, Lila Rumiel out in front. Julia Heymans in the blue, currently in second, and that will remain the case. In third in green, Esme Gregorius, and in fourth in white, Tegan Blackford. Just 20 seconds remaining in this heat. Is there enough time for somebody to do something in the dying moments? We look to count down. Stand by for countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that concludes the round of 48 in the women's side of the draw. Official results for heat number 8 on the north podium. Lila Rumiel in red taking first, Julia Heymans in blue taking second, Esme Gregorius in green taking third, and Tegan Blackford in white taking fourth. Can also confirm results for heat 7 on the south podium. Charlotte Mully in red taking the heat win, Leanne Boudin in blue taking second, Paula Kuta taking third, and Oceana Perez in fourth. Moving swiftly now into the round of 32 on the men's side of the draw. Stand by for countdown. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coming up in heat number 1 in the red, Kai Odriozola in blue, Ile Bochan in white, Oliver Heinz, and in green, Nestor Garcia. And on the northern podium, heat number 2, we've got in red, Sean Gunning, in blue, Noel Ade, in white, Thomas Debier, and in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos. Now we are into the business end of things. There is no easy heat. Not that there has been already, but certainly not anymore.
Well, now there's no heat that isn't extremely difficult. First of red, Kai Odriozola a 1.1 on the South Peak. On the South Podium, the first of the surfer in blue, Eli Bochan, a 5.33.
On the northern podium in heat number 2, first of red, 7.33. First of red, Sean Gunning, 7.33. First of green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, 2.0. So a very good start for Sean Gunning in the red, setting his stall out early doors. Scores still to come for first of blue, Noah Day, and second of green, Connor Donegan dos Santos.
And we've got a frontside reverse to score for Kai Odriozola shortly, and Nestor Garcia as well to score a wave.
So plenty of action in heat number 2 on the north podium. Scores to come for second of red, scores to come for second of blue, and scores to come for second of white. And some of the scores are in. Second of red, Sean Gunning. Second of red, 4.87. Second of blue, Noah Lede. Second of blue, 4.57. And second of white, Thomas Debier, 0.77. So the situation in heat number 2 on the north podium stands as this. In first position, surfer in red, Sean Gunning. You are first. Surfer in blue, Noah Lede, you are second. You require 7.37 to move into first. Surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are third. You require 5.23 to move into second. And surfer in white, Thomas Debier, you are fourth. You require 7.63.
On the South Podium, I've got the first of green, Nestor Garcia, a 4.17. And the second of green, Nestor Garcia, a 2.17. Scores to come for Eli Bochan and Kai Odriozola before we have the situation. Scores for Kai Odriozola, a 6.67 and a 3.57, and he's up and riding again there. Scores for Eli Bokken, a 5.33 and then a small throwaway score. Oliver Heinz has a wave to come shortly. First of white, Oliver Heinz, a 2.83. Second of white, a 0.43.
13 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. The situation in Heat 2 on the North Podium. Surfer in red, Sean Gunning, you are first. In red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Noah Leday, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require 7.37 to move into first. Surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos. Green, you are third. Green, you require 5.23. And in fourth, surfer in white, Thomas Debier. White, you are fourth. You require 7.07 to move into second. 12.5 minutes remain in the heat. A little over 12 minutes remaining, and we just saw a wave ridden by surfer in white on the North Bank. Heat number 2, Thomas Debier, currently sitting in fourth, and he's a 7.07, and I would hazard a guess that he may go some way towards getting it with that last wave. 2 huge maneuvers completed with speed, style, and flow. Let's see what the judges made of it.
Warning to Oliver Heinz in white. In Heat 1, the judges cannot score what they cannot see. Oliver Heinz, you are outside the area. The judges cannot see you. Oliver Heinz, you need to move.
Meanwhile, on the North Bank in Heat number 2, plenty of scores still to drop. We had waves ridden by most of the surfers in the last few moments. Wait for last of green to drop in before I give you an update. Okay, on the North Bank, heat number 2. All scores now in. Surfer in red, Sean Gunning, is in first position with a 7.33 and a 4.87. In second, surfer in blue, Noah Leday, with a 5.87 and a 5.6. You now require a 6.34. Surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are in third. Green, you're third with a 6.2 and a 4.17. You require 5.27. And surfer in white, Thomas Debier, you are in fourth. White, you are fourth with a 6.17 and a 2.33. You require 5.3.
Another score for Kai Odriozola in Heat 1 on the South Podium, a 6.43. Takes a heat total to over 13 points. A score to come for Eli Bokken, last of blue, 6.07. Last of white, Oliver Heinz, a 5.0. Last of green, Nestor Garcia, a 4.43. The situation, 9 minutes remaining. South Podium, first place, red, Kai Odriozola. Second, blue, Eli Bokken. Third, white, Oliver Heinz. Oliver, you require a 6.4 to go to second. Nestor Garcia, you are in fourth. You require a 6.97 to go into second. Last of green, Nestor Garcia, a 5.13. You are now third. Nestor, you now require a 6.27 to go to second. Oliver Heinz, you are now fourth. You require a 6.4 to go to second. Nestor, you require a 6.27. Oliver, you require a 6.4.
Seven minutes and 20 seconds remaining in these, the heats of 1 and 2 in the round of 32 on the men's side of the draw. Scores to drop in for last of red, Sean Gunning. He took to the air. Let's see how the judges rewarded it. Also waiting on a score for last of green, Connor Donegan dos Santos.
Last of white, Oliver Heinz, a 2.5.
Five and a half minutes remaining, and on the North Beacon Heat 2, we have so much action. All four surfers in this heat with scores to drop in. We saw some exceptional surfing over on the right-hand side, the northern end of the beach. All surfers opting to go left. Some wally lefts coming through.
Last of white, Oliver Heinz in the south podium, a 4.5. Situation south with 5 minutes remaining. First, blue, Eli Bokken. You now have a 7.5 and a 6.07. Second, red, Kai Odriozola. Third, green, Nestor Garcia with priority. Nestor, you require a 7.97 to advance. Fourth, Oliver Heinz, white, you require an 8.1 to advance.
And in heat number 2 at the northern end of the beach on the north podium, all scores are now in. The situation is surfer in red, Sean Gunning, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Thomas Debier, you are second. White, you are second. You require 7.21 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Noah Lede, you are in third. Blue, you require 6.70 to move into second. Surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are in fourth. You require 6.41 to move into second. Surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are in fourth. You require 6.41 to move into second. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remain.
So the heat leader, Eli Bochan, on the south bank has just caught another wave. Big tail blast, that's what you just saw. Score to come for Nestor Garcia as well. It's going to be a small one to start with. Yeah, last of green doesn't change the situation. Nestor, you need a 7.97. Oliver, you need an 8.1. Last of blue, Eli Bochan, 5.37. Doesn't go into the top two. Situation, first, blue, Eli Bochan. Second, red, Kai Odriozola. Third, green, Nestor Garcia. Nestor, you require a 7.97. And fourth, white, Oliver Heinz. With priority, you require an 8.1.
Scores to drop on the North Bank in heat number 2 for last of white, last of green. On the North Bank in heat 2, last of white is posted as a 6.33. Last of white, 6.33. So you improve your situation very marginally with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, Sean Gunning, you are first. Red, you are first. White, Debier, you are second. White, you require 7.21 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Noah Lede, you are third. Blue, you are third. You require 6.86 to move to second. And surfer in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos, you are fourth. You need 6.56 to move into second. 50 seconds remain.
Last of red, Kai Odriozola, 4.87. Doesn't change the situation. Last of blue, Eli Bochan, 0.4. Last of white, Oliver Heinz, 3.43. Situation is the same. Heinz needs 8.1. Nestor Garcia needs 7.97. 30 seconds remaining.
As we prepare to count this heat out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, official results for heat 2 on the North podium. Surfer in red, Sean Gunning takes the heat win. Surfer in white, Thomas Debier in second. In third, in blue, Noah Lede. And in fourth, in green, Connor Donegan dos Santos.
And heat 1, first red, Odriozola, second, first blue, Bochan, second red, Odriozola, third green, Garcia, and fourth white, Heinz. So we're going to be counting in heats 3 and 4 any moment now. Heat 3, Malone Viege, Justin Becret, Nicola Paulette, and Guillermo Ribeiro. And Heat 4, Mark Elvis Caragonega, Jacobo Trigo, Francisco Ordonas, and Dylan Groen. And we're going to count those in. Surfers stand by for countdown. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So on the south podium in Heat 3, first score of white, Nicolas Paulette, 1.0. First of white, 1.0. On the north podium in Heat 4, first of red, Markel Vizcarragonega, 0.5. First of red, 0.5. On the south podium in Heat number 3, first of red, Malone Vierge, 0.5. First of red, 0.5. So after a quick start to Heats 1 and 2, Heats 3 and 4 have been a little bit slower to get underway. However, there is still plenty of contestable surf pumping its way into the bay here at North Fistral on this sunny Wednesday afternoon. The first day of the Boardmasters 2026. We are into the round of 32 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 men's event. We have got through some serious surfing today, and there's still plenty more to come your way. We're going to see out the round of 32 on the men's side of the draw before we jump back into the round of 32 on the women's side of the draw before concluding for the evening. And we're expecting an early start tomorrow to make the most of the swell whilst it's still here. Unfortunately, a slightly challenging forecast. However, our surfers are making the most of it today, putting on a clinic in clutch competitive surfing. 17 and a half minutes remain in these Heats 3 and 4. Heat 3 to the south, on the south podium. You can see it between the black Yeti flags. And Heat 4 on the northern podium between the blue Boardmasters flags. Whether you're joining us on the beach in person or online on the WSL website or app, welcome. We've got another few hours of surfing to go today, so plenty of action still to come. Do not go anywhere. The situation on the North Bank in Heat number 4. First of white, Francisco Ordonas, 5.17. First of white, 5.17. First of blue, Jacobo Trigo, 1.83. First of blue, 1.83. First of red, Markel Vizcarragonega, 0.5. Meanwhile, on the South Bank, in Heat number 3, first of blue, Justin Becquet, 2.83. First of blue, 2.83. First of red, Malone Vierge, 0.5. And it has been backed up by second of red, 2.10. And in third, Nicolas Paulette, first wave of white, a 1.0. And second wave of white, 0.23. Waves to come in still for Justin Becquet in the blue, your heat leader. So a good start on the north podium for heat leader Francisco Ordonas in the white, 5.17. A reminder, free surfers, please move away from the contest area. Free surfers at the northern end of Fistral, please move further north towards Little Fistral or come out of the water. Please do not interfere with the contest. Makes it very challenging for our judges to keep an eye on proceedings. 15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. We have scores to come in for Last of Blue, and there it is. It lands at a 3.93 on the North podium. Heat number 4, Last of Blue, 3.93. That means there is a situation change. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are now in first. Blue, you are first. Surfer in white, Francisco Ordonas, you are in second. White, you are now in second. You require 0.59 to move into first. Surfer in red, Marcal Vizcarragonega, you are third. You require 4.68 to move to second. Now we're still waiting for a score to drop for the surfer in green, Dylan Groen. Meanwhile, on the south podium in heat number 3, out in front is surfer in blue, Justin Becquet, with a 2.83 and a 1.33. In red, in second, it's Malone Vierge, looking for a 2.07. In third, in white, Nicolas Paulette, looking for a 1.61. And in green, Guillaume Ribeiro, in fourth, looking for a 2.3. A reminder to all free surfers, please stay well away from the contest area. If you're at the northern end of the beach, move further north still towards Little Fistral, or come on out if the tide is pushing in and the rocks are becoming a problem. Please do not interfere with the contest. 13 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock in this one. Scores are up to date on the North Bank in heat number 4. It's surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, out in front with a 4.5 and a 3.93. In second, in white, Francisco Ordonas with 5.17, single score. Dylan Groen has opened his account with a 3.33. That means he's now in third, and in fourth in the red, Marcal Vizcarragonega with a 0.5 and a 2.8. He looks for a 2.38 to move into that advancing second position.
Last of Blue in the south podium, heat 3, Justin Becquet, a 6.17. Justin Becquet, 6.17. And Nicolas Paulet, a 5.33. So situation in the south podium, heat 3. In first, Justin Becquet. In second, Nicolas Paulet. In third, Malone Vierge. And in fourth, Guillermo Ribeiro. Malone Vierge, you need a 4.24, and Guillermo Ribeiro, you need a 6.03.
Eleven minutes and 20 seconds remain, and we've scores still to come for Last of Blue, Last of White, Last of Red here on the North podium in Heat 4. Last of Red, Marcal Vizcarragonega has dropped in at a 5.03. Last of Red, Marcal Vizcarragonega, 5.03. We are still waiting on scores for Last of Blue, Last of White, Last of Green. Stay tuned for score updates. Okay, on the north podium, heat 4, second of white, 4.73. Second of white, 4.73. Second of green, 6.33. Second of green, 6.33. So a situation update as it stands, 9.5 minutes remaining on the north podium. Surfer in white, Francisco Ordonez, you are first. White, you are first. Green, Dylan, you are second. Green, you are second. You require 3.57. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. You require 5.17. Your highest scoring wave, a 4.5. You are looking to replace a 3.93. Surfer in red, Marcal Vizcarragonega, you are fourth. You require 4.64, looking to replace a lower score of a 2.8. 9 minutes remain.
Last of red, Malone Vierge, 3.23. Last rides of Nicolas Paulette, small scores, so the situation remains. First, Justin Becquet. Second, Nicolas Paulette. Third, Malone Vierge in red. 3.11 is the requirement to go into second. And in fourth place, Guillermo Ribeiro. The requirement is 2.81 for Guillermo. Last wave for Justin Becquet, a 3.13. Improves the situation slightly for Justin. One more score to come for Malone Vierge. Needs to be a 3.11 to go into second. It's a 2.87, so Malone Vierge stays in third place. Heat 3, South Podium situation. In the lead, Justin Becquet. In second, Nicolas Paulette. In third, Malone Vierge. Malone, you need a 3.11. And in fourth, Guillermo Ribeiro. Ribeiro, you need a 2.81. Last wave of Guillermo Ribeiro, a 4-point ride. Guillermo, you are into second. For 6 minutes remaining. Situation, first place, Justin Becquet. In second place, Guillermo Ribeiro. Third place is now Nicolas Paulette. Nicolas, you now need a 2.2. And in fourth place, Malone Vierge, you now need a 4.3.
We are just under the 5-minute mark remaining in this heat. And so the situation in heat number 4 on the northern podium is surfer in white, Francisco Ordonas, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in green, Dylan Groen, you are second. Dylan, in green, you're second. You require 5.57 to move into first. Surfer in red, Marcal Vizcargonega, you are third. You need a 4.64 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. Fourth, blue, you're fourth. You require 5.17.
Three scores are now to drop on the south podium. Ribeiro, Paulette, and Vierge have all ridden waves. So as soon as we get those scores, we will get them to you.
Three minutes and 15 seconds remaining. North podium, heat number 4. White, Francisco Adonis, you are first. White, you are first. Green, Dylan Groen, you are second. Green, you are second. You require 5.57. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. You require 4.57. Surfer in red, Marcal Vizcargonega, you are fourth. You require 4.64.
Situation change in heat 3 in the south podium. Last of red, Maloney Vierge, 4.43. You are now into second. And then last of Nicolas Paulette, a 3.93. Nicolas is now into second. Situation, first blue, Justin Becret. Second, white, Nicolas Paulette. Third, red, Maloney Vierge. Maloney, you need a 4.84 to go into second. And fourth, Guillermo Ribeiro. Guillermo, you need a 5.27.
One minute and 10 seconds remaining. Scores still to drop in for last of white on the north podium in heat 4. And all scores are in. 1 minute remain. Surfer in white, Francisco Ordonas, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in green, Dylan Groen, you are second. Green, you are second. You require 5.97 to move first. Surfer in blue, Jacobo Trigo, you are third. Blue, you need 4.57 to move into second. And surfer in red, Marcal Vizcargonega, you are fourth. You require 4.64.
With 30 seconds remaining, scores to come for Paulet and Vierge. I think it was a block though, so I think Paulet kept Vierge off the wave. Yes, last of red, Maron Vierge, 0.2. 20 seconds remaining. We'll count this heat out. There's a buzzer beater happening here, and it's an in and out. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One score to come for Guillermo Ribeiro, which could factor in. It needs to be a 5.27.
Meanwhile, on the North podium in Heat 4, we have official results. Surfer in white, Francisco Ordonas taking the heat victory. In green in second, Dylan Groen. In blue in third, Jacobo Trigo. And in fourth, in red, Marcal Viz Caraguanega.
So we got scores to come for Justin Becret. That's a 0.43, no change there. Scores now, Manon Vierge, last wave, 2.67. So it's all about this last wave of Guillermo Ribeiro. Needs to be a 5.27. Ribeiro currently in fourth. Paulette is currently in second. And the last wave of Ribeiro, a 4.63, goes into third but not second. Final results, first blue, Justin Becret. Second, white, Nicolas Paulet. Third, green, Guillaume, racking up big heat totals throughout the event. And I'm sure they plan on continuing in that vein.
Okay, we're on hold for just a few minutes. So surfers in the water, we're on hold for a few minutes. Okay, we're on a 5-minute hold. The next heat will begin in about 4 minutes' time.
Surfers in the water, we're going to restart in 2 minutes. Surfers in the water, 2 minutes. Okay, surfers, 1 minute, no surfing. We're going to be starting again in 1 minute. Heat 5, Eduardo Papa, Kepa Husset Esbonda, Pierre Lamotte, and Andy Creer. And Heat 6, Ido Hajjaj, Uri Uzil, Hans Odriozola, and Maël Laborde. Ready for the countdown? Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Heat 5 in the South Podium, the first score goes to the surfer in blue, Kepa Huset Esponda, a 3.0.
On the North Podium in Heat 6, first wave of surfer in green, Maya Laborde, 3.5, first of green, 3.5. Also on the North Podium in Heat 6, first of blue, Uri Uziel, 1.83, first of blue, 1.83.
A message for the surfer in green on the South Podium, Andy Creer. You are outside of the zone. Please return to the zone. The judges cannot see you. Andy, vous êtes dehors de la zone. Les juges peuvent pas te voir. Il faut te bouger, s'il vous plaît, Andy. Merci. First of the surfer in green, Andy Creer, 5.17. First of green, 5.17, but you need Andy to return to the zone. Andy, s'il vous plaît, vous pouvez rentrer à la zone parce que les juges ont des problèmes avec la vision.
In the North Podium in Heat 6, first of white, Hans Odriozola, 6.17. First of white, Hans Odriozola, 6.17. First of green, Maya Laborde, 3.5. Second of green, 1.0. First of blue, Uri Uziel, 1.83. 16 minutes remaining.
First of red in the South Podium, Eduardo Papa, 2.57. Second of blue, Kepa Huset Esponda, a 4.33. First of Pierre Lamotte in white, a 0.5. So in the south zone, surfers, if you go too far south, the judges cannot see, they won't score, and you won't get priority. So surfers, you need to make sure that you are surfing between the flags. The flags is the only place where the judges can see you. There is too much glare.
Meanwhile, on the North Peak in Heat 6, we are awaiting scores for second of white, Hans Odriozola, and first of red, Ido Hagag.
Les surfeurs dans le podium du Sud, les juges vont pas noter votre vague et ils vont pas vous donner la priorité si vous surfez dehors de la zone. Il faut aller entre les deux drapeaux noirs.
You are third, you require 2.28. Surfer in green, Maya Lebor, you are fourth, you need a 3.51.
14 minutes remain in the second wave of Eduardo Papa in red, a 2.63. Second wave of Pierre Lamotte in white, a 1.57. Second wave of Andy Créer, a 2.57. And one more wave to come for Andy. Last of green, Andy Créer, a 3.13. The situation in the south podium. First, green, Créer. Second, blue, Huset Esponda. Third, red, Papa. Eduardo Papa, you need a 4.7. And fourth, white, Pierre Lamotte. Pierre, you need a 5.76.
On the northern podium in Heat 6, rides there for surfers in white and blue. Whites will not factor into their top two. Scores still to come in for last of blue, Uri Uziel. Okay, the northern podium, Heat 6, last of blue, 4.23, last of blue, Uri Uziel, 4.23. Scores still to come in for last of green, Mayo Labor. Currently with a 3.5 and a 1.0, searching for 5.9 to move into that advancing second position. And on that north podium, last of green, a 4.23 puts him into third position. Heat number 6, the north podium, it's surfer in white, Hans Odriozola in first. Surfer in blue, Uri Uziel in second, looking for a 5.78. Surfer in green, Maya Labor in third. He needs a 5.17 to move into second. And surfer in red, Ido Hagag in fourth position, looking for a 4.68.
Red in the south podium, Eduardo Papa, you are outside of the zone. The judges cannot see you. You cannot get a score and you cannot get priority. Surfer en rouge, vous êtes dehors de la zone. C'est impossible de noter votre vague. Et c'est impossible de vous donner la priorité. Il faut rentrer dans la zone, s'il vous plaît. Merci, Eduardo. Eduardo, surfer in red, you need to return to the zone. The judges cannot see you. You will not be scored. You will not get priority. Eduardo, in red, you need to return to the zone in the south podium. Surfers in the south podium, if you go too far south, if you go south of the flag, you are into the glare and the judges cannot see. Last score of the surfer in white, Pierre Lamotte, 2.3. Situation remains Andy Crier in first in green. Second, blue, Kepa Huset Esponda. Third, red, Eduardo Papa. Eduardo Papa, you're looking for a 4.5. And fourth, white, Pierre Lamotte. Pierre, you're looking for a 4.53.
In the North Podium, heat number 6, last of red, 3.07. So a situation change, 8.5 minutes remaining. Surfer in white, Hans Odriozola, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in blue, Uri Uziel, you are second. Blue, you are second. You require a 5.78 to move into first. Surfer in red, Ido Hagag, you are third. Red, you are third. You need a 4.68 to move into second. And surfer in green, Maya Labor, you are fourth. Green, you're fourth. You need a 5.17.
So last of red, Eduardo Papa, 2.97. Last of white, Pierre Lamotte, a 3.67. Pierre, you're now into third. You need a 3.67 again, same again. First, Andy Crier. Second, Kepa Husset Esponder. Third, Pierre Lamotte. Pierre, you need a 3.67. Fourth, Eduardo Papa, you need a 4.36. Surfers about to paddle out in Heat 7. It is really important that you do not go south of the Black Yeti flag. The Black Yeti flag is the limit of the judge's view because of the glare, and it is the limit of our audio as well because of the wind. So if you go outside of that area, you are not in the event. You cannot be scored, you cannot be given priority, and you will not hear instructions.
We are into the last 4.5 minutes of these heats 5 and 6 in this, the round of 32 on the men's side of the draw here. On day one of the Boardmasters, it's the Yeti Pro QS 4000 men's event. Situation on the north podium, currently in heat 6, it's surfer in white, Hans Odriozola out in front. In second in blue, Uri Uziel looking for a 5.78 to move into first. Surfer in red, Ido Hagag, is in third. He needs a 4.68 to move into that advancing second position. And surfer in green, Mael Labor, currently in fourth. He needs a 5.17 to move into second. Scores dropping for last of white at 1.07. It will not feature. And last of green on the north podium, Mael Laborde, a 3.53. It doesn't, however, change the situation. 2.5 minutes remaining. It's surfer.
Andy Crier. Last score of Andy Crier, a 3.47. Second, Kepa Husset Esponder. Third, Pierre Lamotte in white. Pierre Lamotte, you need a 3.67. Fourth, Eduardo Papa, you need a 4.36. Stand by, one more score of red to come. Into the final minute of these heats.
Okay, last of blue in the North Peak, heat number 6, a 5.83. So blue, you are now first. Uri, you are now in first. White, Hans, you are second. Hans Odriozola, you need a 4.83 to move into first. Ido Hagag, surfer in red, you're third. You need a 6.08, and Mael Laborde in green in fourth. We count down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
3 scores to drop in Heat 5 before we get the final result confirmed.
And in
4 scores.
Heat 6, all scores are in. The official results in Heat number 6 on the North podium. Surfer in blue, Uri Uziel, taking the Heat victory. Surfer in white, Hans Odriozola in second. Surfer in red, Ido Hagag in third. And in green, Maël Laborde in fourth.
Scores to come for Andy Crier, for Pierre Lamotte, and for Eduardo Papa. So Kepa Huset Esponda is going to be waiting and hoping. Eduardo Papa posts a 4.03, and one more score to come. That needs to be a 3.31 to go up into second. Pierre Lamotte requires a 3.67 to go into second. Andy needs to replace a 3.47 to improve his heat total. Last of Andy, a 3.4. No change to the situation for Andy. So we're now waiting for Eduardo Papa and Pierre Lamotte, the last scores of these two. Papa needs a 3.31 and Lamotte needs a 3.67. So a very, very close finish to Heat 5. And we're just waiting for the judges to input those two very, very important scores that could decide, they could decide all 4 places, because Andy's score, heat total, is not completely out of range of these two guys either. Eduardo Papa looking for the score, gets a 3.6, goes up into second. And now we're waiting for the score for Pierre Lamotte. It needs to be a 3.97. I think it's going to be just, first judge goes under. But we will not know until the other judges' scores are in. So Eduardo Papa is temporarily up into second. Will he stay there? That is the question. And the last score for Pierre Lamotte is in, and it is a 2.77. So the final results: first green, Andy Crier. In second, Eduardo Papa in the red. And Pierre Lamotte and Kepa Huset Esponda are eliminated. Kepa Huset Esponda in third and Pierre Lamotte in fourth. We're ready to count in heats 7 and 8. In Heat 7, Maxime Houchenot, Sam Peter, Luan Noguez, and Alfonso Suarez. And in Heat 8, Enzo Cavallini, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, Lucas Skinner, and Iago Dominguez. Stand by for the countdown. 2, 1.
Green is Iago Dominguez, white is Lucas Skinner, and red is Enzo Cavallini.
So on the northern podium in Heat 8, Dylan Donegan dos Santos in blue opening his account nice and early with a 1.67. First of blue, 1.67.
First score on the south podium in Heat 7 for the surfer in blue, Sam Peter, 3.0. And the first score for Luan Noguez in white, a 0.4.
On the north podium in Heat 8, we've just seen first wave of surfer in white, 2.67. First of white, 2.67. We're into the final two heats of the men's round of 32 here at the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. It's day one of the Boardmasters 2026 here at a sunny North Fistral, and we have got through a serious amount of heats today. Still another fair few to come as we move into the women's round of 32 after this. The surfers making the most of the conditions on offer today. Some fantastic surfing on display throughout the day. And it continues still as we cast our eyes out to sea. We see surfers in green and red, Enzo and Iago respectively, getting busy in the North Fistral lineup. The beach is still nicely busy. Plenty of spectators to watch the surfers do their business. A few of the less hardy beachgoers now retiring to the beach bar perhaps. And I'm sure all eyes in the beach bar will be firmly set on the ocean as we watch the rest of today's action unfold before us. A beautiful afternoon here at North Fistral. Warm sunshine.
First wave on the South Podium, Heat 7 for the surfer in green, Alfonso Suarez, a 4.5, and the second wave, a 1.67.
And on the North Podium in Heat 8, situation update, first of green, 6.5. First of green, Iago Dominguez, 6.5. Second of green, 2.63. First of white, Lucas Skinner, 2.67. Second of white, 4.67. First of blue, Dylan Donegan de Santos, 1.67. So, situation in heat number 8 on the North Podium. Green, you are first. Iago, you are first. White, Lucas, you are second. Blue, Dylan, you are third. And no score yet posted for surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini.
Second score in the South Podium, Heat 7 for the surfer in blue, Sam Peter, a 2.57. Second score for the surfer in green, Alfonso Suarez, 2.0. The situation on the South Podium. First, green, Suarez. Second, blue, Pitié. In third, Luan Noguez. You require a 5.17, and Maxine Houssonneau, you need a 5.57, but you can do that across two waves. On the South Podium, Heat 7, the first of the surfer in red, Maxine Houssonneau, 1.9.
North Podium, Heat 8 situation. Second scoring wave for Dylan Donegan de Santos, a 3.47. 14 minutes remaining in these heats.
Second, last score for Luan Noguez, a 4.43, and one more wave to follow, which is going to be slightly under, but then Luan Noguez will have 2 waves.
Okay, ahead of the start of the next heat, surfers on the south bank in the next heat, please paddle out to the south of the area rather than to the north. So, ladies, in the next heat on the south bank, so surfers in heat 1 of the round of 32 of women, please paddle out to the south of the contest area. Situation update in heat 8 at the northern podium. Surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini, you are now in first. Enzo, you're in first. You have a 7.03 and a 3.83. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are now in second with a 6.17 and a 4.67. You need 4.70 to move into first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are third. You need a 4.34 to move into second. And surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are in fourth. You need a 6.74.
Last on the south podium in heat 7, last of the surfer in white, Luan Noguez, a 2.9. Last of Maxine Housineau, 0.5. Situation, south podium, heat 7, first place, Sam Peter, blue. Second place, white, Luan Noguez. Third, Alfonso Suarez in green. Alfonso Suarez, you require a 2.83. Fourth, Maxine Housineau in red. Maxine, you require a 5.43. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Situation for surfers on the north podium, heat 8. Red, Enzo Cavallini, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are second. You require 4.70 to move first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are third. You need 4.34 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are in fourth. You require 6.74 to move into second. A reminder, surfers coming up in the women's heat 1 of the round of 32, please paddle out to the south of the contest area. Do not paddle out in the middle or to the north of it. Paddle out to the south.
So that last announcement from Rob will apply to Josie Hawk. Can we just get confirmation, Josie, that you know that fact now? Because I can see that you're warming up to the north of that zone. So, Josie, we need you to paddle out to the south of the zone. Can we just have confirmation that you can hear us, please? Thank you, Josie. Scores coming in on the south podium for Luan Noguez, Alfonso Suarez and Maxine Housineau. Last of red, Maxine Housineau, 2.23. Maxine, you now require a 5.47. Last of white, Luan Noguez, a 3.27. You are in second. Last of green, Alfonso Suarez, stand by. Needs to be a 3.2 to go into second.
Now, I heard a rumbling from the beach bar, Tom. The crowd was starting to get vocal, and I think it was because of Lucas Skinner. We saw him post a 6.3. Last of white, 6.3. That means situation update on the northern podium, heat 8. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are now first. Lucas Skinner in white, you are first. Surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini, you are now in second. Red, you require 5.44 to move into first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are third. Green, you are third. You need 4.37 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are fourth. Blue, you are fourth. You need 6.77 to move into second. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remain.
Last of blue on the south podium, heat 7, Sam Peter, a 4.7. You are in the lead. One more small score to come for Sam Peter. We're waiting for a score for Alfonso Suarez that might affect second and third. Currently, Peter first, Noguez second, Suarez third, and Husino fourth. That may change with the last of green. Stand by for situation change in heat 7 with 7 minutes remaining. Last of green, Alfonso Suarez, a 5.17. Alfonso Suarez from Spain, you are now in the lead in green. Sam Peter in blue, you are now second. Luan Noguez in white, you are now third. You need a 3.28. Maxine Husino, you are fourth. You require a 5.47.
Situation update for surfers in Heat 8 on the North podium. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini, you are second. Red, you require 5.44 to move into first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are in third. You require a 4.71 to move second. Green, you're third. You require 4.71. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegonda Santos, you are fourth. Blue, you are fourth. You require 7.1 to move into second. 5 minutes and 55 seconds remain. You know the Boardmasters has started when you start to hear the beach bar, Tom.
Ah, the beach bar. It's all about the bass, the bass, the bass, no treble, isn't it?
And they love to watch Lucas, who is currently sitting pretty in white in this heat in first position with a 6.3 and a 6.17. Plenty of time for him to improve on that score.
3 scores still to come in heat 7. Last of green, Alfonso Suarez doesn't go into the top 2. Last of Maxine Husino, not into the top 2. Last of Luan Noguez, not into the top 2. So Sam Peter, the last person we're waiting for a score from, looking to improve on a 3.0 to better his predicament. The 5-minute warning sounds. Sam Peter is going to better his predicament here. Sam Peter, last of blue, Sam Peter, a 4.13. Alfonso Suarez still in the lead in green, Sam Peter still in second in blue, but requirement is now bigger. Luan Noguez in white, in third, you require a 4.41. Maxine Husino in red, you require a 6.6.
And on the North podium in Heat 8, we have scores to drop. It looks like they are all in. And the situation is, surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are in first. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are first. Surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini, you are second. Red second. You need a 5.5 to move into first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are third. You need a 4.71 to move into second. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegonda Santos, you are currently fourth. You need a 7.01 to move into second. Here goes Lucas Skinner, defending champion, pumping his way through to the inside. So last of Lucas Skinner, he is waiting for a score. His last score came in at a 6.23. One more to drop. And his last one won't register. Three minutes remaining. Surfers in Heat 8 on the North podium. Surfer in white, Lucas Skinner, you are first. Surfer in white, you are first. Surfer in red, Enzo Cavallini, you are second. Red, you require 5.50 to move into first. Surfer in green, Iago Dominguez, you are third. Green, you are third. You require 4.71. Surfer in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, you are fourth. You require 7.01.
And in Heat 7, Maxime Houssonneau has just ridden one to the sand and thrown a claim down. He's hoping he's got that. Needs to be a 6.6. Did put a bit of work in. So a very important score to come with just over 2 minutes remaining for Maxime Houssonneau. Big, bold claim at the end of the wave. And he did a fair bit of work, got right the way through to the inside. So Houssonneau to turn the heat in one wave. It'll need to be a 6.6, which will be the biggest score of the heat by more than a point. Current biggest score, Alfonso Suarez with a 5.17. And last of red, Maxime Houssonneau, a 6.17. New requirement, a 2.66. Maxime, the new requirement is a 2.66. You are now in third. Luan Noguez, you are now in fourth. Your requirement is still a 4.41. Maxime, your last wave, a 6.17, has changed the requirement to a 2.66.
Just 1 minute remaining in these heats.
And here goes Houssonneau. No, that's not him. That is, I think that was Sam Peter. Sam Peter is the surfer playing defense against Houssonneau here as we come down to the last 35 seconds. So he had to have a go at something. Change the board didn't happen at the end of Heat 7 there. But we cannot be sure. There's one last wave being ridden here by Sam Peter. You can see from the body language that he's not sure he got up before the horn. And that is the official results. First, Alfonso Suarez in green. Second, Sam Peter in blue. Third, Maxime Houssonneau in red. And fourth in white, Luan Noguez.
And on the North Peak, taking the heat win, Lucas Skinner in white, in red in second, Enzo Cavallini in green in third, Iago Dominguez, and in fourth, in blue, Dylan Donegan dos Santos. The beach bar enjoying that result.
That completes the round of 32 for the men and takes us into the round of 32 for the women. Heat 1. Yanire Gonzalez Echavarri, Willow Smith, Clemence Schorsch, and Erika Maximo. And Heat 2, Tiara van der Hulst, Sarah Lesiaga, Maria Diaz, and Josie Hawk. And counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have the ISA World Gold medalist, Yanire Gonzalez Echavarri, in the red, a Challenger Series surfer. Willow Smith from Britain in the blue, Clemence Schorsch, standout surfer of the last round in white, and Erika Maximo, who also did very well in the last round in the green. Heat 2 has Tiara van der Hulst from Curacao, now a World Cup star country. Van der Hulst herself, a global star, famous 9-point floater in El Salvador a couple of years ago. Many of you will remember. Sarah Lesiaga, who's put in good results here in the past, Maria Diaz, and Josie Hawk in the green. And Hawke is from Wales. She is the Welsh champion. And Yanire Gonzalez Eshtabari also was the runner-up at this event last year, beaten by her sister Annette, who's unfortunately injured at the moment. So we wish Annette well with her recovery. If any of the family are watching, we're looking forward to seeing Annette back and ripping, which we're sure will happen. And Yanire opens with a pretty good one, a 5.67 for the first of red, Yanire Gonzalez Echabari, and the first for blue, Willow Smith, a 1.5. I have in front of me a plastic cup with water in it, and it's bouncing to the base like a scene out of Jurassic Park. We are in Boardmasters, and the evening is drawing in.
Okay, on the north podium in Heat 2. First of red, Tiara van der Hoel, 6.33. First of red, 6.33. First of white, Maria Diaz, a 4.5. First of white, a 4.5. And first of green, Josie Hawke, a 1.0. First of green, 1.0. No score yet recorded for surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga. 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Plenty of time for everything to change. The surf continues to pump in to the bay here at North Fistral. Heats 1 and 2 of the women's round of 32 here at the Yeti Pro on day 1 of the Boardmasters, currently in the water. We're going to see it through to the completion of the round of this round of 32 before we shut down for the evening. So lots more action to come your way. Well over an hour of surfing action still to come if you're in the beach bar, if you're on the beach, or whether you're listening and following along with the scores at home. Hello and welcome. It's day 1 of the Boardmasters, and we have seen some incredible action throughout the day, and it continues now as we see white up and riding on the north podium. That's surfer Maria Diaz getting busy on the inside, slashing through the lip, displacing plenty of white water as she works her way all the way through to the inside shore break. Out beyond her, we also saw a wave for surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, opening her account. She came unstuck a little bit further out than Diaz, and so first of blue comes in at a 1.77. First of blue, 1.77, as we await the second score for surfer in white, Maria Diaz, and it comes in at a 5.1, second of white, 5.1. Situation change on the north podium. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hoel, you are second. Red, you are second. You require a 3.27 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are third. You need a 4.57 to move into second. And surfer in green, Josie Hawke, you are now fourth. You require a 5.34.
First scores from Heat 1 for the surfer in white, Clémence Schorsch, a 2.17. And 2 scores for Erika Maximo, a 1.07 and a 1.17. And Yanire backs up the 5.67 with a 0.93. So Yanire is in the lead, but the other 3 surfers have only ridden 1 wave so far. Or Erika has ridden 2, but they're both 1-point rides. So the situation will be clearer once the other surfers have filled their own scores. And one more score for Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri, a 2.23. Small 1-point rides to be added for Smith, Schorsch and Maximo. Heat lead, Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri. In second, Clémence Schorsch. Third, Willow Smith, looking for a 1.68. And fourth, Erica Maximo, looking for a 2.01. Schorsch, Smith and Maximo all have 1-point rides to replace.
On the North Podium in Heat 2, second of red, 0.47. Second of red, 0.47. Second of blue, 0.43. So the situation remains as it was. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are first. White, you are first. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hoel, you are second. Red second, you need a 3.27 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lasiaga, you are third. You need a 5.04. And surfer in green, Josie Hogg, you are fourth. You need a 5.81.
In Heat 1 on the South Podium, Clémence Schorsch has replaced her 1-point ride with a 3.0. So first, red, Gonzalez Echevarri. Second, white, Schorsch. Willow Smith in third. You require a 3.67. And Erica Maximo in green, you require a 4.0.
Caddy for blue. Surfer in blue is requiring her board caddy. Surfer in blue is looking for her board caddy on the North Podium. So that's Sarah Lasiaga returning to shore. I can see somebody racing down towards the board on the shore. So a change of equipment for surfer in blue, Sarah Lasiaga. Wonder if there's been a malfunction or damage perhaps to her equipment. Situation update for surfers in Heat 2 on the North Podium. 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are first. Surfer in white, you are first. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hoel, you are second. You require a 3.27 to move first. Sarah Lasiaga, you are third. You need a 2.98 to move into second. And surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you're fourth. You need a 5.81.
Scores to come. We're just inside the 10-minute mark. Scores to come in Heat 1 for Gonzalez Echevarri, Smith and Maximo, so stand by. The last of Willow Smith's a small score, doesn't change things. Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri and Erica Maximo, scores that are asking the judges to do a bit more thinking. So a bit of consideration for these last two scores of green and red in Heat 1. Stand by, we will bring those scores to you.
On the North Bank in Heat 2, surfer in red, Tiara van der Hull is in first position. Red, you are first. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 5.64 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are third. Blue, you're third. You need a 5.77 to move into second. And surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you're fourth. Green, you require an 8.6. There are 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
So another ride for Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri. 2.03 is added, but there is one more ride still to come. Erica Maximo posts a 2.3, but there is one more ride to come for her too. Maximo up into third. One more ride for each of these two surfers still to come.
On the North Podium in Heat 2, the situation is surfer in red, you are first. Tiara van der Hull, you are first. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are second. White, you require 5.64 to move into first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are third. Blue, you need a 5.77 to move second. And surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you're fourth. You need 8.6 to move into second.
Just inside 7 minutes, situation change in Heat 1. Last of green, Erica Maximo, a 3.1. Erica, you are into second. First, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri in red. Second, Erica Maximo. Third, Clemence Schorsch. Clemence, you now need a 2.41. Fourth, Willow Smith. Willow, you require a 3.9. Last of red in Heat 1, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri, a 4.5. You improve your heat total. Still in the lead.
Surfers on the North Bank in Heat 2. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hull, is in first position. Red is first. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are second. White, you are second. You need a 5.64 to move first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are in third. You need a 5.77. Surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you're fourth. You need a 7.43 to move into second. Scores to come for last of blue, Sarah Lesiaga, who we saw there carving her way to shore. She's looking to replace a lowest score of a 1.77. She needs a 5.77 to move into second. She may go some way towards getting it with that last.
In Heat 1, the surfers in third and fourth, the requirements are Clemence Schorsch in third, you need a 2.41. Willow Smith in fourth, you need a 3.9. Red and green are in first and second.
On the North Bank, last of blue, 6.27. Sarah Lesiaga posts a 6.27, which propels her into second. So a situation change. However, we have a wave being ridden as we speak. We'll wait for those scores to come in before announcing the situation update. Situation update, 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Surfers in Heat 2 on the North Bank. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hulst, is in first position. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are second. You require a 6.14 to move into first. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are third. You need a 5.01 to move second. Surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you are fourth. You need a 7.93. Two minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Scores to come for last of white, Maria Diaz. And it's locked in. Situation update for the North Bank. Heat number 2. Surfer in red, Tiara van der Hulst, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Sarah Lesiaga, you are second. Blue, you are second. You need a 6.14 to move into first. Surfer in white, Maria Diaz, you are third. You require 5.01 to move into second. And surfer in green, Josie Hawk, you're fourth. You need a 6.77 to move into second. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining in these heats.
So, with 90 seconds remaining, there is still one more score to come for Erica Maximo, which may change the requirement for Schorsch and Smith.
Great action here on the North Bank in heat number 2. Just 30 seconds remaining. We have scores to come in for last of blue and last of red. We look to count down the end of this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So last of green, Erica Maximo, a 2.33, which means the requirement for Clémence Schorsch goes up slightly. Clémence, you need a 2.44 from your last wave. And we are waiting for the results. So
meanwhile, on the North Bank in Heat 2, official results, surfer in red, Tiara van der Hulst takes the heat win. In second in blue, Sarah Lesiaga. In third in white, Maria Diaz. And fourth in green, Josie Hawk.
So on the South Bank, we think that red and blue are going to stay first and fourth, but second place currently Erica Maximo, but Clémence Schorsch has ridden a wave. A 2.44 is the requirement. So we are waiting to see whether the judges give the last of white a 2.44. Currently, red first, green second, white third, blue fourth. But we are waiting for the last of white, Clémence Schorsch. Will it be a 2.44? If it is, and the first judge says yes, I think there is going to be a change here. And so the winner of this heat is Yanire Gonzalez Echevarri. Clémence Schorsch needs a 2.44. First judge says yes. Erica Maximo up to requirement slightly at the end with a 2.33, but will it have been enough? And Clémence Schorsch with a 3-point ride goes into second. Final results, first red, second white, third green Erica Maximo, and fourth blue Willow Smith. And so we move to heats 3 and 4. Heat 3, Lucia Machado, Camila Kemp, Carla Morera de Laval, and Bo Howell. And Heat 4, Ariane Ochoa, Camila Cardoso, Aino Alessiaga, and Araya Campbell. Both Camila Kemp and Lucia Machado are surfers who have performed very strongly here over several years. Okay, there's a slight delay. I am sorry to say, surfers in Heat 3, we are going to ask you to come in. The visibility has defeated the judges, and we are going to go back to one peak. So surfers in Heat 3, I am sorry to ask, but could you please come in? Your heat will be in 20 minutes' time. Surfers in Heat 3, your heat is postponed by 20 minutes. The judges can no longer see. So we are going to run Heat 4. So the visibility has proven too much for the judges. We thank you for your patience, surfers in Heat 3. But Heat 3, Lucia, Camila, Carla, and Bo, please could you come in? We are going to start Heat 4. And then after that, we're going to run Heat 3. And then after that, we're going to run Heat 5. We are going to move to a single peak. And we'll let you know if we're going to go beyond Heat 5. So thank you for your patience, surfers in Heat 3. So Lucia, Camila, Carla, and Bo, can you come in, please? We are going to move Heat 3, and it's going to run after Heat 4. So Heat 3, if you can make your way to shore, please. Camila, Lucia, Carla, and Bo. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. Thank you. We've got a lovely party wave there. Very helpful. And we're going to start Heat 4 in a moment. So we are going to start Heat 4 in a few minutes' time. So surfers in Heat 4, no surfing. We're going to start your heat very shortly. So heat 4, Ariane Ochoa, Camila Cardoso, Ainhoa Lesiaga, and Raya Campbell. Stand by, we're going to be starting heat 4. We're going to single peak. Surfers in heat 3. We'll confirm the arrangements as soon as we've got heat 4 underway. Your heat will run, heat 3, your heat will run. So we're going to a single peak and we're going to run heat 4. In the red, Ariane Ochoa. In the blue, Camila Cardoso. In the white, Ainhoa Lesiaga. And in the green, Raya Campbell. Heat 4, less than 1 minute until we start. So heat 3, you will be going back in the water. We'll give you the exact details. We're just waiting for the countdown for heat 4, and then we'll tell you the plan, heat 3. But it is essentially that you will go in after heat 4. So don't go anywhere, heat 3. Your heat is going to run. I'm just being a bit quick with announcements in case I get caught out by the countdown. Heat 3, you will be in the water after heat 4. Your heat will still run, heat 3. I'm sure Beach Marshal Tim Pitt will also confirm that with you. So we're going to start heat 4. And so that means that heat 3, you are 20 minutes away from running yourselves. Counting heat 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we are underway. So you've got Ariane Ochoa in the red from the Basque Country. We've got Camila Cardoso from Portugal in the blue. Ainhoa Lesiaga in the white from Lacanau. And Raya Campbell from Great Britain in the green. We are down to 1 peak. Heat 3, you will be running after this heat. And so this is the opening ride here now. On the backhand, I think this is Ainhoa Lesiaga. We'll get some confirmation shortly of the colour. That was Ariane Ochoa from the Basque Country in the red. Ariane Ochoa has been coming here for quite a few years. Usually figures in the business end of the draw. Couple of solid top turns and some rail work. Riding a right-hander. The judges can now see everybody at that end of the peak. And Ariane, your first wave, a 4.83. First wave of Ariane Ochoa, a 4.83. So we're starting to fill out onto the bank now, and there's a paddle going on there. I think that was Ariane Ochoa again as she was paddling back out. And Ochoa just having a little look at whether there's a chance to pick something up on the way out. Now, the surfers have all drifted a little bit further south than they started off. I think that the longer left-handers that were breaking earlier on are now not quite as available as the tide fills in. Ochoa has another little look there. And the surfer in green, Raya Campbell, also has a little sniff at a wave. There are still some pretty solid sets coming through, so surfers are just having a little look at whether or not any of these peaks might turn into a runner for them, but you'd imagine by the end of this heat that some of the biggest set waves are the ones that the scores will be given out for. But that's now already 2.5 minutes into the heat. Just the way that the conditions are panning out, Rob, you'd have to say that's a pretty good start for Ariane Ochoa with a 4.83.
Absolutely, Tom. We're seeing, as you've described, with that incoming tide, some trickier conditions for our competitors. It's kind of filling into that deeper pool, but still plenty of contestable surf on offer, as Ariane evidenced with that opening ride. 4.83. She'll be pleased. Not even 4 minutes gone in this heat. And I wonder if that score will remain come the end.
Well, and you can see that she's looking to try and build on it. 3 times now she's paddled for slightly smaller waves, so you can see that she is aware of a scenario in which that wave ends up being something important, and so looking to back it up. Conditions, you'd imagine as the tide pushes further over this inside bank here that there will be scoring opportunity, but you can imagine how surfers would feel in a heat like this, that perhaps it is better to just get a score earlier rather than carefully building house.
That's right, Tom. I think it's going to change considerably in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes or so, as it pushes over that quite prominent sandbank we can see ahead of us. And it looks to be Ariane Ochoa currently sitting on a 4.83 up and riding the goofy foot, starting off going left on that wave, changing direction, heading back right, and just zigzagging her way to shore, finding any corner, any bit of white water to bounce off, wraps back into the pocket there, building speed. Hopes to see it through to the inside. That wave fizzles out beneath her, but she has done what she set out to do, and she's backed up that 4.83, a quick start.
Well, you say back that up. Yeah, very, not far off, 3.17. Second wave of Ariane Ochoa, 3.17. So, a pretty good start for the Basque surfer there. I mean, she knows what she's doing, Ariane Ochoa. She is Challenger Series minted. She's been coming here, competing since the resurgent contest after COVID. So just some further confirmation of the information for Heat 3. Your heat is running after this. There is going to be a small break again for the computers. So we would ask that what you do Heat 3 is that you paddle out at the end of this heat. So your paddle out time is the final horn for this heat. So you're not going to go into the lineup during the last few minutes of this heat. Heat 3, you will paddle out at the end of this heat because there's going to be a short break. And up and riding. A quick in and out for Camila Cardoso. And now we can see a fair bit of whitewater coming through. And this is Ochoa again, a hard bottom turn. Finds the lip. And again, right up and down. And so already, I dare say, a reasonable chance of improving the backup score there of the 3.17. If not, making a little challenge on the 4.83. So she is busy early, Ariane Ochoa. Last of red, Ariane Ochoa, a 4-point ride. Rob, the Basque women are currently world beaters in surfing. What do you think the secret is?
Hard work and good surf.
And camaraderie.
Well, we know, Tom, that there's some great pride in being from the Basque country. The Basque flag often seen waving on the beach when these guys are in the water. The small Celtic nation within Spain is widely celebrated by
And this is Anoa Lesiaga from Lacano, and she's getting busy on the backhand as well. In and out of the lip for 3 turns quickly. Wave fizzles a little bit, but she pulls out and will start to paddle back out as well.
So an update on the situation. So we've gone down to a single peak now as the glare from the sun was a bit too much for our judges on the south peak to continue with their job. They couldn't see who was who, and so they opted to go down to a single peak. This is currently heat number 4 in the water. At the conclusion of this, we're going to go into heat number 3. So we wait for the surfers in heat number 3. Please don't paddle out until the conclusion of this heat, because we're going to go on hold for about 5 minutes, a short break, and then we'll go into heat number 3, and that will be the final heat of the day.
And Raya Campbell taking her turn at a right-hander as well. So we've got scores now. First of white, Anoa Lesiaga, a 3.87. First of green, a 3.03. So Ariane Ochoa, first surfer to get 2 waves on the board, is in the lead. And then we have Lesiaga from Campbell from Cardoso. But the other 3 surfers still need 3 surfers. Priority is with red, Ariane Ochoa. Second priority, Camila Cardoso. There was just a priority change. Somebody paddled. So there's a set coming through here. And it is going to be Ariane Ochoa on the backhand. And that is a big first turn and a second just under the lip. If she tags the closeout section here, she will be on her way to an improvement on her scores, I would imagine there. Ariane Ochoa absolutely shredding on that one. A really hard drive in bottom turn in the first turn on that wave then. And I think that this one is going to be a big signal sent from the judges as to what they are looking for. Anyone watching? Grommets in particular, you just saw that first turn, a really hard bottom turn, right into the lip at its most vertical, and it has been rewarded. Last of red, Ariane Ochoa, a 7.0. And you can see there, Anoa Lesiaga. Oh, this is Anoa Lesiaga looking to try and emulate what she just saw now. A big closeout turn for Lesiaga, not as tight in the lip on the first maneuver as you saw with Ariane Ochoa, so the score won't quite go there. But the judges send in a real clear signal to the surfers that if you drive hard off the bottom, straight into the lip as soon as you can, you will get a good score.
Okay, surfers in the water, please be conscious that the blue Boardmasters flags are still on the beach. Make sure you stay between the blue Boardmasters flags so that you don't drift into the glare and the judges can still see you. If you drift into the glare, the judges cannot see you and you will not be scored. Make sure you are in between the blue Boardmasters flags. One is at the north end of the beach. One is just in front of the RNLI building from which we commentate and from which you are judged. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. All scores are in. The situation is red, Ariane Ochoa in first. White, Anoa Lesiaga in second, looking for a 6.51 to move into first. Raya Campbell in green is in third. She needs a 6.17 to move into second. And Camila Cardoso in blue in fourth, looking for an 8.7 to move into that advancing second position. 8 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Up next will be heat 3 of this, the round of 32. In the women's side of the draw here at the Yeti Pro QS4000 event, and that will be the final heat of the day. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow for hopefully a lot more action.
Now, the early bit we can guarantee, the bright bit we can hope.
Okay, surfers coming up in heat 3. At the conclusion of this, we're going to go straight into heat 3. So you will be paddling out with 3 minutes to go as per normal for today. So 8 minutes and 10 seconds left. So in about 5 minutes' time, you're going to make your way into the lineup.
So that is contrary to what I told you, surfers, so make sure that you are aware of that. That is contrary to the last instruction, so it is not going to be a paddle out at the end of the heat. It is going to be the normal standard 3-minute paddle out from the 3-minute remaining mark for this heat. So a ride there for Anoa Lesiaga. Anoa, can you please make sure you paddle north, because that is the furthest south that anyone can see you. If you ride a right-hander from there, it will not be scored. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. So the first of Raya Campbell in the green was a 3.03. So the requirement for Raya now a 6.17. And the requirement for Camila Cardoso, an 8.7. That is because I know Lesiaga has a 3.87. And then that last ride has come in at a 5.33. So as we said, a good attempt to emulate the surfing of Ariane Ochoa on the 7-point ride. Not quite as high as the 7-point ride, but a significant score. So a 5.33 for Ainoa Lesiaga. So that means now that the surfers in third and fourth, Campbell and Cardoso, need 6.17 and 8.7 solid scores. This is Camila Cardoso in the blue, working her way through to the inside. So Cardoso's last wave, a 2.9, takes her into third. The requirement for Camila Cardoso now a 6.3, so she has lessened the requirement. So I know Lesiaga riding another wave there, looking to replace a 3.87. Not sure if that will happen. So there's another set coming through here, and this is the heat leader, Ariane Ochoa. So in 90 seconds, the surfers from Heat 3 can paddle out. Up and right in Raya Campbell in the green, looking for a 6.17 and gets a hard closeout turn and a second and will ride out of that. So asking the question of the judges. If she gets more than 3.03, she'll lessen the requirement. A 2.87, the last of Raya Campbell, so it doesn't change the situation. She goes into third, but it doesn't change the requirement. Situation is still first red, Ochoa, second white, Lesiaga, third green, Campbell, needs a 6.17, and fourth, blue, Cardoso. Camila Cardoso, you need a 6.3. A few more waves coming through, possibly a bit more scoring potential available in the middle of the competition area, and there's going to be a takeoff here onto the forehand, a little bit held up, but then a speedy inside section. This is a Noah Lesiaga, and that wave is re-bowling. And I know we're looking to replace a 3.87, so unlikely that that wave will be needed for a Noah Lesiaga there. On the inside, Raya Campbell opens with a snap. And then is going to look to see if she can find further scoring opportunity on the inside. And comes unstuck, so probably back to the drawing board for Raya. Unlikely to better the current top score.
We move now into the last 2 minutes and 10 seconds of this heat. The situation is surfer in red, Ariana Ochoa out in front with a combination of 11.83, looking to replace that lower score of a 4.83. In white, in second, it's a Noah Lesiaga looking to replace a lower score of a 3.87, or looking for 6.51 to move into that first position. Raya Campbell in green, currently in third. She needs a 6.17 to move into second. And Camila Cardoso in blue, currently in fourth. She needs a 6.3 to move into that advancing second position. 1 minute and 35 seconds left on the clock. At the conclusion of this heat, we'll move into heat 3, which will see us done for the day. Up and riding now on her backhand in Noah Lesiaga in white. Bouncing off the white water there. Plenty of spray. She changed direction and kicks out of that one. A brief reprieve from the solar rays as the sun drifts behind a cloud. We can see again briefly. Restful few moments for my eyes. I've had my sunglasses on all day, Tom, and my eyes are a little sore. I feel sorry for the judges.
I've got my sunglasses. I don't know if you ever do this at that weird, like I've kind of bent them across my head to like they don't sit in as they're supposed to, because I don't know why. It's been an epic day of surfing, mammoth day. We haven't tried to count how many heats we've done yet, but it is a lot, isn't it? It's not quite the world record, but it's... oh, and here we go. Now the surfer in blue, Camila Cardoso, and she is going to ask a big question of the judges here because there's plenty of spray and speed and power. Will there be a connection through to the inside? Taps off the inside, and she's going to be liking that one.
Well, Tom, she needs a 6.3 to move into that advancing second position. With just 15 seconds left, it will have to have been done on that wave.
Question has been asked. There was a lot of speed in one big turn.
Loads of spray, and we're going to count this heat out now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so that double horn blast signals the end of that heat.
Score is in.
It is in. It is in at a 4.93. It is not enough to see her move into that advancing second position. So, heat results in red in first, Ariana Ochoa. In second, in white, Noah Lesiaga. In third, in blue, Camila Cardoso. And in fourth, in green, Raya Campbell. And we look to start the next heat featuring Lucia Machado, Camila Kemp, Carla Moreira de Laval, and Bo Howell. Will count down very shortly. Surfers, stand by. Surfers in the water, if you could head a little bit further north, keep an eye on the beach flags, the Boardmasters beach flags, they're blue. One is in front of the RNLI building, one is further north. The further north you are, the easier you are to see. Make sure you are in front of those flags. Otherwise, you risk your score not being counted if you're outside of the area. And here comes the countdown. Surfers, stand by. This is the final heat of the day. It's heat 3 in the round of 32 in the Yeti Pro QS 4000 event. Okay, and we are going to count down this heat to begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This, Rob, this is a result for Bo Howell already. She'll be surfing on confidence with nothing to lose here. Already guaranteed either a 25th or a 17th in a 4,000 QS. Bo from the Isle of Wight. And in and out to start things off there. I think it was Camilla Kemp. Now, Camilla Kemp over the last couple of years, we've named a maneuver after her, haven't we, Rob?
Was it the Kemp crouch?
Yeah, or the Camilla crouch, yeah.
Camilla crouch.
Another one for the grommets to learn from watching. Just ensuring that you crouch hard through that rolling white water to make sure that that last turn on the wave is locked in for its points. First of blue, Camilla Kemp, a 2.5. And here we go, Lucia Machado with a big under the lip snap to start things off, and she's going to get an inside reform on this one as well, and sticks that last turn, and a last tap for good measure with a bit of fin lift. So that's going to be a solid score for Machado. Bo Howell out back with a roundhouse, and then the wave fattened out a little bit. And as we said, the judges are rewarding Lucia Machado's surfing. First of red, Lucia Machado, a 6.67. And Camilla Kemp, second wave of the surfer in blue. Camilla Kemp, a 3.0. First of Bo Howell, 1.5. Priority is now with Carla Moreno de Laval. And here we have now up and riding on the backhand. Lucia Machado looking to back up that 6.67. I would say anything more than about 3.3 is indeed the 6.67 backed up. And up and riding here, this is Bo Howell from the Isle of Wight, and she goes hard on rail, slightly too hard. Oh, and there was a nice reform on that one. Bo Howell has come out of the English junior scene. So it's a great experience for Bo to be in this heat, but she is wanting to be more than just in it. And on the backside here, the surfer in white, Carla Moreno de Laval. But that one doesn't have an inside section, but she will be opening her account as well.
15 minutes remaining in this, the final heat of the day. It's heat 3 in the round of 32 here at the QS 4000 Yeti Pro. We're in the women's side of the draw, and the heat situation as it stands: out in front in red, Lucia Machado is in first position with a combination of 9.07. Looking to replace a lower score of a 2.4. In blue, in second position is Camilla Kemp with a lower score of a 2.5. She'll need a 6.08 if she's to move into first. In white, in third, Carla Moreira de Laval. She'll need a 1.93 to move into that progressing second position. And in fourth, currently in green, Bo Howell with a 1.5 and a 0.57, a 4.0, the requirement to see her into that advancing second position. 14 minutes and 20 seconds remain. The sun is starting to dip towards the horizon in the west. The beach bar is nicely busy. And here we see surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, currently in second, up and riding. The regular foot bangs into the lip on her backhand there, making the best of that first section on this left-hander. She'll need a 6.08 from this wave to move into first, but she could indeed improve her situation. Bouncing down the line, finds the oncoming section. Big spray and rides out cleanly. Meanwhile, out the back, heat leader Lucia Machado in red of the Canary Islands. The goofy foot marching away across that right-hander, bangs into the white water, rides out and kicks through the back. So scores to drop for last of blue and last of red. At the back, it's surfer in green, Bo Howell of the Isle of Wight, up and riding the young regular foot, trying to make it down the face of that wave as it catches up with the one in front. It's not to be on that occasion for Bo. She'll paddle back out and reset. Scores to come for red, blue, and green. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Stand by for scores. The judges are deliberating. They'll soon be locked in. Last of green will likely come in below her existing scores. Oh, thereabouts. She needs a 4.0, remember, to move into second. I don't think that's going to do it. First indications are that surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, will improve her situation. Will it be enough to see her into first, however? Up and riding at surfer in white, Carla Moreira de Laval, currently in third, looking for that 1.93 to see her move into that advancing second position. Score starting to drop in. Okay, last of green, Bo Howell, 1.0. So it does feature in her top two, but it doesn't improve her situation. Last of green, 1.0. Last of blue, Camilla Kemp, 5.10. Last of red, Lucia Machado, 5.83. So with 12 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, up and riding here, it looks to be surfer in white, Carla Moreira de Laval. The goofy foot on her forehand doesn't find an end section there, so score to come for last of white. Situation as it stands, 12 minutes on the clock. It's surfer in red, Lucia Machado in first position. Surfer in red, Lucia Machado, you are first. Surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, you are second. You need a 7.40. Last of blue, a 5.1. Scores still to come for last of white. It drops in at a 3.87. Last of white, 3.87. And an in and out for green still to be registered. There it is. Okay, situation, 11 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Surfer in red, you are first. Lucia Machado, you are first. Last of red, a 5.83. Surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, you are second. Camilla, you require a 7.4. Blue, you require a 7.4. Last of blue, a 5.1. Surfer in white, Carla Moreira de Laval, you are third. You need a 4.24. The last of white was a 3.87. And surfer in fourth, in green, Bo Howell, you need a 6.6 to move into that advancing second position. 11 minutes remaining in today's action. It's surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, currently in second, looking for a 7.4 now. The requirement to move into that first position. Finds an end section, bashes it, rides out cleanly. She'll be hoping to replace that lower score of a 3.0 and put some clear air between herself and surfer in white in third, Carla Moreira de Laval.
Oh, she'll have done that, I reckon, Robbo.
I think so, Tom. We're here to speculate, not deliberate. The judges are here for that. As we see, surfer appears to be is surfer in green, Bo Howell of the Isle of Wight. Looking stylish as she rode that one to completion. She needs a 6.6, however. That wave unlikely to offer that.
That'll be Bo's best wave of the heat so far. Hey, look at this score dropping for Camilla Kemp, though, Robbo.
It's going to be her biggest, we think. And it is last of blue, 6.0. Last wave of blue, 6.0. Last of green, 2.53. Last of green, 2.53. The situation remains the same, 10 minutes on the clock. Surfer in red, Lucia Machado, you are first. Red, you are first. Surfer in blue, Camilla Kemp, you are second. You now require 6.51. I'll let her come up from that duck dive. Blue, you require 6.51 to move into first. Surfer in white, Carla Moreira de Laval, you are third. White, you need 7.23. White, you need 7.23 to move into second. Surfer in green, Bo Howell, you're fourth. You require 8.57 to move into that advancing second position. 9 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. That's all that's left of today's action. We'll reconvene here tomorrow morning, bright and early, where we have so much action still to come.
Yeah, it's a pretty big day planned tomorrow. We'll tell you more about it when we get to the end of this one, but it's going to be an early start. You said bright and early. The early bit will be definite. We can hope on the bright. And the plan is to get almost everything, if not everything. I think for the shortboarders, tomorrow is hopefully finals day. The forecast is looking circuitous going into Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Great vocab.
Could you spell it?
Yes. C-I-R-C-U-I-T, O-U-S.
Oh, you are right, yes.
I'm pretty good at spelling.
Yeah. Rob was the spelling bee champion of Ringland Primary School back in the day. The only child in his school who could spell.
In English. Everyone could spell in Welsh, of course.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about spelling in Welsh, it's all phonetic. Yeah, Popty Ping. My favourite was, congratulations, Llongyfarchiadau, that's easy to spell. And here we go into the lip, and a bit of spray. This is Lucia Machado, I think. No, it's Carla Moreira de Laval, and onto the backhand. Completes that one with a bit of spray as well.
Llongyfarchiadau to her.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
But that is actually totally spellable, though.
I can spell it.
Yeah.
It's a double L, O-N-G-Y.
Yeah.
Longy, F-A, Vach, C-H-I-A-D, A-U.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Oh, you know it's the last heat of the day. We've got into spelling in Welsh. 7 minutes left on the clock. Scores to come for last of white. As we see, surfer in red, Lucia Machado, heat leader, up and riding with a quick in and out. That will not feature in her top two come the end of this heat. Last of red, a quick up and down, a 0.5. Last of white, however, a 6.63. Last of white, 6.63. It doesn't, however, change the situation, but it does lower her requirement with 6.5 minutes on the clock. White now requires just a 4.47, well within her wheelhouse. Situation, surfer in red, Lucia Machado, you are in first position. Red, you are first. Blue, Camilla Kemp, you are in second. Blue, you require a 6.51 to move into first. White, Carla Moreira de Laval, you are third. White, you are third. You need a 4.47 to move into second. Surfer in green, Bo Howell, you're fourth. You need an 8.57 to move into second.
So Carla Moreira de Laval has mixed it right up with that last wave now. Really, the way the scores are set at the moment.
Well, she is the proud owner of the second highest scoring wave of the heat thus far.
First, the surfer in first is vulnerable still. Priority is with blue, Camilla Kemp. Second priority, red, Lucia Machado. Third priority, Bo Howell in the green. And finally, Carla Moreira de Laval, who is at the bottom of that pecking order for the moment. So that does make things slightly trickier for Carla Moreira de Laval. She will need to try to get away from the other surfers because she is the surfer that needs the score. She doesn't have priority. She'll need to try and wrestle either wrestle priority back by selling another surfer on a wave that doesn't yield up a score. And here we go. Here's Camilla Kemp, and that is, in effect, a priority sell, because Kemp has now used a priority and picked up no score. Goes to the bottom of the priority rung, but Carla Moreira de Laval has been deemed by the priority judge to be so far inside that she couldn't inherit a priority there, so would have to race. So you've got to actually be in the lineup to get priority when another surfer takes off. So Kemp has actually got back into third priority ahead of Moreira de Laval there. So I think going out into the lineup and getting priority back might not be as straightforward as trying to paddle away from people, but you can see now she's sniffing around on the inside. Moreira de Laval changes direction. She's closely monitored. Of course, the surfer in first, Camilla Kemp, is actually still vulnerable. White is going to take off here again onto the backhand, Carla Moreira de Laval, and into the lip. She can get a score on almost anything. This will be a bit of an ask to get a score on a wave that size. Needs a 4.47. So could, though, be using that wave as an opportunity, Rob, don't you think, to get away from the surfers that hold priority over her? And you can see paddle into the south towards the sun's glare. But, of course, the sun's glare is not such a problem now. There's only 4 surfers in the water. We all know that if a surfer takes off in those shadows there, that it is going to be the surfer in white. Now, no moves yet by the other 3 to chase her down. Situation. In the lead, in red, Lucia Machado. In second, Camilla Kemp, looking to replace a 5.1. Third, Carla Moreira de Laval. No change after that last wave. And in fourth, Bo Howell in the green. Carla Moreira de Laval, you need a 4.47. And Bo Howell in green, you need an 8.57. Priority is with red, then green, then blue. And now here goes the surfer in green. So Bo Howell, and she goes to town on that one. That is going to be a score for Bo Howell. It might chip into the 8.57. It might not quite go there, but speed. And so Bo Howell is going to post a decent score as well. Last of green, a 2.33. So Bo Howell, you do still need an 8.57. Needed to replace. This is Camilla Kemp and Lucia Machado in first and second priority, deciding that it is going to be as worth their while to stop Carla Moreira de Laval catching another wave as it is to try and catch a wave themselves.
We do see a set approaching the northern end of the bay, though, Tom. There's going to be more than one wave in this set. 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock.
There is, I think, the challenge for, as she takes off on a steep one here with some scoring potential, into the lip, vertical, and then she's going to have to turn and go left, and she's really going to need a reform on this one. She's going to have 75 seconds. I think the trouble is, though, that the score she's looking for does probably require being a bit further out.
I agree.
Oh, a big frontside crack there for Lucia Machado. 1 minute. Last of white, Carla Moreira de Laval, a 3.4. You still need a 4.47. So we're into the last 45 seconds. So there is now no priority other than green, so Carla Moreira de Laval can get out there and get another wave, but she's going to have to really race to do that. We've got 30 seconds remaining. Do you think we're going to see one more ride here, Rob?
I think we may, Tom. Chances are. Last of red comes in at an 8.17. That big score rewarding that huge turn on her front side. Here we see surfer in green. Bo Howell up and riding. Wraps back into the white water, pumping down the line. Meanwhile, on the inside, white up and riding. It's a last-ditch attempt, a Hail Mary into the white water, throwing buckets of spray. Not managing to ride out as we count down this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So blue is up and riding in time, bouncing off the white water. We think, however, that she is already through, and so it will not be needed. So scores still to drop for last of blue, but we can give the results. Surfer in red, Lucia Machado takes the heat win. In second, in blue was Camilla Kemp. In third, Carla Moreira de Laval in white, and in fourth of the Isle of Wight in green, Bo Howell. That concludes all of today's action. What a jam-packed day of action it has been, Tom.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to be back early tomorrow morning. Stay tuned to the announcements for the start time and the running order, but it is effectively going to be the rest of the event.
So I can give you a little look in,
go
a
for
peek
it.
behind the magician's cloth, Tom, because tomorrow we have a big day. First call will be at 6 a.m. with a 6:30 a.m. start. We're going to be running double banks again in the morning to try and see off the rest of this QS 4000 event, both the men's and women's side of the draw, before we move in to the LQS, the Longboard QS 1000 event. It's going to be double banks for much of the day, but the plan, Tom, is to crown our men's and women's QS 4000 event champions tomorrow. So it could mean that we've got quite the presentation to do in front of the Boardmasters bar tomorrow evening. Whatever happens, make sure you're here bright and early. We're certain that the sun will be shining. We are hopeful that we will have contestable conditions, and it's looking like another long day of excellent surfing action. Thank you to everybody for sticking with us throughout the day here on the beach at North Fistral, and indeed online via the WSL website and app. You've seen some fantastic surfing here at the Yeti Pro today on day one of the Boardmasters 2026. It's now time, no doubt, to head to the Boardmasters Beach Bar.